Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats as we will be starting in a couple of minutes.
for joining us. Welcome to the 3rd Annual Vital Voices Festival. My name is Carla Ruiz Cofiño, and I'm really excited to be your MC for the day. I've been part of Vital Voices for more than 10 years now. At home in Guatemala, I'm a digital strategist, an entrepreneur, social activist, and well-being advocate. Today, I want to give a very special and warm welcome to my fellow Global Leadership Network members. This gathering is, between many things, a homecoming for the network. And if I learned anything over the years, is that when we, the women of Vital Voices, come together and we share space, we share ideas, some stories, solutions, powerful things happen. Whenever we come together, we exchange strategies, we collaborate, and we build solidarity throughout the network and around the world. Really, this is the reason for this amazing festival. And I have no doubt that the conversations we're going to have and the leaders we're going to hear from are going to leave everyone inspired, recharged, and motivated to take action in our own spheres of influence, advancing change in our communities, our countries, and the world will change. I encourage each one of you to make the most of the next 2 days. Take time to connect and engage and find out what is that thing that in your unique way you can contribute to help all this amazing work of supporting and uplifting women leaders. We'll see over the course of this festival that women everywhere are leading the rise of this new kind of leadership, a leadership that is collaborative, compassionate, and expansive. In a world with great challenges, women are telling a different story. And with that, I would like to start our first conversation of the day. So please make sure that all our cell phones are on silence. And to get things started, please join me welcoming Vital Voices President and CEO, Alice Nelson.
So I'm going to invite my panelists to join me up here. They're reluctantly coming forth. Well, hello, everyone. Yeah.
Welcome to our
welcome.
panelists. Nika Kovac, Director of the Research Institute of 8th March and 2024 Global Leadership Honoree. Aya Chebi, founder of the Nalafem Collective and 2024 Global Leadership Honoree. Hanan Ahmed, Sudanese activist and founder, Old Omdurman Emergency Response Room. Zala Ahmed, co-founder of Safe Path Prosperity, Afghanistan. And Roya Burumand, executive director of the Burumand Center for Human Rights, Iran.
Yeah. So we've got an incredible panel to kick things off this morning. And what I want to do is just set the framework, because I think that the discussion that we're going to have this morning is really something that doesn't get enough airtime. I think when we look at the news and our social media, we see fear and threats looming over us. We see the climate crisis, we see conflict, we see this rise of disinformation and authoritarian regimes. But the thing is, there's another rise going on. It is not a rise over, it is a rise with. It is a rise that is led by women, the women that Carla talked about, the women who truly understand that power expands the moment it's shared. This rise is what we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days. It is the rise that Vital Voices has been investing in for 27 years across 186 countries and thousands of women. And it is the rise right now that desperately needs our attention and our sparks to fly across the world. So all of our great panelists were already introduced, but I want to just kick things off right away with Aya. Aya's joining us all the way there at the end from Nala Feminist Collective. Aya, I want to start with you because you've really been working to support women leaders across Africa. You're based in Tunisia and Kenya. You were, of course, the first ever youth envoy to the African Union, sort of creating and moving into spaces where young voices, young women's voices in particular, had not been. And obviously your generation is facing a lot of challenges. I know that right now, for example, in the Gambia, the legislation that banned FGM is being pushed. There's a push to repeal that. Talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you're seeing, but also some of the opportunity that you see working with young women across Africa.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Yeah, I mean, you set the scene really well because there's a lot of opportunities, but also it's a gloomy landscape. I want to be very real. I think being young, female, and African today means you do not enjoy basic human rights. You have to face what young people face in Africa, and that means a lot of securitization, job insecurity, food insecurity. That means the state of waithood. You have to wait for adulthood because at 35, you do not have social, political life, you don't have financial freedom. And then you have to face what women face. What women face today, a lot of pushback, like abortion rights, FGM, but also we are still trying to deal with inherited struggles, like gender-based violence, period poverty. And we have new struggles that didn't come with other generation with technology, cyberbullying and digital divide, and coups and conflicts driven by social media. So being young and female, you have to face what young people face and what women face, but also what Africa faces. Imperialism, neoliberal colonialism, the so-called feminist foreign policy, which is really promoting this image of African women as helpless with no agency, right? And still a bit top-down. So when you say African women, for me, it's not simplistic, it's not homogeneous, it's multi-layered. And also specifically African women, because we share a lot of struggle with our sisters around the world, but we have very specific historic context as Africa, and we have the youngest demographic in the world. 65% of Africa's population is under 30. It's going to double by end of the century. I think on the pushback, what I see now is what patriarchy is trying to do is destruct us. It's a game of destruction. So you have 3 fronts that you have to fight: the inherited struggles, the pushback, and the new challenges. And what that produces for us is a lot of exhaustion, a lot of competition over resources, whether civil society competing over funding or underfunding in government for gender issues, and working in silos. And I think that's what we should not fall into. We cannot maybe control winning every campaign, but we can control sticking together. We can control funding each other. We can control defending each other, standing up for each other. I think that we can control, and that we should stick with. But also we have to be more political. The guy who, so just a context for FGM, it was the ban passed in 2015 to end FGM in the Gambia, and then 10 years later, just 2 months ago, the guy who introduced this repeal is a 70-year-old plus clerk, right? So he comes from a certain age group, and these are governments, these are member states in the United Nations. So if we really want to guarantee our rights, we need to be en masses, not only on the streets, but in the system and in those legislator rooms.
And certainly what happens to women in the Gambia impacts what happens to women in other places around the world, because if these things are allowed to stand, allowed to be repealed, it makes it easier to be repealed in a neighboring country, in a country halfway around the world. And that makes me think so much of Afghanistan, Zala, and I want to bring you into the conversation. You just returned from Afghanistan. You have somehow been able to keep your work and your support of women and girls across Afghanistan going. And here we are 3 years after, almost 3 years now, after the takeover of the Taliban. And back then, 3 years ago, it was front page news. And everyone was deeply concerned about the rights of women and the rollback of those rights. And worse, obviously, the targeting and killing, assassinations of women who were doing important work. But here we are 3 years later, very little press about what's going on. Give us some insight into what's happening, and how are you continuing to do your work?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. And I want to say I'm so delighted to be here among all of you and share about stories of women and girls who are still living in Afghanistan. So yeah, I mean, it's been 3 years, and as you know, and I don't want to list the challenges and the problems that women and girls face in Afghanistan, because we are all aware of that. But just one thing, that almost 85% of Afghan population lives under the poverty line, and that means worse for women and girls, because they are the ones who are facing the severe restrictions and lack of opportunities, whether it's learning and employment or even access to resources in public spaces. And for me, as an Afghan and somebody who has worked all my life for girls' education and, as you said, women's economic empowerment, it was a difficult decision, but an important one to make when I started to resume our work in Afghanistan. And I would highlight a few challenges that is not in media a lot. And one is the mental and emotional health. That's something that every woman in Afghanistan is traumatized. And it can be a girl who is banned from school and university, or not being able to work anymore. So that's one challenge that women and girls are facing. And me being there this time, the women that we are working with, around 150 women that we are working into production centers, 80% of them they have experienced some form of GBV or some form of violence in their lives. And I want to highlight that issue today, that we always talk about, for example, the requirement for shelter, which is important, of course, and some sort of like accommodation and some support. But I think we really need to think of initiatives in today's context. Again, that's where access to safe spaces that we are doing right now, for example, that's what we are creating, safe spaces that are culturally appropriate for women and girls, so that they come and earn an income, but at the same time they have access to resources such as learning, such as like that space only where they can share, learn from each other, and that help them mentally and emotionally. The fact that they are earning an income, they are able to feed their families. They feel like that they are independent. They feel good about themselves, and that's how they heal through that process. They feel empowered. I think we have to look into that, and why we were able to manage this work, and I think because we are registered as a business in Afghanistan, and this is the only way to work in today's Afghanistan. I mean, for women to work and come to such centers. So we work under the umbrella of business, and also in health sector, because we are producing feminine hygiene products. And we do a lot of awareness, of course, on the side, a lot of learning, but like on the surface, we are a business, of course, and I always say that this is one of the reasons that we have been able. And another point that I want to highlight, and it's important to look into all those youth that we have in Afghanistan who have been deprived of education, whether they were in high school or in university. We are trying to target them, and that's I would say this is the young leaders we have who are passionate, who are thirsty for learning, who take any risk, to be able to come and learn and work. So we are also working with that group through our centers, and they are the future of Afghanistan, and they are the ones that they are ready, as I said, that they want to take any risk, and they are already, they won't take any risk, and then, do anything they, we have to have like really initiatives that help them and support them. And I tell one story very quick, that one of the girls who are working with us, she was a fourth-year medical student, and that was her dream, to be able to serve her community. Where she was from, there was no female doctor. She wanted to become a doctor, but her dream shattered 3 years ago. Yeah. And she was telling me this last time that for me, life ended. All I was thinking was how can I leave Afghanistan to be able to breathe again? And then she was saying, then I got this job at the center, and now the fact that I'm coming and I'm helping these other women and youth in the center, and I see them, I share my pain with them, and I listen to them, I have started thinking differently. It has changed the way I was thinking about life. Now I'm like, no, I'm somebody and I can help, and that empowers me. And she was telling that with tears in her eyes, that still it's hard for her, not being able to continue her education to become a doctor, which was her dream. But at the same time, she's not anymore somebody who's helpless and hopeless. She finds hope now. And she was laughing, and she's saying that I have started even reading my medicine books at nights and trying to find ways in future, or study English to be able to someday continue. So these are the stories that when you look into it, what I have realized that in terms of programming or work for women in today's Afghanistan is there are still different ways to tap into. And the fact that the income, the access to safe spaces for women through under the umbrella of business is, I think, one of the best ways to still support women. Not only, again, it's an income, it can be access to psychosocial support for them. And it can be like just giving them that safe space that they can come. And also another aspect that I really want to insist is like utilizing digital spaces for youth to, again, not only for learning purposes, but also finding a platform where they can share their voices and their concerns. And that would definitely help for example, the Afghans or leaders in diaspora and around the world to listen to those voices that are from the ground. Yeah. And just I finish with that many Afghans who are now in diaspora, they worked in Afghanistan for 20 years, but a lot has changed. So we have to listen to those voices from the ground, who are living there every day and who are coping with the challenges inside the country. Yeah, thank you.
So you talked about women, I think, leading even in those darkest moments, right? And I think we've certainly seen that in Sudan, where we're 1 year into this, one of the worst humanitarian crises we've seen in recent time, and women really being targeted, having been critical in the 2019 revolution and now paying the price. But yet at the same time, while being targeted by horrific sexual violence across the country. I know also stepping forward with the emergency response rooms and really being there to create that infrastructure in the community. So Haneen, talk about your experiences, what you're seeing, but also how do we get more attention to what's happening in Sudan right now?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation and for amplifying Sudanese women voices. So the situation, as you said, in the ground is critical. We are facing every day bombing, shelling, arresting, complete collapse of the health and education system. Of course, wash and electricity issues, looting, continuous and systematic rape for women and sexual exploitation, child recruitment, and hate speech. There is also famine exists. Each day we get more than 3 or 4 cases of dead people from hunger. And there is internet blackout, so we couldn't reach our volunteer on the ground, or we have like an electronic bank application called Bankak. It's like a Zelle here, so we couldn't transfer money for our soup kitchen on the ground. All these risks that I mentioned, women face the double on the ground. And I've been experiencing this when I used to be in Sudan. But in the middle of this darkness, we bring light. We created emergency response rooms to provide critical services for women and Sudanese civilians on the ground. So let me tell you who we are. We are the first responders, a growing number of volunteers, professionals, resistance committee, community members, and activists. We are the grassroots. We are serving our communities. We are providing services by us, for us. We are agile. We are innovative according to the needs and situation changing on the ground. We are neutral. No favor any side, no political agendas. We are just providing humanitarian aid for Sudanese civilians. We are recognized by OCHA, USAID, and other international members. What we provide mutual aid based on localized solidarity economy through partnerships with the local and international NGOs. We have principle, accountability, transparency, equality, and participation. We encourage, of course, women participation, and we are a gender-sensitive body. We are structured. We have a structure. We have working group. We have legislative council. We're not registered under the government because we don't want any kind of restriction. Why emergency response room? Because we are the only body has access on the ground right now for the civilians, especially in the areas controlled by.
What is an emergency response room?
Emergency response rooms is a huge youth network that right now working on the ground, serving, as I said, Sudanese. We don't have an offices, but we have a presence on the ground. We have just WhatsApp groups, so the internet blackout is destroyed our work completely. But right now we are using Starlink, and when we get that announced that Starlink will stop, we actually get crazy. But thank for everyone who advocate for keeping the Starlink open for Sudan. And yeah.
And I think like nowhere else in the world we saw, well, I shouldn't say that nowhere else in the world. We see it many places in the world, but I think it was very much on display in Sudan, women being so critical to the progressive movement that was able to overthrow the dictator. And, you know, I think that, you know, research out of Harvard, for example, is now showing us what we see around the world, which is that when women are at least 25% of progressive movements for change, they are more likely to succeed. But without it, they're not. However, on the flip side, when they don't succeed, the backlash is more severe against women. We've seen that in Iran, certainly. And I know, Nika, you've seen that in your work, and I want to bring you into the conversation. In Slovenia, you've led incredible youth movements. You got the vote out and were able to take down the right-wing leader, prime minister in your country. And you've been able to make tremendous progress on a number of issues ranging from climate to gender-based violence. But you have faced a tremendous backlash. And at the same time, you've said, I don't want to be the prime minister. I want to be part of the movement. Why is that? Why do you feel like you can make the most change from outside?
Yeah.
And by the way, I know that Nika is listening to every word because she's not so sure. I'm sorry, I was listening to every word.
Yeah, so hi to all of you. I'm coming from Slovenia, a really small country in Europe. And I want you to remember Slovenia by just one thing. And this is like the amazing community of people living there. And we are extremely united when it comes to like social issues. We want to live in a country where we have a social state. We are against wars. We believe in love and solidarity. And when we got like the ex-prime minister, who is like this terrible authoritarian leader who tweets 150 tweets per day, 60 of them were mostly about me and my organization. So he had like quite a focus on us. Like when we got him, for us, it was really weird because like we grew up in a country where this wasn't present. And we decided to change this, but we decided to change it differently. We decided that we don't want to just protest and be against, but we want to find positive issues, positive content, which is building up the picture of tomorrow. And we did it. We did it with mostly students and people who were in pension. I don't believe that youth will change the world. I believe that youth and retired people together can be the like vehicle for a change. But we did it together. We did referendums. We did campaigns. And we won. And we raised political participation for 25%. We changed the government. We are still doing stuff. Why I decided not to run for the office, why I am saying no to every single offer, is because I believe that this community is bigger than me. I was facing a lot of death threats. I was physically attacked on the street because of my work. And in one moment, I realized that the idea behind me is much stronger than I am. That it's not about me, it's about the community behind. And that with our movement, people believe that if they sign a petition, that if they go to election, that if they resist together, they can move something. And that this is not because someone would want a position, this is not because someone would want to be elected, but because we as the people, we as the community on the street, in villages, in cities, have also the voice and we can use it. And somehow I want to be part of this voice. I learned in many different countries where authoritarian regime became really strong that there was this lack of strong civil society which would dare to be political. We are political civil society, we have political demands, and we work with politicians. When we agree with politicians, they are our best friends. When they don't agree with us, they are not our best friends anymore. But what I want to say is that for me, it's important that there is also this part present in the society, and that we are developing and working on this part, but that we are not like running away from politics. We always say when it comes to issues, we need to work together, but we also need this voice on the street among the people. And also, like, for me, it's more fun. I love being on the street. I love doing a little bit crazy things with the people, trying new stuff. And I feel really awkward in the institutions. So I think I just belong there.
We have to change that. Definitely before we leave here, you're going to be running for office, because I think we need Nikas in government.
We do, yeah.
The revolution is the schools,
Yeah, absolutely. Roy, I want to turn to you because I think, obviously, Iran has been in the news quite a bit with the death of President Raisi, our former president. But also, when we think about Iran, you know, women were both, you know, the spark and continue to be the engine of the revolution. But give us a window into what's going on right now, and how does the recent death of the president impact the rights of women and people more broadly?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I'm sorry about my voice that may be a little bit annoying. Look, I don't think that Raisi's death is going to change much. In Iran, there will be no significant changes. Some, maybe depending on the next president and whether or not unrest is expected, there will be some changes, but nothing significant. Because at the end, we are in a theocracy. And in this theocracy, has been designed to perpetuate itself. So the ultimate power lies with the spiritual leader, and the spiritual leader, Ali Khamenei, is the one who has brought in Raisi as an implementer, right? He brought him in, and Raisi had been an implementer in the 80s, but because the unrest and the restlessness of people who were protesting since 2017 needed to be handled, and Raisi was brought in, nominated by the leader as Chief Justice, and then he became president. So this is where we are. The system is meant to keep the system through the leader, through a dozen men selected by him who are deciding about what laws should change or what laws should not be changed, who can run for office, who cannot be run, who vet people, and these are all selected people. They're not elected people. They have ensured that women are subordinate to men in their public and private lives. So the discrimination in the laws and practices are really pervasive. They have valued the life of women as half of that of men. Women can't be judges or prosecutors. They can't judge men. That's what they are. I mean, I'm just giving you like a very brief overview. I mean, there is a lot more to it. But the bottom line is that the women are not seen in decision-making power, in major cabinet ministers. Sometimes you have heard a woman be called vice president, but in the language of the Islamic Republic, a vice president is an advisor to president. The vice president is not going to replace. I mean, just, these are all tricks because...
Roya, you've talked about, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to be sure that we hear about this. You've talked about the boldness of this young generation of women inside Iran right now. Talk about that, because I was blown away to hear about it.
But I was keeping that for your next question.
Oh, all right.
but if you want, I can.
Well, why don't we do this? We don't have a lot of time left.
All right. Okay.
So why don't you start off with that last piece? I mean, I think, for all of us, what I would love for us to think about is how do we support women leading the rise? We know that there are tremendous challenges all over the world. We know that women are being targeted because I believe women's power is on display through social media, through women getting together and championing these issues, pushing for these issues. And it's now a known fact, that one of the greatest anecdotes to authoritarianism, warlords, etc., are women, empowered women, educated women. And so knowing this, how do we support that rise around the world? The other rise has got a lot more power and they're making a lot more noise. But actually, this rise is about humanity. So it has to win. Our world depends on it. So if we could just do a very quick, half a minute, whatnot, 1 minute, sort of lightning round about how do we support women leading the rise in the context of Sudan?
The context of Sudan, advocate for Sudanese issue, support women Sudanese solutions.
Right.
Localize the funds for emergency response rooms.
Sal?
Well, half a minute. So I would say that whether it's Afghan leaders or around the world leaders from Sudan or anywhere, we have a common goal, and it is we work for the people and we want to have impact. And to have that greater impact in terms of Afghanistan, again, what's needed is to bring the voices from the ground, leaders from Afghanistan who are in Afghanistan and Afghan leaders in diaspora together. It can be through consultations, through dialogues and different platforms. So that's one thing. But also like to tap into Vital Voices network of international experts to see how there be like coaching or mentoring for the youth, especially like that has emerged in Afghanistan during the last 3 years, given the situation. And we have a lot of youth activists or youth leaders. And for me, when I say activists, it's that that girl that I told the story in our center. So how we can support that girl through Vital Voices network of the strong and powerful women that we have, that Vital Voices has. Thank you.
Well, so these women are fighting. The Women Life Freedom protest is not over. They are fighting. They are just, the fight has evolved into a fight that that tries to minimize the risks. So they are fighting in the trenches, and they are still walking around unveiled in different cities in the country, despite the risk of being arrested, being denied services, being beaten up, humiliated, tortured, and imprisoned. And this is like a youth-driven movement, and they are feisty and they are determined, because, as I said, the possibility of changing through legal reform is not there, right? The reform is at an impasse. So they have taken the initiatives. These young people, ordinary women and girls, have taken the initiative independently, often from civil society or political groups, and they are fighting against the veil for their dignity and humanity. So, this is more than Iran and Afghanistan, obviously. This is about all of us, because fundamentalism, religious fundamentalism, is on the rise everywhere. And so this is really an existential fight for all of us. And these kind of movements, they need to be seen, even if they're not in the breaking news, they're not headlines, they need to be seen, and remembered when they are fighting in the trenches and when they are forced to leave the country. So I think we need to connect with this new constituency, and we need to support them. We need to remember them, but we also need to help them strategize for because a lot of them, I mean, it's remarkable because their backgrounds are very diverse, and a lot of these people never saw themselves as political activists. They never thought that they would be turned into people, fighting for change in that way, but they are, and so they need also support to strategize. And I know that we don't have time, but just like I have to talk to you about this woman I interviewed in Iran. She has been blinded by a bullet. And how she has been blinded is that she is on the ground. She has been arrested multiple times. She is on the ground with several paintball, in pain because she has received several paintball. And then they're taking these two women away, and she says, "Where are you taking these women?" And she is shot in the eye because she reacts. And then a few days later, or a couple of weeks later, she's back in the protest with one eye, exposing the other eye. And then a year later, she's at the UN testifying, right? So these women are unstoppable, and they need us.
Wow. Nika.
Yeah, my mom always says that I'm privileged because I can speak up. And she always says that we need to speak up for the ones who are dying, who are being tortured, who are being killed, who are innocent, and who are being massacred. And for me, this is my main mission in life, that every single time that we can speak up, we need to speak up, even if it is awkward, even if it is hard. We need to speak truth to the power, and this is how we can build up better world.
Aya.
I want to first stand in solidarity with women in Sudan, in Iran, in Afghanistan, in Slovenia. I think it's important to stand in solidarity. That would be my call. But I think solidarity is not posting a picture on Instagram. I saw this Eyes on Rafah going around with people signing up to it. But watching, that's just like watching, is not solidarity. Solidarity is actually you know, picking up the phone and talking to a decision maker, signing a letter, you know, sitting in rooms where you advocate. And I think also solidarity is investing in women as an end in themselves, not as a means to an end. Because if you invest in my mental health, if you invest in my physical resilience, you are already supporting my cause without expecting a policy win or you know, shifts. And I work with young women, a generation of women who are fearless and who understand that freedom is a state of being, that is, you know, something that it's not handed over to us, we have to take it. Freedom over our bodies and our lands and our properties and our intellectual property. But I think we really need to invest in these women as an end in themselves, to be in these leadership spaces, to be in public office, to take back our power and our money, because that's ours. And I think the second message is to really invest in feminist collectives and transnational networks. And I think Vivi does it greatly. Because, as you said, there is a ripple effect. When we did the revolution in Tunisia, 2 weeks later, Egypt did it. 3 weeks later, Senegal did it. When FGM repeal happened, other countries are talking about repeal. So if the issues are transnational, you need to invest in Pan-African movement, transnational movement. And if you do so, please treat Africa as one, not as North and South Sahara, because we are one continent. That would be my message. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you all so much for your extraordinary work. It is an absolute privilege to have you here at the global headquarters for women's leadership, so thank you. We're going to shift now to a discussion with an artist and curator from Russia, Maria Zavalova. She's from the Museum of Russian Art, and she's going to show us the power of art to shift the way we think, shift culture, and shift and make change. So, Maria, thank you.
So you're going to be the first, as you saw, the furthest.
It's going to be here, yeah.
Better to be.
Oh, better, yeah.
Yes.
Can you?
Oh.
Yeah, there.
Testing. Testing.
Testing.
All right. Yeah.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Arwa. Very nice to meet you.
Well, greetings, everyone. My name is Maria Zavyalova. I come actually from the Museum of Russian Art in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And it is my first time here at Vital Voices. And let me introduce myself first. I was born in the Soviet Union. And around when I was in the early 20s, I wanted to go deeper into and learn more about the political history of my country, and got hold of Solzhenitsyn's the Gulag Archipelago and began to read it to my friends because it was in English, so I translated it to them. Someone reported, and I was called to the what we call the big house, the main KGB building in Leningrad then, was interrogated, and my books were confiscated. And after that, I could not find never had a permanent job in the Soviet Union, actually. In the 90s, I was a member of the This was the first center for gender studies in St. Petersburg. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, I began to write a little bit and publish. And I got interested in the translation of African American women's writing into Russian, and translated Toni Morrison's Jazz, and that got shortlisted for the Booker Prize. And my translation of The Color Purple by Alice Walker is the only translation and was published 3 times in Russia, which is, I consider this my achievement. And in 1998, I got into the program that was called the Freedom Support here to DC, and then I was sent to Minnesota. And basically I stayed, I got into a PhD program there, and then found a job at the Museum of Russian Art that was established in Minneapolis in 2002. When the war started with Ukraine, we were quite devastated, and right away we began to think what we can do to support Ukraine and condemn the aggression of the Russian government, of the Russian state into independent Ukraine. And this flag, this is our museum, you can see it on the screens. This flag appeared on our museum 4 days into the war. And very soon we began to exhibit. Already in April, I was approached by a political cartoonist, also from Leningrad, who lived in Minneapolis, and who was in touch with a lot of political cartoonists from Ukraine and oppositional from Russia across the globe. And we reached out to them, and with their permission, we began an ongoing exhibition of political cartoons against the Russian aggression in Ukraine in the museum. And so this is a mix of artists. Some of them are living in Ukraine under the bombs and in darkness sometimes. Some of them are immigrated. Some of them live in Russia under the threat of constant political persecution and potential imprisonment. Some of them also immigrated and live across the globe. And look at this cartoon by a Ukrainian artist. Quite interesting, and you will notice it, even though the wars are waged by men, the military leadership is male totally. But quite often cartoonists show the force of the fight in the images of women, like this one. You see there is a small girl fighting Putin's Russia, and behind her are the leaders of the European nations. And also this, again, a woman as a symbol, as the motto and logo of the fight against the military aggression, which is quite surprising to see. And this is probably talking something about the future of this world with the women's leadership, not only as political leadership, but probably military. And then this kind of a leadership, I hope, will end all the wars. Also, quite a lot of these cartoonists dedicate their art to propaganda. So this cartoon, also by a Ukrainian artist, is called the Sleep of Reason Produces Monsters. And of course, we recognize it's based on a painting or a drawing by Goya. So a lot of our artists, they draw on our common heritage of the art coming from many different countries. And quite often, both Ukrainian and Russian cartoonists focus on the image of Putin, and he's commonly depicted as a rat, as you can see here, and also by a Ukrainian artist. He thinks he's a bear, so the shadow is that of a bear, but in fact it's a rat. And also this cartoon by of Lukashenko and Putin by a Russian artist. And that's what this image of a rat as Putin is based on. Actually, in the film made about Putin I think it was in 2018, Putin remembers a dream that he had as a child, or an actually occurrence, when he met a rat at a stairway and he drove it into the corner and the rat lashed at him. So it's probably subconsciously that's what he is. He is a rat driven into a corner. And also these amazing images by a Russian cartoonist that show Putin bathing in blood. And sometimes we think, oh, it's the bloodbath of the war. But no, it's the actual fact of Putin's biography. He traveled to Siberia to rejuvenate himself, and he actually bathed in the blood of reindeer antlers. It's a known fact. You see, even it made the news. This artist, Sergei Yolkin from Russia, was a very popular and very high position cartoonist before the war. But then he published in many including governmental sources, but then he went into the opposition and immigrated. So you see, these are not just cartoons, these are individual fates, and these artists are part of the ongoing struggle. Another exhibition I want to cover here briefly is paintings by Elena Kalman. She lives in Connecticut. She was born in Kiev, trained in Russia, and lives in the US now. By the end of the first year of the war, she created 12 large paintings dedicated to the first year of the war, and one painting per 1 month. And I would like you to see the ones. She also wrote a poem, and these titles of these paintings are from her poem. So trampled, destroyed, burned, plowed with bombs and sown with bones, abandoned, I can see it here, exploded, shattered, uprooted, plunged into darkness, polluted, after the storm. And the 12th painting is all about hope. We also exhibit Russian artists. There was an amazing Russian artist who lived in the Soviet times. His name was Gayle Tzemach. And in the late 80s and 90s, he began to paint these mutants, these monsters in quite a large, extensive series of paintings. And everyone could not make what it meant. So no one understood him at that time. But he had a premonition of what this post-Soviet Russia was heading to when no one saw it. And that shows how artists can be visionary. And that's what he painted. The fight, you see the human and the beast fighting. And one of the mutants holding a skull, looking at the skull of an ancestor, this painting is called. And quite often, so we show also these oppositional Russian artists, although Karadsheh died at least 20 years ago, and probably he didn't know he was seeing the future in his paintings. But that's what contemporary Russia is coming up to. And as a museum, we try to stay on course, and we are the only museum of Russian art in the US right now. A lot of other museums renamed themselves. But we believe that there is hope inside Russia. All the people, I know it from my experience from the Soviet Union, there are people there who fight They are under constant persecution and threat of imprisonment. And that's what we want to continue to do. And we have a hope for the future that eventually there will be a different Russia, a different country of my origin. Thank you so much.
And to continue exploring this important topic, I'd like to introduce our next panel. Raising our voices for peace when others are talking about war. Please join me in welcoming our panelist and this morning moderator, CNN international correspondent Jomana Karadsheh.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us here this morning. And for those of you who are joining us online, as Carla mentioned, I'm a CNN international correspondent. I am based in London, but I am from the Middle East. And for more than 20 years, I covered the region. And today I will be moderating what I think is a very important panel, something that we need to be talking about right now, and not many people are talking about this. And I wanted first to start by introducing our panel. But before that, when we talk about raising our voices for peace when others are talking about war, as journalists and as women, we've seen this in many conflicts. It always tends to be women, for the most part, who are the ones who are impacted disproportionately by the crises around the world. And they tend to be the ones who bear the heaviest burden and the brunt of the violence. Yet, often what we see is that it is women who are the first who cross the lines that divide, who try to find common ground, recognizing our shared humanity and building pathways to peace. And today I'm joined by three such women involved in peace building, and the humanitarian effort with the ongoing war in Gaza. Our panelists today, Arwa Damon, my former CNN colleague, a familiar face to many, as she spent many years on the front lines of different conflicts around the world. And Arwa right now is here as the founder and president of INARA, the International Network for Aid, Relief, and Assistance. And we're also joined here by Dr. Yael Brado-Bahat. And Yael is one of the two co-directors of Women Wage Peace, the largest Israeli grassroots movement. Among her roles, she works closely with Women of the Sun. That is your Palestinian sister movement. And in November 2023, Yael represented Women Wage Peace on the BBC's list of 100 influential women of the year. And Riman Barakat, the Director of Strategy and Strategic Partnership with East Jerusalem and the Palestinian community of Fil Beit, a Palestinian and Israeli movement bridging the divide through arts and music. And to mention here, Beit in both Hebrew and Arabic means home, so your organization literally means feeling at home. I encourage everyone to look through the festival app, and you can read more about the incredible backgrounds of our three panelists here today. So let me start by welcoming you, Arwa, Yael, and Riman. You know, the events of the past nearly 8 months have polarized the entire world. And it's impacted you as Israelis and Palestinians in ways that are so hard for most of us to even begin to imagine. So I wanted to start by going back to October, hearing from you about your own experiences, what you went through, and the impact it's had on you. If I can start with you, Arwa, first, because, you know, as we mentioned, you are a humanitarian, but you are also a journalist. And you've covered wars, you've covered Israel and Gaza in the past. What was going through your mind as the horrific events of October 7th, October 8th, and what followed were unfolding? Did you imagine we would get to the point of where we are right now? And what was the point where you switched into your emergency response mode?
I mean, I had a bit of a moment of, you know, this is what we are living and seeing right now is quite literally the worst case scenario. And if we go back 8 months, it was one of the scenarios that, you know, I and anyone who's intimately involved with the region could see, and you hoped that you were wrong. You wanted so desperately to be wrong. You wanted voices of reason to be those that ended up, you know, prominent and dominant. And we're just watching this entire situation catapulting in the entire opposite direction. You know, obviously there was this initial, you know, shock of, you know, what has happened on October 7th. And then as more news coming out, you know, understanding the scale and scope of what had taken place and the attack that had happened and the hostages that were taken, and then this horrible realization based on historic experience of Israel's response is going to be like nothing that we have seen before. And I personally was all of a sudden catapulted back to the post 9/11 era, which is actually what propelled me to go into journalism, being a Syrian American, and seeing this, you know, visceral, revenge-filled drumbeat of a desire for revenge and war and the dehumanization. And it was almost as if we were just watching the wheels come off the train of humanity. And we haven't been able to put them back on. We haven't been able to sort of course correct from all of that.
I mean, Yael, just 3 days before the horrific attacks, your organization and your Palestinian partners, Women of the Sun, you held a major rally calling for an end to the conflict, for peace. And one of the main faces of the movement was Vivian Silver, a woman who dedicated her life to peace. She was co-founder of Women Wage Peace. And on October 7th, the world and Israel lost Vivian Silver. She was among the many victims in Kibbutz Be'eri. And I wanted you to talk a bit about your own personal loss and what you went through on that time.
So yes, first of all, I do want to begin on October 4th because it was such a hopeful, optimistic day. 1,500 women, hundreds of women from the West Bank coming to Israel, to Jerusalem, to march with Women Wage Peace together, calling for peace, highlighting our mother's call, our joint mission and vision of both movements, of Women of the Sun and Women Wage Peace. Vivian was one of the organizers of the event, and we finished with a rally near the Dead Sea, very hopeful, very optimistic, and not knowing, not realizing, not even beginning to imagine the horror that we will experience just 2.5 days later. And yes, we lost Vivian. She was not only a veteran peace activist, one of the founding mothers of the Israeli peace camp, but also a dear friend, mentor for many of us, including myself. It's a terrible loss. We're, of course, determined to follow in her footsteps because there is no other way other than peace.
And Riman, for you as a Palestinian living in East Jerusalem, you were living and continue to be living within the Israeli society. I mean, it must have been very difficult for you to be where you were.
Sure. As a Palestinian from East Jerusalem, I also want to say that there is like a lot of discrepancy between a Palestinian resident in Jerusalem and a West Jerusalem resident in Jerusalem. And on October 7th, and I'm working at a place called Filbet that models equality, that models being together in maybe a world that outside of this model of Filbet, there is lack of equality, there is discrepancy. And on that day, the Palestinians in East Jerusalem very much felt silenced. We couldn't post anything, we couldn't speak out, share our feelings about what was happening, and so that was kind of like the immediate feeling on the ground. Not only that, the Israeli authorities in East Jerusalem, because they have governance over East Jerusalem, responded very revengefully. So everyone was being stopped on the streets in East Jerusalem. Our phones were being checked. So we experienced that very much in our daily lives. My nephew got beaten up for no reason. And despite that, we chose, Palestinians working in this organization together with Israelis, to continue the conversation, to continue to create a better future in Jerusalem. And in Jerusalem, we have this privilege of Israelis and Palestinians being able to see each other and meet with each other and talk to each other person to person. And that privilege does not exist for West Bank Palestinians and for Gaza Palestinians to have that immediate encounter with Israelis. So being, it was beyond imaginable. Beyond also anything that we have experienced as Israelis and Palestinians in the peace-building community.
You've never seen anything like it before.
Never.
You talk about the trauma.
Never. And so that trauma suddenly kind of like also something shifted in our consciousness, and suddenly Israelis are also victims in this, which of course Palestinians have been victims for decades, and that required a lot more courage from everybody to stand together and move forward to a different future.
I mean, and it's quite remarkable that pretty much immediately, Yael, you went back into mission mode, despite what you were going through, despite the personal loss. you were straight back into mission mode. But I'm sure there were tensions within the peace building community, within your own organizations. I mean, how did you overcome that? And are you back at a point of, you know, what it was pre-October 7th?
We will never be pre-October 7th. It will never be the same. We're in a new era, but on October 7th, and of course it takes time, and not everyone is exactly at this same spot, but we knew from the beginning that we need to continue, because if not now, when? This is the time that we mothers, we women need to raise our voices and our joint voices. And with Women of the Sun, we continued our partnership, our connection. Since October 7th, on the same evening, the leader of Women of the Sun sent us a message on our WhatsApp group saying that we will remain the hope, we will not despair, because peace will come through our efforts, our joint efforts, and we continue together. I must say that it's not easy. As Riman said, Israel is still traumatized. The Israelis, for us, October 7th has not ended. We're still traumatized. There are hostages. We know that there are women in hostage being raped. We know that the situation, we call, you know, for a deal to end the fighting and release all hostages. And for us, this is what needs to be done now. And we know that we cannot stop because this is the time. This is the time that we need to raise our voices. We need the whole world to hear us and know that we are doing it on the ground.
I mean, but in recent years, your voice in Israel has been a minority voice. And since October 7th, do you feel that your voice is being drowned out by the majority voices, by the extremist voices?
So on the one hand, yes, there are many extremist voices now that are rising, and it is very frightening. We're combating exactly this. We're trying to give something else, a different vision for the future. We're working together. The Israeli Peace Camp is being reunited now. We're going to have a very big event on July 1st, reuniting the Israeli Peace Camp. We know that the efforts are being done on the Palestinian side as well, and all of us together, because we, again, this is the time that we need to reunite and end this conflict. We see October 7th and the war. It's tragic, it's horrific, but it's also an opportunity like every other crisis. Like what we saw after the 1973 war, that few years later, a peace agreement with Egypt was signed. And so we want to take this opportunity, we demand to take this opportunity or this crisis as an opportunity to resolve the conflict. And of course, until October 7th, the prevailing notion was managing the conflict. This collapsed. We cannot go on managing the conflict. This is what we said for 10 years since the beginning of the movement. But now it's apparent, it's known, and the conflict needs to be resolved.
And I mean, Riman, for you, you've worked on peace building initiatives throughout your career, your leading efforts to build community bridging those divides between Israelis and Palestinians. In Jerusalem, you do it through art and music. And I know that you said at this time of great pain, we choose to be together. How do you do that? I mean, how were you able to create this shared Palestinian-Israeli space at a time like this when tensions are so high and emotions are running so high?
Yeah, so of course we didn't create our space on October 7th, and that goes to say how important it is to invest in process and invest and understand that things take time for them to solidify, to become something. And this is like years of working together, of building the muscles, of talking about extremely difficult things between Israelis and Palestinians, so that when something like this happens on October 7th, there is a community, a strong community that can withstand the storm and can overcome it. And we use the arts to bring people together. And right now, our main line of events is called No Words, because we realized also how difficult it is to speak, to talk about this war in words, and how important art is to create a space for empathy. That's when, like you walk into the room and you don't want to say anything, and it's hard to say anything, but then you look into the eyes of those around you, into the eyes of this community of Israelis and Palestinians. They need to see that empathy in each other's eyes. And I've shared this with Yael and others. It is important for us to keep our moral compass and to be able to say that it's not about Israelis and Palestinians. It's not about picking one side. We all do not want one more person to die. And I think that's where we stand as a community that wants peace, and we want a better future, and we are putting all our energy for there not to be a repetition of October 7th. And therefore, I say, that whoever, that what happened on October 7th is criminal, is outrageous, and shouldn't happen to anybody. And the response on the other side, also what's happening in Gaza, is beyond, like Arwa said, we lost our compass of humanity, and we need to bring that back, and not to be stuck in that discourse of polarization that doesn't get us anywhere. We need to do it together.
And can I just jump in and say that we've been saying it before October 7th, but definitely more strongly now. Stop being either pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, be pro-peace, be pro-women. That's it. This is, and again, we don't want any more victims.
But also, part of the big challenge of trying to, bring this back and trying to rebuild this concept of collective humanity is recognizing that, the person on the other side is also feeling and will constantly feel these same levels of pain. And there's such a rejection right now to even want to understand what's happening. I mean, if we look at what is taking in place in Gaza right now as we are all sitting here, it defies logic.
I mean, and we need to mention here that, Arwa, you're one of the few who has managed to gain access to Gaza. You spent time there. For us as international journalists, we've been prevented by the Israeli government from accessing Gaza freely. But you were there with your charity INARA, and you wrote a piece an opinion piece for CNN where you vividly described what you saw there. And I mean, when you're listening to what Yael and Riman are talking about, and when you're hearing the calls for peace and getting back on track to peace, you saw a very different reality in there. I mean, I wanted to hear what's going through your mind.
It's very, like I sit here and I listen and I feel that, and then I remember what I saw and what I witnessed and what's still happening right now. And this piece that, Jomana is talking about was basically about the psychological obliteration. So I have been in war zones for more than 20 years, mostly in my capacity in my former role with CNN, but then also as a humanitarian. And I kind of move in both these spaces. And from Mosul to Afghanistan to Syria, we were trying to figure out what is it about Gaza that's so different. And it kind of goes beyond the scale and the scope and the numbers and the vastness of destruction, and it goes to this sheer psychological obliteration. I cannot describe to you what it is like to move through people that are just packed on top of one another, tents that are spilling out of shelters, mothers that are throwing listless babies into your arms trying to get help, and they are dead. Like, they're alive, but they're dead. This spark of life that all of us have here right now, they don't have that, and movements are mechanical and lethargic. And there's one mother in particular who came up realizing that, we do a lot of work in the mental health space. And she was saying, my son, he's 6, and ever since he saw his sister's head blown off from an explosion, he screams every night and he just shakes back and forth. And she's telling the story in a very monotone tone of voice, as if, she's talking about the weather. Right. And in that moment, you realize she saw this, she witnessed this too, and she has had to shove that pain down so far and so deep, because if she even allows her voice to crack talking about it, that's it. She's gonna shatter, she's gonna break, and she has other kids who need her. And this level of trauma exists in everybody, and the triggers are constantly there. And right now we're talking about, 2.2 million people. No humanitarian aid is basically gone in the last 20 days or so. We're back in this situation where, no medical evacuations are taking place. The population is surviving on about 3% of what your daily water needs would be. Diarrhea is running rampant. There's no toilet. One toilet maybe right now for 1,500 people is basically, at best, and by toilet I mean a hole in the ground. It's just
hard to put into words, really. In Yael, you hear what Arwa's talking about, and for you as someone who's involved in peace movements, what is going on in Gaza because you try to find out more. But what I found really shocking, and I've heard this from Israelis, is the majority of people don't actually know that this is happening. They don't really get that through their media. It's a very different way that the war is covered in Israel. And so how do you get to a point where you reach that level of understanding the pain of the other side, at finding empathy? How do you do that when this is the situation, when there are two very different narratives to what is happening and people don't see the other side's narrative?
So what we can do, currently in a smaller scale, but is talk to our Palestinian sisters. And again, since the beginning of the war, we didn't try to just push aside our pain and anger and sorrow and grief and fear. We talked about it. We cannot, unfortunately, as Reman said, we cannot meet in person. We cannot have larger groups definitely meeting in person. But we talk over Zoom. We do whatever we can to share what we are experiencing on both sides. And the pain is there. For a mother who lost her child, it doesn't matter how many and how much, and she lost her child. And us as mothers, in the political sense of the region, this is our responsibility to heal. And so we're beginning to do it in a smaller scale within Women Wage Peace, because we have diverse women we have diversity. We have women from the Israel-Palestinian communities, from Jewish communities, from diverse Jewish communities. We're talking together, and of course we're sharing it with our Palestinian sisters. I believe that us being women and us being able to go together through this pain, shared pain, is what enabled us to continue straight forward, and not even we just launched a USAID-funded big project for both movements together. We continued with this project despite what happened, and then participants who joined the project said, "Thank you for doing this. This gives us hope because it's so dark. It's so unimaginable what's happening." I feel personally like I'm living two parallel lives since October 7th, and of course I'm not the only one. And for us in Women Wage Peace, for women who join us, our activities, this would give them the light at the end of the tunnel, that it's possible, that something can be done.
I do wonder for both of you, within your own communities, family, friends, do people look at you sometimes and think that you're crazy? How are you doing this, especially since October 7th?
I go to my family, to visit my family, and a lot of times I feel and hear the anger, and I think that's legitimate too. That needs to be given space, and I think we need to understand it. Those who are looking at us, from the outside, need to understand this, that this anger needs to be given space and needs to be expressed, and it doesn't mean that there's no opening for change or transformation. So that is difficult, but at the same time, I know that my sister and my mother are very proud of me as well. And they ask me, you know, like, so how was it at work? They ask if Israelis realized what's going on in Gaza. They want to know that their story is being seen, and I think that's what matters for people. And I'm sure that's also what matters for Israelis as well. And I hear it all the time. They want to know what Palestinians think about what happened on October 7th, and that's important to be able to express it to each other. And that's the first, I think, premise of recognizing that we still have a partner to move forward with together.
And I would just add to this that yes, people say we're crazy, not only after October 7th, they began way before. Many say, you know, you're naive, you're a dreamer. So my reply to this contention is that yes, we are dreamers, because dreamers are the ones who make history. You need to dream, you need to imagine, you need to do. And this is what we're doing and continuing to do even now, definitely now.
I mean, you know, we've always been told that the only way for change to happen, to realize that dream of peace someday, is that you will need courageous leadership. Create courageous leaders on both sides, something we have seen happen in the past. I mean, I want to know, is that how you feel, that you won't be able to do this on your own? You need that courageous leadership. You have been working on this for many, many decades. I mean, peace movements have been there for a long time.
For a very long time, yeah.
Exactly.
But also, I mean, and this is what's quite interesting right now, is we talk about needing courageous leaders at the upper echelons, and yes, we do, but actually both of you is what we need more of, because we need to start understanding our emotional history. We cannot keep this whole philosophy of rejecting this need to understand why we got somewhere, why a certain population carries with it such anger and pain. Because until we start understanding and appreciating that and accepting it and being able to teach history, acknowledging the pain, the anger, and all of it, but without carrying on the hatred and the bloodlust, we're going to keep getting stuck in these same cycles. And I'm sorry, like, our leaders right now are not going to take us there. But organizations are, and I think the big challenge on all of us right now is how do we, whether it's, you know, individuals sitting here or even in the media, amplify these sorts of voices, because we also have a duty of responsibility to make sure that the fringe extremists who might be louder do not hijack the conversation. We've seen what happens when they do.
Yeah. And that's the question. What more can be done to support you? I mean, what more can the international community really do? I think, because you mentioned this earlier, Yael, I think there is a realization right now on the international level that the pre-October 7th status quo, managing the conflict, failed in the most tragic and devastating of ways, and that cannot go on. And we are hearing more and more countries, organizations talking about finding that path to peace, that the only way is to resolving the conflict is through negotiations. What more can they do right now? I mean, please.
Yeah, the international community has a major responsibility in moving us forward, all of us forward, to support, to facilitate, to encourage, to enable the beginning of negotiations. We're now focusing on a deal to end the war and release all hostages, and this deal can also serve as a basis for further negotiations in the future for a longer term resolution of this conflict. And this is what we aspire for. We definitely need the leaders. We cannot do it without them, but we also need to amplify the voices of civil society. On the ground, there is peace. On the ground, there are hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands on both sides of men and women working daily for this to happen. Their voices need to be amplified by the media, by the international community. We have gained international recognition lately, Women, Wage, Peace, and Women of the Sun, but it's not enough. We need more. And there is the G7 convening next month in Italy. Put it on the agenda, raise the voices of civil society, raise the voices of peace. This is the responsibility of the international community. And we cannot do it without. And yes, in Israel, I can tell about the Israeli perspective, we are calling for leadership, a courageous leadership that will bring about peace, that will not continue to fight and then one round after another, but resolve the conflict. Now, just to say that peace, in the wider, deeper sense, it will take time. But let's go and negotiate for an agreement to stop killing each other, to stop fighting each other, like what happened in Northern Ireland. And in this regard, we take much hope and inspiration from courageous women all over the world, in Liberia, in Northern Ireland, in Colombia. We know that when women from both sides of the conflict unite, good things happen. But we need everyone to join us to amplify civil society, to amplify women and our efforts for peace.
And I'll say to governments, invest in peace rather in war. And this is what we very much need right now. The peace-building community in Israel, Palestine, there are like over 100 organizations, a lot of them since October 7th. We've seen at our center of Filbet. We've hosted so many of them. And for us, being in this world, it feels that there is hope. It's as if this is the world, and I wish that other people can meet all these people and organizations and hear about them and amplify their voices. So again, governments invest in peace. Yeah.
And I just want to add something that might not necessarily be all that popular, but up until this point, the United States has basically been sort of leading these peace efforts. And I'm not talking about post-October 7th, even pre-October 7th. Maybe it's time for that whole dynamic to start shifting. Maybe it's time for Arab countries to also step up and play a much more active role, because we can all face the reality of they also have abdicated responsibility for decades. What we have right now is these few isolated countries like, Spain and Ireland and Norway, who are coming up and saying, we're going to recognize a Palestinian state. They're breaking away from the status quo. And maybe it is time to break away from the status quo on that geopolitical level, and also on an on-the-ground level, too.
Can I respond?
Yes.
So just, I don't think it's not popular. I think this is what we've been saying for a few months now. Yeah. So we're not popular as well, but
okay. We can have the unpopular kids crowd.
But this is exactly what we've been saying. The U.S. played a major role over the many decades in promoting peace, and specifically of Israel with Egypt, with Jordan. It's time for European countries to join. It's time for moderate Arab countries to join. We have many partners, and this is my point, many partners to work with to begin to facilitate negotiations and bring about the solution, the political solution. And we are eager for this, absolutely.
I mean, we are right now at a time of great polarization. We're seeing a rise in division and hate. But at the same time, listening to you, it feels that yours is a message of hope right now. And I mean, I really want to end it on this note of, I know it's very hard for you, Arwa, to see that, but for you too. I mean, what we're going through right now, what you're witnessing, what you have been experiencing, you still manage to find that hope and determination.
We don't have any other choice. We're living together in Israel and Palestine. We're stuck with each other, and we have to make the best of it and be the better future.
And Yael, you were saying that you see opportunity at this time.
We see opportunity. Just to say that hope for us is not something vague. It's a political contention. It's a political thing. Hope. We keep the hope. We carry the hope. because otherwise there is no future for the region. So yes, we see this as an opportunity. We see the reuniting and sometimes in some sense awakening of the Israeli peace camp. We see, we take inspiration from people like Jonathan Zeigen, Vivian's son, who became a peace activist after his mother's murder, Mao Zinon, who lost both his parents in Netiv HaSara on October 7th, Ilan Kaminka, who lost her son, a soldier's son, on October 7th. They join us now, and this gives us much hope and optimism that it is possible. And again, we know that harsh, bloody conflicts were resolved all over the world. There is no reason for it not to happen in our region as well. So this is our hope, and of course, the continuing partnership with Women of the Sun, the enthusiasm of the activists in Women Wage Peace. This what gives me personally the power to wake up every morning and wage peace.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, and you know what, Arwa, you were saying earlier, I think we all have a role to play to amplify your voices at a time where we are very much focused on war, when, you know, it is time to, you know, what this panel is all about, raising our voices for peace at a time when everyone is talking about war. Thank you very much. I think we can, you know, we would be here for another few hours. An incredible conversation with you, and best of luck, everything you're doing. Thank you.
So I want to make a very special introduction. Sheret. She is a war survivor of the war in Kosovo. She is the second one survivor to came out and share her story. And she represents 20,000 survivors that are sharing their story. So she's here with us today. Please, Sheret, you're welcome to join us.
Thank you so much. As Madam Secretary Clinton says, I quote, "Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights, once and for all." Greetings to all of you. And I am so happy to be here today and to share my story. You will hear my story, and you will never forget it. More importantly, you all must do everything you can so that stories like this are told, not we to feel better, but being relieved from the burden of carrying these scars, but so that those who did this don't get away with it. Those who are thinking about doing this can't get away with it. And more importantly, so the victims can heal, justice can be served. I am Shurete Tahiri Suleimani. I'm a rape survivor from the war in Kosovo. I'm a survivor rights advocate and a member of a Kosovo Rehabilitation Center of Torture Victims. I'm a member of IRCT. I'm a member of SEMA Network. I'm a member of Dennis Mukwege Foundation. Also, I'm a member of PCVR Woman Activist. I am here today not only as a wartime rape survivor, but also as an advocate for the rights of all survivors. I witnessed the resilience of countless survivors who refused to be silenced. My advocacy, countless survivors who refused to be silenced. My advocacy and activism uses my story to raise awareness about the needs of survivors of conflict related of sexual violence. Sharing the story is never easy. You never recover from the pain that lives inside you, but you just learn to live with it. In my case, this crime impacted not only me, it impacted my children. Too often, the invisible impacts of this deplorable crime spans families and generations. My story begins in a wartime in Kosovo in 1999. I was physically, psychologically, and sexually assaulted in the most brutal way possible by Serbian forces. I was completely defenseless. They did it to me in front of my 2 daughters, who were only 3 and 1 old at the time. What happened to me, to us, during the war, shattered our lives in many ways. I suffered in silence for a long time. I relived the horrifying experience over and over again. In my mind, blaming myself for not being able to defend myself, for not being able to shield my daughters from witnessing such a vicious crime. I know. I understand that while I did not choose what happened to me, I can and I must choose how I responded to it. Telling my story helps me with more than physical scars and mental trauma. Fighting the stigma, the ignorance, and prejudice is emotionally exhausting, but it is essential to healing, to restoring dignity, to providing hope. We are all in this together. Survivors, organization, advocates, the community, the country, the world. I invite everyone in this room to be the agents of change that our world desperately needs. We must ensure survivors have access to rehabilitation, legal aid, and mental health services. We must advocate for their rights and work tirelessly for the future free from the scourge of torture and sexual violence. My story is your story. You have heard it, and you will keep hearing until we put an end to silence which provides impunity for the perpetrators. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing such a powerful story. Well, and with that, now we have a 15-minute break. So we can all go to the 3rd floor with our coffee and refreshments, and then we will be back in 15 minutes. So at 11, we're going to be waiting for you here. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed this 15-minute coffee break. And to introduce our next panel, we have a beautiful video that we'd like you to enjoy. So then we're going to have this discussion. Thank you.
I needed surgery. Protection. I needed to get out. Fighting for my life.
Persecuted by my family for being gay.
Married at 13.
Gender-based violence is a global pandemic.
I needed legal help.
Psychosocial support.
A bus ticket.
A safe place to stay. Avon and Vital Voices in the State Department launched a Voices Against Violence initiative. It's providing very real and very quick money directly to victims who need it.
The Urgent Assistance Fund is creating these spaces for people to access not only funding, but to receive the help that they need at the time they need it the most. And very few organizations do that.
This emergency program is very, very efficient, very quick.
Once a woman is rescued, it makes a long-term effect on her life.
They gave me the financial support,
The resources.
The counseling.
To get out fast.
To get justice.
To find my future.
It's tough work, but that's the fact.
I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker and moderator. Please join me in welcoming Jomana Wilson. She's the Office Director for Global Programs in the Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, a great partner for Vital Voices over the last 10 years in implementing a groundbreaking initiative, Voices Against Violence. And with her, I would also like to welcome Daniela Grelin, Executive Director for Avam Institute in Brazil, Cristina Shawaf-Feh, Solidarity is Global Institute Jordan, and my dear friend Priti Patkar, founder of Prerana India. Welcome.
So welcome and good morning to today's discussion on Voices Against Violence, the Gender-Based Violence Global Initiative. If you'll indulge me a few minutes for some thank yous and acknowledgements, as well as giving you just a brief overview of what this initiative is, then we'll be able to hear from our panelists some real-world impact of the initiative. So first and foremost, a huge thank you to Vital Voices Global Partnerships for hosting this panel discussion today. This is an opportunity for us to reflect upon 10 years of programming support to tackle gender-based violence. And while this is a sober milestone, I am sure today's discussion, as well as this festival and all of our work, will galvanize us to redouble our efforts so we don't have to see another 10-year milestone of this programming. And in that vein, second, I really just want to acknowledge, thank, and honor our partners and all of you in the room that have contributed to this work. Without your thoughtful participation, your innovative leadership, and your active participation, this program would not be possible. And I'm really looking forward to hearing all about your remarkable impact. And lastly, I just want to take a moment to thank my own colleagues from the Department of State, particularly representatives from the Office on Global Women's Issues, which is led by Ambassador Gupta. Ambassador Gupta and her team are just an amazing partner and a wonderful advocate for this issue, and we couldn't do this work without you, so thank you. And but I'd also just like to take a moment to thank my own colleagues, Chloe O'Kelly and Doreen Mullaney, who supervise this program with their heart and soul every day to make sure that the program is really meeting its intended results. So thank you. So let me just set the stage a little bit for today's discussion and tell you a little bit more about this groundbreaking, really impactful initiative that is locally led and has sort of three main objectives. One is to increase access to resources for survivors and those at risk for gender-based violence. It seeks to improve protections and access to justice for individuals who have experienced or are at risk for gender-based violence. And it looks to strengthen and streamline international cooperation of GBV service providers, including many of you here today. Through this initiative, over the past 10 years, more than 4,600 survivors and their families have received support. And this includes one survivor who was a victim of ISIS. This individual was kidnapped, trafficked, and suffered really unimaginable harm, but was able to escape. And with the support of this initiative, she was able to receive medical care, social psycho support, and was able to relocate. We've heard that she is doing better and as well as could be expected, and is looking to start her own business. And this case really illustrates how this program is a true lifeline for those who survive gender-based violence. And in addition to individual impacts, this program has had some far-reaching systemic impacts on sort of legal frameworks and the protection and access to justice. It's in partnership with the Avon Foundation, the Voices Against Violence Initiative has supported more than 24 justice institutes. These are multidisciplinary trainings for service providers and justice sector actors such as police officers, prosecutors, and judges, so that they can provide a holistic response to GBV. Through our own sort of internal evaluations, we were able to find that the individuals who participated in this program were able to detect GBV. They were able to offer trauma-informed responses and able to coordinate and navigate bureaucracy to ensure a continuum of care. And we have a great example from our colleague in Jordan that we'll hear about in a few minutes, where the trainings on this Justice Institute had a real-world impact, which included legislation to prevent and protect against early and forced marriages. So I look forward to hearing from you, Christina, and the rest of the panel about your amazing work and contributions. And so with that, I'm going to stop talking and ask you to help me in welcoming again our fabulous panelists who have made remarkable contributions to this program. And so, Christina, I'm going to start with you. Actually, no, Danielle, I'm going to start with you. Sorry. So I mentioned a little bit about the Justice Institutes, and I know that you have been working on them for many years in Brazil. And so if you could tell us a little bit more about the work that you're doing in Brazil, what were some of the gaps that this institute filled, and what you think has made the difference?
Thank you so much for the invitation and for the opportunity of being here. First of all, let me give you a quick picture of what is the women's situation in Brazil. And I will do this through 4 numbers. Brazil is the number 11th greatest economy in the planet. However, When you look at the index of human development, we are number 87th. When you look at the Justice and Peace Index done by UN, we are number 115th. And when you look at the ranking for feminicide, female violent deaths, we are in the 5th spot. So it brings to our attention that gender-based violence is not exactly a crisis or a trend in Brazil. It could be well described as a project. And the Justice Institutes is a force against this project. It brings to the public service network an opportunity to recognize themselves as part of a network. And it's able to bring to them capacity building, but also sensibility building. What it does, it invites judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, but also social workers, healthcare providers, NGOs, so that they can meet in a space like this, a space where we can build friendships, partnerships, where we can recognize each other as part of the same rise, of the same movement. And they do this along 3 days of workshop. And at the end, they do not define the success or failure of their jobs based on the compliance with some protocol. They begin to define it as the ability to protect a woman's life and to connect them from a human level and make sure the protocols deliver trauma-informed, care-driven service to these women. So one of the gaps that the Justice Institute bridges is this idea that, for example, imagine a police officer or a prosecutor attorney. He thinks of his job by what is required by the protocol, or what's the part he can play in this network. What Justice Institute provides to them is the opportunity to rethink that. It's not about if you followed your protocol, although this is important, valuable, and necessary. It's about, have we together as a network been able to protect the life of these women? Do we know what happened to her in the end? If we don't know, if we cannot answer this question together, we are not there yet. Oh, so I think this is what's been the most important gain from Justice Institutes, and also one important learning that we had in Brazil. Because the Justice Institute is so transformative, the local authorities embrace the program. And at the end, we learned that by making partnerships with public authorities from the beginning, from the moment we invite professionals to join us for this workshop, is part of it's an important success ingredient because it brings legitimacy, the ability to track results along the time, and also this holistic perspective that is so important to the success of the Justice Institutes.
Great, thank you so much. Christina, I want to continue this conversation on the Justice Institutes because I previewed a little bit of your fantastic work in Jordan and being able to sort of use the Justice Institute trainings to affect the early and forced marriage. So if you could tell us a little bit more about how you use the institutes to sort of launch this awareness-raising campaign that led to this historical legal victory, and what are some of the things you think made your campaign successful that we could try to replicate in other places?
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation and for give us the opportunity to highlight our work in Jordan. So I will start talking about Jordan as a country, just to give you a highlight why we are facing a very hard situation, especially these days. Jordan is a very small country in Middle East, and the most stable country. We have war around all countries in Syria, Iraq, Palestine. So we are the country that received all the refugees from all these countries. What makes Jordan special, we don't have resources, limited geographic area, and a lot of nationalities, which make pressure on services, make pressure on the health communities, have a diversity on the ground of having so much nationalities with different backgrounds, different thoughts, different approach. So it's make pressure on the service provider just to respond all of these needs and different needs. The early and forced marriage, I will start with the results of or the causes of the early marriage is limited education and limited resources, which is obviously Jordan and all the displacement people faced at that time, and even from 10 years until this moment. That's why the resources and the lack of the economic incomes and economic participation of women that led to the early marriage. As CG, as a global institute, that we recognize the importance of working on the GBV and to give a special intention to the early marriage, because the early marriage is like a continuous type of violence. It started from taking the right from a child to lead to the early marriage, to the early pregnancy, to the unstable mental health, etc. So it's a continuous violence to that. It's something that I came up, that I witnesses 10 years ago, that I saw a bride with 15 years. She was crying because she wanted to have her teddy bear with her with a white dress. So they couldn't find a white dress for the teddy bear because she didn't want the groom to sit with her. She wanted her teddy bear. As well, she wanted to wear with the white dress. She wanted to wear the pink flip-flop, not white shoes. So from this story, you can recognize how much important that we need to focus on this topic. As SIGI, we are working on so many different levels. So in the root levels, we are working on building the awareness of the people on how much important that to fight the culture and the barriers and everything. Then going to build the capacity of our partners and our stakeholders, how they can provide more services to the GBV survivors, then to go to the up level to talk to the duty bearers and to discuss the law and the regulations. SIGI very famous on do policy papers based on the need, and especially on this project, we did so many policy papers, and we discussed with the Prime Ministry and the relevant ministries about these topics, and we have some victory on that areas. And until this moment, the Jordanian is still talking about the age, the minimum age about the early marriage. So at SIGI at the moment, we are talking about, based on the law, the minimum age is 18, but 15 is under conditions. So there's many people that are still using these conditions. So we are limiting these conditions, and we are trying our best to limit these conditions.
Thank you, and thank you for this great work that you're doing. Priti, I want to turn to you and talk a little bit more about collaboration and using sort of the larger global network that's been established under this program. I've heard that you are really committed to trying new approaches to ensure a holistic care, and you challenge yourself and those around you to do better and be better every day. And so with that, how have you collaborated with others under this project to sort of do better and sort of create some new approaches to your work?
Thank you so much for having me here, and thanks for this question as well. I think, we being on the ground, we're constantly in touch with the community for which we've created the Justice Institute. I think what, in a situation where, since morning we've been talking about how there isn't enough resources put out there to advocate and to fight for women's rights, to protect women. I think this kind of network and that you all create for us, for all the women, I think it really helps us to change lives of women in the community with very limited resources. So if, like personally, I remember how when we were bringing up legislation in India and it came into effect in 2012, which was protecting children against sexual offenses, how we reached out to different Vital Voices Network people to learn from the legislations in their country to try and bring, what worked there into this piece of legislation, and also looking at our own cultural context and adapting to it, tweaking it a little bit. To give you an example of how important we felt it was that a victim of violence should get support from the time she decides to report till the entire court procedure and everything. And prior to 2012, we didn't have that provision. So it always depended on the stakeholder on the other side. If he or she was sensitive, the victim would get support. But then when we heard from other partners that there are provisions of a support person, you can create a support person who will be there with the victim from the time she reports till the time the trial is over. We said, this is what the women and the children in the community need. Why don't we bring that into our legislation? And for us, every time you bring certain provisions in the legislation, for us, that is working towards creating sustainability, because I need not be there. That woman, that child can use that provision in the law and then fight for herself. And this is what, I think this entire community has the benefits of these of having this big, rich community. And again, I keep emphasizing on how in a resource crunch situation, in an ecosystem which is extremely hostile, I think having this kind of support system, having people who have tried things, so I don't need to reinvent the wheel. I don't need to put in resources and reinvent something which has already been tried out. All I have to do is knock at the right door and say, well, I need this help, and I want to listen to how you all try to resolve it, and take it back to our community. Take it back to our community of policymakers, of duty bearers, of right holders. Share it with them, and I think then the next level of collective thinking, collective evaluating, assessing, and drawing from all this so that eventually the community benefits, all women benefit. I think that's really helped us. And I just want to give an example of how coming together really helped us. So the Supreme Court recently came out with a guidebook on stereotype language that the court uses, and how they could sort of help the court understand how we need to stop creating these stereotypes, but not by using the right kind of words. So they had these different words, and they used the term prostitute, and for prostitute, they gave a substitute to the court saying, start using the term sex workers. Wow, great, we were very happy, but we also felt that in this process, the victims and survivors of commercial sexual exploitation are probably, not getting acknowledged. And we were 8 of us who immediately got together, and out of the 8 of us, 4 of us are members from Vital Voices. And we put together a representation, submitted it to the Supreme Court, and within 2 weeks we got a letter saying that we are making a change and we will include the term commercial sexual exploitation. Sometimes we do feel, you know, why are we so stuck with terms? But I think terms also are very important when you look at the person and when you're delivering justice. So I think this has been our experience of, you know, working together and learning from each other.
Great. So I want to take a moment, since you all have been engaged in this program, I think since the beginning, and just sort of ask you to speak from your heart as what this program has meant to you. If you could just sum it up in a few words. And Priti, I'll start with you and we'll go back this way. Because you gave some amazing examples of just how you can get things done. And so what does that mean to you?
I think it means a lot of strength. I think it means I can go wrong, but I won't be judged. I think it means a lot of support. And I also see, you know, I often talk about this, that, you know, collective strength is something where we should focus on, because that is our biggest asset. And I definitely see that happening when we have these kind of platforms which are absolutely safe. And when I say platforms are safe, I mean we all put in that effort to create that safe space at a collective level and at that one-to-one level. Create that safe space for that woman and child we are working with in the community, where it's not just I don't feel judged, but it goes down. And, you know, I also ensure that this person who's fighting against all odds is being heard and is not being judged at all. So I think all this and much more.
Well, thank you. That very much made my day, so thank you. Christina, how about you?
Honestly, this has meant a lot for me, because we help so many girls even beyond our expectation, because we have been fighting for changing the laws. So we had the privilege that we stopped the early marriage until 15 or 16. We put the minimum of the early marriage in Jordan at 18 with special conditions, and now we are fighting for the next step just to eliminate these conditions. This is on one thing. The other thing, I want to highlight something that most of the NGOs in Jordan, they are working on response, but without take attention to the prevention. So this project is prevention more than response. So it's like both sides of the support.
And Daniela, what do you say as the most
this morning we had the privilege of listening from our Russian friend about the power of art to reach places in our heart and our minds that go beyond our reason. For me, particularly, the effect it had on my life makes me remember the brothers Karamazov from the Russian art as well. The final scene when Alyosha tells the brothers that just came from the friends, they just came back from the burial of their colleague, and he says, remember this moment. Remember this friendship, and let's proceed back to life hand in hand. For me, it was that possibility, to experience that possibility, to be together and recognize ourselves, connect ourselves as humans, and remember that moment, that we are not alone, that we are part of a collective intelligence, of a collective solidarity practices collective innovation force that we can bring back to life so that we know that we are not alone. And that makes it easier to share to the women that we're trying to help that she's not alone either. So that's the lesson to me.
Great, thank you so much. So in our remaining minutes, I'm gonna ask for your sage advice. In that we're at this inflection point of 10 years, and is there anything in the program you think, wow, this is great, and please make sure that you keep it? And conversely, is there anything that you're like, oh, that kind of sucks, we don't need that? Let us know, and so that we can, as I was saying to you, Preeta, be better and do better is always the goal. And so with that, Christina, the floor is yours in terms of what do you think works and if there's something you think doesn't work.
Well, I don't think that there's something in my mind right now to not work, but what works is just to focus on the legal aid that we are providing for women and girls, especially that my organization, the only Jordanian organization, have access to the women prison, and we do implement activity for mental health and psychosocial support inside the prisons. And we are the only organization that we are representing women in the court for free. Because we are all the board member and the staff in my organization, we are a lawyer and gender expert. So this is one of the things that work. Maybe one highlight just to focus more in Jordan on build the capacity on the reproductive health and more focus on the protection services more.
Daniela, how about you? What are your thoughts?
Well, I would like to highlight one important aspect of the program that is really transformative, the role-playing practices. Very often, it's the first time that a judge is asked to play the role of the victim, knowing some things that all the other officers in the room do not know. This is quite transformative and really powerful. And one thing that I would like to continue developing is our ability to build private-public partnerships as we invite the public system to come together as a network and participate in this Justice Institute. And for that to happen, we need to be able to produce reliable evidence, indicators, to prove the effectiveness of the program that we know is powerful, we know is transformative, but go beyond the very powerful stories and produce evidence that is able to transform public policies so that Justice Institute becomes a permanent feature of our system in Brazil.
Great. Yeah. I like that one. Preeti, what about you?
A lot of things again. So I remember the first one that I attended and I loved it because it was so difficult for us to get all duty bearers together, on one platform. And among those duty bearers, we got a lot of men, because whether we like it or no, men are in these power positions deciding for women and children. And I think it was such a great exposure for them. It was so important that, because in that same room, we also had caregivers, and many of these caregivers at some point of time were victims and survivors. And today they are caregivers, so they were listening, and subsequently we continued to be in contact, and we did see a lot of change in the way the judges were giving orders, passing directives, the way the police was performing when they were interacting with women. So I like that feature, and I think that should never change, get everybody, because I'm telling you, for a grassroots worker, it is very difficult to get all of them in a room and listen to each other. And, involving men, I think we should involve more men in this conversation, in these trainings, and in this dialogue. What I also like about this program is we discuss principles of practice. for me, that's very important, maybe because I'm a social worker by profession. Yeah, I just think we need to spell out and break down these principles of practice for people. And we do that in the Justice Institute. And last, just because we don't have time, I love the way we emphasize on self-care. You know, everybody who is supporting others who are experiencing violence, who are fighting for justice, those who are supporting them also go through a lot of trauma, you know. And I think acknowledging that, recognizing that, and doing something about it, you know, talking about the importance of supporting and self-care and well-being of caregivers, well-being of the stakeholders. I think these are three things that I would like to, you know, like to see happening, and, you know, we evolving around that.
Well, great. So Daniela, Christina, and Priti, thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time of coming here, sharing your insights, and dedicating so much of your time away from your families to do this work. And so, thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we're back. Isn't this amazing? I hope that you're just feeling as inspired and motivated as I'm feeling, because we have heard so many stories, amazing leaders. And next, I would like to introduce Vice President of Global Network and Regional Engagement at Vital Voices, Saba Corey.
Thank you all so much for joining us this morning and for joining us for this engaging conversation, the engaging conversations we've had so far. But specifically, the Voices Against Violence program, which is very near and dear to my heart, reflecting on the 10 years of just the work that we've done together and the lessons we've learned. And I'm very, very thankful to our State Department colleagues for all of their support. I now have the pleasure of introducing Ambassador Geeta Rao Gupta. She is the Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues, who brings great years of experience and expertise to her role at the U.S. Department of State. Ambassador Gupta has served in numerous roles, including Senior Fellow at the United Nations Foundation and Senior Advisor to Co-Impact, a global collaborative philanthropy for systems change, Deputy Executive Director at UNICEF, Senior Fellow at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, President of the International Center for Research on Women for more than a decade. The list is quite long. She has served on numerous boards and is recipient of many prestigious awards, including Interactions, Julia Taft Award for Outstanding Leadership, Harvard University's Ann Rowe Award, and Washington Business Journal's Women Who Mean Business. I welcome Ambassador Gupta to the stage.
Thank you so much, Saba, and good morning to all of you. It's an honor to join you today at the 3rd Annual Vital Voices Festival. I want to, in particular, extend my gratitude to Vital Voices CEO Elise Nelson for inviting me to speak and for the opportunity to represent the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues as we celebrate this 10th anniversary of Voices Against Violence, which I understand is called VAV. I hate these names that we put to things. The VAV program. In the previous panel, we all heard about this program's extensive efforts over the last decade to ensure survivors of gender-based violence have better access to services, protection, and justice. We're really proud at the State Department to co-fund this program. It's a joint effort led by the department's Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. And I'd like to recognize Shauna, who was moderating the earlier panel, Chloe, and Doreen, especially for their efforts here. And importantly, it's been implemented by a consortium of amazing expert gender organizations, including Vital Voices, and we heard from them a little bit before in the panel. Before adding my own voice to the chorus extolling the impact of Voices Against Violence and our broader partnership with Vital Voices, I'd like to take a step back and paint a picture of the context in which this program has made its mark. And to do that, I'm going to borrow a phrase that I'm sure you're all familiar with, which is, it's the best of times and the worst of times. Looking at the women leaders here and the gender champions that are gathered here in this room, as well as all of those who have participated yesterday as well as tomorrow, that what Preeti called the collective strength and the diversity of the sectors represented, both public, non-profit, and private, all of that makes clear that we've been successful in elevating and expanding the conversation on the importance of gender equality and bringing it into the mainstream. And that, I think, qualifies for the phrase, the best of times. But despite the increased attention to the topic, it's hard not to be disheartened by how little has changed in some areas and how progress towards gender equality has stalled and in some cases even been reversed in the past few years. In a period with the highest number of active conflicts since World War II, gender-based violence remains a systemic global problem that knows no boundaries. It includes violence in times of war and in times of peace, within the home and on the street, and now increasingly online. All forms of GBV, or gender-based violence, are rooted in structural gender inequalities, patriarchy, and a fundamental imbalance of power. A broad spectrum of abuse falls under the definition of GBV, but GBV in all its forms entails the use or threat of control or coercion or violence, whether that's verbal, physical, sexual, social, financial, that limits an individual's agency. GBV comes with a tremendous price tag in terms of human suffering and in terms of dollars. In 2016, UN Women estimated the global cost of violence against women at 2% of global GDP, which is approximately $1.5 trillion. Unfortunately, we have not been successful in uprooting any of the forms of GBV to date, not even the most visible, which is physical violence. However, that doesn't mean that we haven't made some strides. I'm proud to say that the US government's approach has evolved in many positive ways. When we updated the US strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally, which was released in December 2022, we learned some important lessons from the latest evidence, from extensive consultations with civil society, and years of partnership with survivors and many of you in this room. That is what grounds our own work through 5 guiding principles to take an approach that is human rights informed, applies an intersectional framework, is inclusive, addresses GBV across the life course, and promotes a survivor-centered and trauma-informed approach. It also prioritizes local leadership. We have also updated our approach to take on new and evolving challenges, such as technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And we're pushing our colleagues across sectors to integrate GBV prevention and response across all that they do, recognizing that we can't reach national security or development goals without addressing this human rights issue. We are committed to promoting a survivor-centered approach that is trauma-informed, non-stigmatizing, that empowers the survivor and puts the rights and choices of each survivor at the forefront of all actions and policy and programming processes, including in high-level decision-making roles. And one way to do that is through partnerships. And this is where I'm glad to share some accomplishments my team has achieved before I joined the department, working hand in hand with a coalition that included Vital Voices, the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security, Mina's List, and the Afghan women leaders from the US Institute of Peace and other local organizations. I share these accomplishments with you because my mother taught me that it is absolutely okay to brag in front of one's family. Because if you don't, you may find yourself bragging with outsiders. And that, she taught me, is an absolute no-no. And so in this room, within our extended family, friends and partners with whom the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues has worked so closely over the past few years to advance gender equality, I hope I have your permission to brag. Our office's partnership with Vital Voices was deepened in the crucible of the fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban in 2021. It was 2 years before I joined the office, so I'm bragging now on behalf of my team. After the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban, this coalition, Vital Voices, responded to the crisis by joining a coalition of Afghan and American organizations and individuals. And the purpose of that coalition was to identify, evacuate, and facilitate resettlement of high-risk women rights activists in Afghanistan. They included peace negotiators, government officials, leaders of women's rights organizations, judges that adjudicated cases involving Taliban members, implementers of US government programs, and survivors of GBV, among others, who faced daily death threats and grave risk because of their work and public profile. This coalition of civil society organizations, including Vital Voices and supported by many staff in our office, worked round the clock, literally round the clock. It was an effort that makes me proud and honored to lead this office today. The effort was successful in supporting the evacuation to countries of refuge, such as Albania, Greece, Turkey, and Pakistan, where the Afghan women leaders and their families awaited final resettlement. Vital Voices and Women for Women International were able to fundraise to support this urgent effort. The initiative assisted over 1,000 Afghan women leaders and their families who sought refuge and resettlement following the Taliban takeover. I want to stop and take a moment to recognize those who contributed to this enormous endeavor, including Vital Voices and our other civil society partners, Ambassador Milan Vivier, Bilkis Ahmadi, and my principal deputy, Kat Fotovat, who sits here, who helped start VAV as it happens. I don't want to get too far ahead of the experts on our next panel, but before I conclude, let me just say a few words about the US government's efforts to engage men and boys as a central component of our efforts to prevent GBV globally. Through lessons learned over the past decade, we found it is critical to drive forward a comprehensive approach to GBV that expands beyond focusing primarily on criminal justice responses to also invest in prevention, education, economic security, and changing of social norms. We're talking about a fundamental need to shift power, the dismantling of a gendered system that undermines the rights of women and girls, but also exerts strong pressure on men and boys to engage in forms of masculine behavior that reward dominance in gender relations. It's a normative framework of masculinity that an activist in Colombia called the macho sphere. This behavior is harmful to women and girls, and it is harmful to men and boys. Rigid notions of masculinity have been proven to have a detrimental impact on men and boys, for example, by encouraging behaviors that harm their health. And we know that men and boys who either challenge the prevailing damaging norms of masculinity and femininity or adhere too closely to them can also be survivors of GBV. Shifting those damaging and restrictive norms starts by engaging men and boys in a conversation to transform the definition of masculinity. Part of this conversation must include pushing back against the prevailing narrative that GBV, particularly conflict-related sexual violence such as rape, is inevitable in conflict settings. That is patently false. We have data that has shown that not all wars are characterized by sexual violence. We need to shed light on and ultimately uproot the deeply embedded gender inequalities and power imbalances, but also the narratives on masculinity and femininity that perpetuate the notion of GBV as an inevitability. Through diplomacy, policy, and programming, the US government is engaging men and boys as stakeholders, survivors, perpetrators, allies, and agents of change. This includes prioritizing early intervention and social norms change programs that promote healthy relationships and healthy masculinities wherever possible. While women and girls must remain at the center of and lead in the efforts to prevent the violence against them, men must join the movement as allies. The Voices Against Violence program offers a great example of this approach, as we heard in the panel before. Through partnerships with a diversity of stakeholders, including private sector partners, the program has been able to prevent and protect against GBV globally by partnering with non-governmental organizations like Equimundo, whose founder, Gary Barker, we will hear from soon. Since its inception, that particular organization has focused on transforming masculinities. And this program, the Voices Against Violence, has worked to engage men and boys as critical partners in combating GBV in communities. Before I cede the floor to our panelists, I'll conclude with a reminder that when we talk about men and boys getting involved in the global movement for gender equality, we're not asking them to do us a favor. Rectifying the power balance is not a zero-sum game. Gender equality benefits all. When you change the way women and girls experience the world, you change the way men and boys experience it. And that is good for all. It doesn't rob power from one to give to the other. It shares power with all. And there is plenty of evidence to demonstrate that doing so creates more peaceful, democratic, and prosperous societies for all. Gender equality is about women and men changing together for the better. Let this reminder bring us out of the Dickens winter of despair into what I hope will be a spring of hope. As we forge ahead to build a future free from GBV, let us be fueled by hope and optimism, an optimism that is drawn from our partnership with each other, knowing that we are not alone. I know that my entire team in the Office of Global Women's Issues is proud, fortunate, and immensely grateful to work alongside each and every one of you as we take this work forward. Thank you so very much.
Much for those inspiring words, Ambassador Gupta. That was beautiful. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome our next moderator for Voices of Solidarity, a discussion about engaging men and thinking outside the box in the important work of ending gender-based violence. Please welcome author, actress, and director Amber Tamblyn. She will be joined by Gary Baker, President and CEO of Equimundo, Marina Pisklaklova Parker, Vice President of GBV Advocacy at Vital Voices, Omaid Sharifi, artist and co-founder of Art Lords, 2024 Voices of Solidarity honoree, and Luis Almagro, the Secretary General of the Organization of the American States. Welcome.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here with all of you, and I feel like the ambassador just so beautifully set up. Gary and I were sort of in the back there going, well, I guess she just did it all, so we'll go hit up the bar. What a profoundly important conversation in a moment like we are in right now. And after what we've seen over the last several years, especially with gender-based violence rising around the world, and the thought and the opening up of the conversation around the vital importance and the role that men play in gender equality and in this fight that we are all so much a part of, or wanting to be a part of, or unsure of how to begin. So I'm going to jump right in since we have a sort of short panel here. And I guess I just want to start, let me think. I'm going to start with you, Gary. I'm going to ask you just a few questions. You know, you've been doing this work for 20 years. You've been engaging boys and men in gender equality work, sort of talking about behavior and all kinds of groundbreaking research on the attitudes of men, the actions of men, global programs, campaigns. I think it was just announced that you are one of the 12 people that Melinda Gates has given some nice money to. So will you just speak a little bit about your work and your advocacy and just what you feel is most needed in this moment, in this particular conversation?
Yeah, our conversation as Equimundo has been kind of a simple one, but it's hard to get across to lots of men, and I would say sometimes to women, that gender equality needs men, and that men need gender equality. And we think those two things can sit side by side. And what do we mean as we unpack that? So we do work really trying to figure out what are the entryways to engage men in this conversation where it feels like we have a place at the table, not taking it over, not being the only spokespersons there, saying this is a with, not an instead of. One of those is around the care economy, right? To say we need men doing more of the hands-on care work. And if we talk to men as fathers and caregivers, more of them want to do it. In fact, we would dare say from our research that if you get men to vote as if they were caregivers. If men voted as fathers, we would win elections on the progressive side of things, because men tell us they want parental leave, they want workplace policies, they want childcare, as much as women do if we ask it that way. So one is that, like, help fill the space that as we pull you away from harmful ideas about manhood, what are we pulling you to? Positive ones that have to do with caring, being cared for, being a caregiver. The other is starting young. A lot of our campaign work, a lot of our approaches, we're sort of starting when men are perhaps already in the workplace and we are calling you out. We have to do that. But there's a need to start far earlier, including with young boys, of what we mean by healthy ideas about manhood. How do we tell children stories? How do we get books out there? How do we get artists talking about this? How do we make this a normal conversation? And third, and that's the topic that Vital Voices does so much work on, is how do we raise boys and men to have lives free of violence, to separate out this, so much of how much we are raised as boys and men is about using violence, thinking it's okay. And it's so obvious, but we often don't use it in our programming. And I was thrilled to hear the ambassador talk about that, which is, it is men who have witnessed and learned and experienced violence who go on to use it. That's not an excuse, but it is to say there's a trauma lens that we need to put here to say, the manhood we're raised in causes us harm too. Different ways, different forms that we need to address it, but to acknowledge our stake in it by the fact that we've been harmed by it. A couple of points just of where we are, and I was glad to hear the ambassador bring up these points. We've got lots of young men in the world who are going backwards on views of gender equality. We are, just pessimistically, we need to say this, we're losing the overall battle. About half of young men in many parts of the world think that feminism or women's rights has gone too far. They're less likely than their father's generation to believe that gender equality is a thing the world needs. For those of us who have dedicated a couple of decades of our life, that is like really sobering, like how do we get up the next morning and keep doing this work? The other part of this equation is that 20 to 30% are ready to be allies, but we're not talking to them in thoughtful ways. Stepping in with compassion, believing they want to be allies, stop calling their manhood toxic. And flip it around and say, some men need to be called out, absolutely. And there's aspects of power and harm that we can call out. But separate out the individual men who are ready to be allies for us if we speak to them as if we believe you want the best in yourself and others. And so that's a hard one because many of us have worked with survivors of violence. We have worked on calling out men who still need to be called out to kind of separate, there are differences. And I think that's where we figure out that we engage men of saying, we believe you are already caring and connected, you want to be more. And as we care about boys and men, we find, and we've got data to prove this, that they care about others. So that's the equation that we're trying to work on.
That's beautifully stated. Omaid, your advocacy and your work as an artist has been really profound, and it has also sort of led to some of your own experiences with being targeted based on what you have, the ways in which you've shown up in your solidarity. After Kabul fell to the Taliban, you were one of many at-risk leaders who were forced to evacuate. And you've said, and this is why I wanted to speak to you next, based on what Gary just said, that this really wonderful quote, you've said that the Taliban is afraid of two major things, art and the women of Afghanistan, which is powerful. Wow. Can you speak to that and sort of tell us about your work and the work of artists in this moment?
Sure. Thank you, and I'm very pleased to be here. Halfway through the international intervention in Afghanistan, which was around 2010, I realized that we are doing something wrong with the issues of women's rights, human rights, democracy, and all of these beautiful terms that the international community came to Afghanistan after 9/11. And these were like, we were pushing the wrong people and we were paying the wrong people to do this work. Because we realized, once I was in a corner of Afghanistan in the west of the country, and it was a human rights workshop where we were talking about issues of women's rights, and a young guy came to me and told me that I would have had a PhD by the number of times and years that I have spent on these human rights workshops. And the way I was speaking with him, he did not know the basics of human rights, the basic principles of human rights, and he did not believe in it. So we were pushing and paying the wrong people to do this important work for us. And that realization was pushed me to find ways, very indigenous solutions that could really change attitudes and behaviors towards issues of women's rights in Afghanistan, in a very traditional society. And by the way, I was born, raised, educated, grown up all my life in Afghanistan, and this is the only time I've been out of Afghanistan. So I went through a lot of violence, and what Gary was mentioning, if men saw violence in their lives, they would use it sometime, but I did not. I went through one of the most violent times of Afghanistan when I was growing up, as a boy, as a man, but I did not choose that. It was completely the opposite of what my dad was doing, what my community was doing. So I thought one thing which had a lot of usage and I think a lot of value was art, especially public art. So how can you really bring art on the streets for the people who have never been to museums or galleries and they were in a violent society? How can you engage them to teach them about issues of human rights and especially women's rights? And that was bringing public mural paintings on the streets with the faces of women on all of these murals and the boys and girls artists painting them on the streets. And just imagine, to the surprise of people in my country, a man, a boy, anybody crossing by this beautiful street and seeing that women and girls and boys are painting a mural, a beautiful face of a woman, like you see in this building. We have a mural outside this building at the Vital Voices. So these were big murals on the streets of Kabul. And out of curiosity, they would ask, what's happening here? And then we would give them a brush and tell them, let's paint with us. And that is the moment that we would put a seed in their minds. That's the moment you would change their attitudes and behaviors towards issues of women's rights and talk to them about what women are going through in that country in terms of the tradition, culture, religion, and all of that, and how can they be part of the solution. So that's how we brought art as a solution to changing attitudes and behaviors of people about issues of women's rights in Afghanistan. And at one point, we had over thousands of murals across the country and many sessions of street theater, the gallery, and then art flourished with the theme which was very prominent, human rights and women's rights in Afghanistan. And people got used to this as being something very usual in their lives.
Will you speak just a little bit about your work with Art Lord as well, which is your organization, and sort of how the function of the artists that you are working with there and peers and sort of how they value and are doing this work as well in tandem with you?
So Art Lords started in 2011, and then officially the organization started in 2014. It's a decade now that we're working, and it only started in Kabul, but then it spread all over South Asia, in India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and a bit of Central Asia as well, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. And I had 53 artists, 7 offices in Afghanistan. At the moment that I left Kabul, I did not leave Kabul, they forced me out of Kabul. So 2021, we still had 7 offices, the gallery and thousands of murals in Afghanistan. We still have 2 offices in Kabul. We still continue to create art. I have 108 female artists who are creating amazing art. They're recording the history right now of what they feel in this gender slavery which is happening in Afghanistan. So that is happening. We are recording movies. We are documenting everything that's happening. We do have even exhibitions right now, although with a lot of danger. My artists are kidnapped, tortured by the Taliban. I've lost members of my team to this effort. 3 members of my team actually was killed in explosions by the Taliban. So all of that, but still that work continues. Art Lords is still alive, working in Afghanistan. We have a small office here in Virginia, a small office in Istanbul. They tried to suppress us, erase us, but Art Lords is spreading all over the world.
Wonderful. Marina, I'd love to throw it over to you to sort of talk about, before you worked here at Vital Voices, you have a legacy attached to you and your name and who you are. And, more than 30 years ago, you founded the first domestic violence hotline in Russia at a time when people didn't really talk about that, let alone, seek help and support. And I'm just curious, as the only panelist woman on this panel who has sort of done that gender rights work and that gender equality work, tell us a little bit about where you see things now and maybe what you're hearing from women world leaders and leaders who you speak to.
Thank you. Well, I'm on this panel also because I'm very proud working on Voices of Solidarity program within Vital Voices. And I consider that very important.
Yeah.
And it is important because we live in a patriarchal world. Resources, power are still in hands of men. And that's why we need more men to be more aware and to be on our side, because we cannot change, like women have been demanding change for a long time. But until men hear that, until men step in, not just allies, but equal partners who are aware, who are accountable, not because we want them to be, we keep accountability, but also because they understand it. Mm-hmm. We cannot change this world. We cannot, we will have over 150 years to gender equality. And so I think this is, it's not women, men, genders. It's also who are we as a community on Earth. Where do we want to take our lives further? Mm. And I mean, yes, I was learning as I, was going through my journey. When I started the first helpline, I was just a young researcher at the Academy of Sciences. I didn't experience violence myself, but I heard stories of abused women, and that motivated me to start this program. And as I was growing with this myself, I also, noticed that we can make a difference when men in power make a decision to be on our side. And it is very important, like, for example, a judge in one region in Russia decides that it is important to train judges on domestic violence. And he is giving me like 200 judges to train. And he sets up a program where judges are trained about domestic violence, recognizing early stages of domestic violence, to prevent escalation, to response as early as possible. Mm. And this is connected to not just decrease of domestic violence, but it affects the whole society as a result. It didn't help Russia, unfortunately, and but I do believe that it will also change. Now, what I hear from women around the world now at Vital Voices, yes, I work with women with our global network, and I am myself a Vital Voices network woman forever, because before joining here, I was always in network as long as much as I remember myself as an activist. I grew up as an activist together with Vital Voices, and the world is in a very disturbed place at the moment. We have a huge backlash on women's and gender rights. We have growing traditionalism in a bad sense of that, trying to push women back to like medieval in many places on Earth. And I think this is the time when men need to step in, especially men in power, men with resources, and show the example not just of popular talk. We've had enough, I think. We've had enough of correct political correctness, I think. We are beyond that. And I think the problems that we have today are because a lot of men in power were politically correct instead of really having intention to change something. And that's where accountability comes in. That's where they need to be accountable. Like, do you mean what you say? And how do you prove it with your action? Mm. And that's what we need. We need men in families, in power, at any level, any aware man, any man who wants better future for their children, any man who wants better future for themselves, to step in and, together with us, making this change, making a difference.
Yes, we need action over the allyship. It's
Absolutely.
Very, very important. Secretary General, we're honored to have you here. Thank you for being here with us. You're leading a major multilateral organization building cooperation among American leaders on key issues. Can you tell us about the work that you are doing? with OAS and also the historic partnership here that you have with Vital Voices.
Good. Yes, and it shows us that this work is a tough work, something that we are so far behind, and we are so far from the objectives that we need a practical transformation. So sometimes I don't know if I have to reset the world or to transform it, but to reset it maybe would be a better idea, because all these cultural imperatives that we have to deal every day, they are so retrograde, so fossilized, that are very difficult to move. It's very difficult to shake the structures. It's very difficult to shake the thoughts in the mind of the people. It is very difficult to shake their speeches. It is very difficult to shake what is their approach and what is their view of the issues. So, like the idea would be, I'm a radical feminist, and I think my objective is to transform every man in a radical feminist, and that is something that has to go, and we have to push in that direction, because you have to do like 300% to achieve sometimes 20%, 25%. And you take any of the pillars that we work, let's say democracy, access to right and equity, security, development, and what we have been doing, no matter how loud our voices have been, no matter how strong our actions have been, no matter how well financed our projects have been, I feel that we are behind what we were when I was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, let's say 13, 14, 15 years ago. Yeah. And these rights have eroded during this time. And so we have to start, we have to do a lot of micromanagement. I feel that we have been talking big ideas most of the time, but we forget to do this work, everyday work, that is talking to the people of your family, talking to the people in every street, talking to the people in your neighborhood, talking to the people everywhere. In democracy, civil and political rights, we can start in political parties, in the web, social media, and you see the violence, you see the discrimination, you see how difficult it is for a woman to survive in that environment, how hard it is to project their ideas, and how hard it is to achieve the results that they are needed to be achieved. At the same time, of course, security, for example, that is, we are the most violent region in the world. It counts like 34–5% of violent death in the world, with 10% of the population. And the main victims are women, everywhere, in every community, in every neighborhood, in every home. The victim is the woman, everywhere. And we have been addressing that, but we have not been able to move the needle as we need to achieve the result that we need to achieve. Development. Women are left behind completely. They are paid less. They are not considered for the relevant positions. They are not given the opportunities to start or to push forward a business. It is much harder for them, no matter how better they are sometimes. No matter how better they are sometimes. So access to rights, of course, is like you can count every right in the American Convention, and practically all of them. We are behind in what we need to do. So we need a transformation that is more than structural, because we fall in the trap of this political correctness that Maria said. So we just do the things that are symbolic, but they don't affect the structure. They don't affect how the things work. They don't affect the balance of power. They don't affect the speech. They don't affect anything. So no, if we keep working, keep doing the same, will never work. So we have to ask every man, all men, to be radical feminists, in the sense that we need transformative, affirmative action. If we don't roll over that with bulldozers, it will never move. Because it is not moving through political correctness. It is not moving at all.
You know, I'm going to move to my final question here. That'll be for all of you, but I'll just say, briefly, when we were in the throes of the 2017's Me Too movement, which of course was started by Tarana Burke many, many years before that, and the work we were all doing, there was a lot of pain, a lot of pain that was coming up for a lot of different women. And I remember the activist and actress Ashley Judd saying something that she had been given by a healer, which was that what happened to you isn't your fault, but once you become aware, you become responsible. And I think about this all the time, because I do think that there is a responsibility for all of us, and including this idea with men, to be a part of it beyond just, as the ambassador said, as a favor. So with that in mind, my sort of final question for all of you would be, what is your message to men who are still on the sidelines, or who are also might be just afraid or not know how to enter, given the political correctness of it all? How do we help them begin? Gary?
I mean, one, I'd say we've got to take this conversation online. It is where young men are hanging out. It is it is not this online world versus offline. It is where they're living, where they're connecting, at the risk of mansplaining the manosphere. I mean, it is where they're finding connections. And it's, I think we look at that with kind of deep fear, and we are demonetizing some of the most harmful spaces, but that is not enough. We've got to step in there with an understanding of the lives they're living there, why we're losing not only the battle for feminism, but also in many countries, we're losing the battle for democracy by young men's voices and who they're finding online. That said, we've got to step into that conversation without panicking. How do we step in there and say, I see your sense of confusion, particularly which young men do we see gravitating toward the most harmful spaces? Guys who feel they have no economic future. They are essentially saying to us, what about us? Do you see us? And if you don't, we know who does say they see them. And so I think, our battle for this, and I'm with you on the radical feminism, is to say, we see you, young men. We've got a space for you, and we want you to join your voice together with the young women out there who are demanding equality, as they should be. So that's where I see this moment of hope. Young women are demanding equality in ways we've never seen before on our planet. Young men, I believe, can be brought into the conversation as well if we see them and step into there with compassion.
Beautiful. Marina?
Well, I believe in men. And I mean, yes, I worked with gender-based violence for 30 years. So it's like the worst that can be. And of course, most of violence is perpetrated by men. But when I worked with actually perpetrators of violence, and I saw how they can transform, like a very funny story that taught me forever. I was here in the United States on one of observing the programs working with perpetrators. And men allowed me to be in their space. And as my payback, they could ask me any question after that. So, and these are men who are court-ordered for their violence, for the transformational program. And one of them asked me, do you have programs like that in Russia? I said, no, that's why I'm here. I want to learn. And he proudly said to me, well, we here in the United States started fighting domestic violence long ago. And I'm like, wow, he views himself as a part of the solution. And that's where the hope is. That's why I believe that men are part of the solution, actually much more significant part than us demanding it. Because we may be demanding forever, but until we are heard. And I believe that if we are in a conversation, if there is no fear and if there is trust, we together can find all the solutions.
Wonderful. Omid.
Thank you. In my part of the world and the people, especially the young men, we have a very famous saying that it says the Afghan men, especially the political and the elite, the civil society elite, they want democracy and human rights for the daughter of the neighbor. It's a saying in Persian and Pashto, meaning that what they preach, they do not practically do that. Like they do not want this human rights and women's rights for their own family members, because you don't actually see an Afghan politician, many of them who would bring up their wives, their sisters, their family members to the arena that they could actually support this. They would just say talk, they're just talking. And then the young people do not believe these talks. So you actually have to be these role models. And I think for us, strong men in my part of the world, I think they have to really be those role models, come up and show them what you really mean. And this started for me from a very young age. I grew up with a lot of strong and compassionate women in my household. I have 5 sisters, my mother, my beautiful wife, my daughter, all these strong and amazing women. It really gave me a chance to learn more about this and also show the people in my family, in my surrounding, in my community, which was very violent society, to how you really respect the woman and how to really support and not be an obstacle. At least if you're not supporting, don't be an obstacle. So that's how we approach it in my part of the world.
Secretary General.
It is very annoying to talk to men about this. It's like, and of course, men are a big cowards, and that is the biggest thing. Their fear. They fear that they have to move from where they are. They fear that they have to resign some interest that they have. They fear that their career, their promotions, or their economic power will not be the same. And so we have to make reality those fears. And those fears, they start. I am father of 7 children, 4 boys, 3 girls. Some of them, they are very grown up these days. And the competition starts even at home. And that is where you have to start promoting this challenge, because my boys, they don't want to give up. And they have to give up. They have to give up. They have to resign. And that is, it happens in every office, in every political party, in every community, everywhere. And it is like, it shouldn't be a moral dilemma. It shouldn't be a dilemma about this. It should be only one way possible. Yes, men, they have to resign to their positions. Yes, men, they have to give power away. Yes, men, they have to be moved from where they are. And that is big, and we cannot leave it, because the gravity, and you see it in every classroom everywhere, the gravity is too strong for this. It's like everything falls there. So it can only be done if really you do something that is based on imploding the whole system, and the whole system has to implode from your home to everywhere, from your office, from everywhere. It cannot be done without this implosion, because men will not give their power. And for example, and people will hate me for this, and it is fine that they hate me, and I agree. It's time to find a successor. I'm running my last year here at the organization. So it is very clear that my successor should be a woman, by all means. So far, there is countries, they are not moving to present a woman candidate. They are locked there. And I have the same problem when conforming a cabinet. I ask countries, and every country, even those that they are promoting gender equality, in political correctness terms, they appoint a man. They appoint a man. So if it's how we make this implode, how we make this gravity completely be completely destroyed, and how we can do, but we can only do it with a really, as I said, a very affirmative action, and there how we shake them. It is very annoying, as I said, to talk about men, to men about this, but then we have to be more annoying, and definitely much more annoying than they are.
Yes.
The change will only be happening if we are more annoying than what they are. And being annoying means that, okay, we cannot accept anything like it is presented, because it is not going the right way.
Well, we could talk about this all day. I'll say here's to the great implosion. May it continue on from here. Gary Marina Omaid, Secretary General, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
that it's almost the end of the morning, but we still have another panel. So for now, for a conversation exploring gender and caste, Please join me in welcoming Vital Voices Vice President of People Operations, Marilyn Edmonds-Bowser, and Jessica Dutt, author of Coming Out as Dalit.
Hello, everyone. It is so good to be here with you on this festival week. We are thrilled to have this conversation. I'm really honored to sit here with Yashika. You have really brought so much light to a conversation that is so important and often difficult to have. We've been chatting a little bit backstage about the importance of having these conversations, even though you may not necessarily have all the words to say. And so it's often easier to just be quiet versus have a clumsy conversation. And sometimes, you know, it's important to just be brave. So I appreciate you for coming here to talk about a really important issue. As a Black woman leading in a global NGO like Vital Voices, the weight of my history and legacy here in America often feels like a burden, but also a beacon of hope. I know you feel similarly, and though our struggles are from different continents, we have a shared legacy of resilience and strength. And so I'm excited to talk to you about that a bit more today. In your book, which we will have a book signing after this talk in the library, but in your book, Coming Out Dalit, you talk a lot about violence against women. And you talk about how the violence against women is a global epidemic, and specifically you dig into it from a Dalit woman perspective. Here in America, violence is not just physical, it's also institutional, and it's deeply embedded in the fabric of many of our institutions that we are a part of. It's a violence that tells Black women, Dalit women, and others living on the margin in subtle ways that you are other. You are not a part of. And it's shockingly normal to the point where it's almost invisible. I think a lot about that, and I've thought about it in reflection after you're reading your book and thinking about our intersections from the Black liberation struggle as well as from the Dalit struggle. And you highlight in your book some of those key challenges, and I've reflected on it from my perspective, and it is the silence that allows powerful abuses of women in our institutions. It's the underfunding of our healthcare initiatives and our health research. It is the glass ceilings that we all have encountered in our career paths. We know that achieving gender equity is a distant goal for all women. Current estimates put it around 130 years. We know that that fluctuates. And the situation is even more dire for women on the margins, including Black women and Dalit women. So these caste systems really assign us a specific worth and a place at the bottom of these societies. And really, in your bravery in writing Coming Out Dalit is something that is truly a revolutionary act. It's coming from behind the shadows and saying, I refuse to be silenced, I refuse to be hidden. And it's a declaration that your voice and your story matters, and I am so honored to be here with you today.
Thank you.
Marilyn, that was really kind and generous, and I am so honored to be in conversation here with you. And before I get into some of the prepared remarks, I want to thank each and every one of you. It's lunchtime. You've been here since morning. So thank you for sticking with us. We promise it'll be worth your while. Thank you for the reminder how our struggles are interconnected and how solidarity at this time is not just needed, but absolutely crucial for us to move forward. I'm so grateful to be in this space with so many of you incredible and powerful leaders who have not only transformed the landscape of gender, but have also lived the truths that so many of us speak about. As a Dalit woman, someone who comes from a manual scavenging caste that lies so low at the bottom of the caste hierarchy that its name is constitutionally banned in India. I know acutely what it feels to sit on the intersection of marginality, which the mainstream feminist movement often tends to leave behind. Dalit women in India are among the most oppressed. But in a country of 1 billion+ people, where inequality, unemployment, and hunger are at an all-time high right now, what does it even mean to be among the most oppressed? It means that even in spaces where women are perceived as worthy or significant, you, I, will always be considered lower, dirtier, physically untouchable, rejected into the dregs of an already marginalized class, and considered incapable of anything other than servitude. It means that men, both from dominant castes and those from your own community, will think that they have the right over your body, your freedom, and even your ideas. It means that when violence takes place against you, and it inevitably will take place against you, no one will believe you. And you will have to stand outside the police station for days with your entire community of at least hundreds of people to even get a complaint registered, like it happens to countless of Dalit women across India almost daily. And that the perpetrators of unspeakable crimes against you will eventually get away easily, and in fact come back to further violate you as a punishment for raising your voice, like they did to a Dalit woman in Haryana in 2016, who was raped by five men and was raped again 2 years later when they were released on bail. It is not simply that Dalit women are among the most violated and oppressed in the world. It is that their violation is so normalized and accepted by the social orders around them that they are punished when they retaliate against the sanctioned brutality they experience on a daily basis. Just last night, news broke about a 21-year-old Dalit woman in the Indian state of Madhya Pradesh who was systematically punished for pursuing a sexual assault complaint, something that she was not supposed to do. Not only was her brother lynched in broad daylight as a penalty for her refusal to back down, her mother paraded naked and beaten in public, her uncle who witnessed these events was also murdered. And just 2 days ago, May 26th, as she accompanied his lifeless body back from the hospital, she too was killed. If this sounds familiar to many of us, that's because it is. So many of our stories, although occur in different parts of the world, are painfully familiar for the patterns they follow. Somehow they never fail to retain their heinous depravity. Whether in the United States, where Black women are killed without impunity, in Congo, where systemic mass rape is a tried and tested tool of oppression, Palestinian women facing among the worst consequences of the ongoing genocide, or Dalit women being paraded naked as a form of control. Our struggles are interlinked. And it is time we realize that our solidarities must follow too. in the immortal words of one of the most influential civil rights activists, Fannie Lou Hamer, none of us are free until all of us are free. And it's time we recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I am just so moved by your words and your bravery. How can we go about, how can the mainstream feminist movement go about better addressing the needs of women on the margins?
I think when I said earlier that I sit at this intersection of marginality where feminist movement tends to move without us, I was speaking from experience. The Indian feminist movement has been extremely powerful. You know, we've had incredible women who have been able to make a mark in the global space. But if you look at that, almost all of them have been from a dominant caste. And why does that matter? That matters because while they might be speaking about caste, the voices of Dalit women are not often centered. So I think it is important to be in spaces like these and to push ourselves beyond the comfort of what has been normalized and accepted. 40 years ago, the ideas that we currently often hear about, and this is not here, but everywhere in the mainstream feminist movement, those ideas were radical 50, 40 years ago. For them to be radical now, we need to keep pushing forward. We need to keep talking about people who are not convenient for us to talk about. We need to talk about women across the world who are facing servitude, who are facing slavery, who are facing indentured labor, folks who work in mines in Congo, especially young girls as young as 8 or 9, women and young girls who work in Egypt collecting flowers that go into the perfume making of the global industries that we see today, or Dalit women. You know, we are not expedient, we're not convenient, we don't look like many of us. We look different, we speak differently, we don't belong in these spaces. But for us to center their stories is extremely important. We have to push ourselves beyond the convenient truths, beyond what is acceptable, beyond a mainstream liberal version of feminism. We have to talk about how Palestinian mothers are giving birth in hospitals without any kind of medication, how they're facing extreme brutality, and it's inconvenient to talk about, but we have to center that truth.
Thank you. Vision 2030 for Vital Voices is to impact the lives of 1 billion women and families. And so we know that that can only be achieved through collective action and solidarity. Can you talk a little bit more about, in your view, about the importance of collective action?
I think solidarity has to be front and center, like I said, especially at a time like that. Collective action is vital because we have to understand that all of us are at different sections of caste, class, race, background, financial situations. And we have to be able to use and wield those positions to be able to speak for folks who might not be able to do that. I am a Dalit woman, and I talk about my caste. I come from a manual scavenging family. In plain words, I come from a community of people who clean human excrement with their bare hands. But you see me sitting here today because 2 generations ago, my grandfather was able to break that cycle of caste-bonded labor. He was able to get a government job, get educated, get his children educated, and so on and so forth. It took me 2 to 3 generations to still be able to come to the US. But we are not in that cycle any longer. There are women who are still trapped in that cycle, women from my own family, who are still going and cleaning toilets with their bare hands. And it's important for me to be able to center their voices while acknowledging that I don't speak for them. I have my own positionality, but I still have a level of this overused word privilege. And I think it's important when we speak about the collective that we center conversations that we can have without feeling shame, without feeling that, oh, I can't speak for them, but how do I bring their voices into spaces that only I can enter?
When we think about gaining access to these spaces, and I apologize, all of this is off script, so we haven't talked through these questions, but it's important for us to really elevate this conversation. When we think about gaining access to these spaces, we often hear that, you know, when you get a seat at the table, can you really make change at that table? And also, I think people are now really grappling with, do I want to be at that table in the first place? How do you respond to that?
This is a really difficult question because, especially in this moment when I wouldn't even say our opinions are divided. I think we see the world differently. And it's very difficult for many of us to reconcile with the fact whether we should be in those spaces. And I thought about that as well. But I think it's important because you never know whose lives you can touch, whose minds you can change. It's important for us to be in these spaces and to push the conversations. If we just assume that the conversation is one kind and our voices will not be accepted, let's put ourselves on the line. It's possible that maybe we are in those spaces and we say something that's not convenient, that's not the convenient truth, and we are never called back, and that's okay. But we made that voice heard. And I think the way I think about this is that even if I'm here one time, I'm here twice, I'm here 3 times, I will make sure that these conversations keep happening and that they're not forgotten. And I know that many of us, all of us, who are in these spaces are driven by an incredible amount of passion, are driven by an incredible amount of tenacity and resilience, and also a desire to change things. So when we speak clearly, organically, truth to power, those conversations touch a lot of people, and you never know the impact you might make.
Thank you. I encourage you all to stop by the library, continue this conversation. It's such an honor to be here with you, and I look forward for many more conversations to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're gonna break for lunch. And you know that we have these amazing vendors. There are bus trucks outside with food, but there is raining. So you can, they're gonna help us and you can order the food, and we can take the food and eat it in the 3rd floor. So if you can just collaborate with us, because they came all the way here and they're out there. So we're gonna arrange how can we make it happen.
Any of the food from the food trucks, you can come to myself and my colleague. We're going to be here in the lobby, and we'll coordinate to get your food so you guys don't have to get in the rain. And we'll have it sent on the 3rd floor. Okay?
Okay. And we will be back. Yes. Wait, I just want to see the time. 1:45. Okay, 1:45. We're going to continue with these amazing panels. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. To start us off this afternoon, we're turning to a challenge that Vital Voices increasingly hears about from the network around the world. And that is the issue of online violence, especially against women who raise their voices and speak truth to power. To lead us in this conversation, please welcome Bradley Miles, who is currently the Senior Advisor for Innovation at Panorama, and previously spent more than 15 years as CEO of Polaris Project as one of the world leading voices in the anti-trafficking movement. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. After lunch, can we welcome the panel? And we are thrilled to be addressing this subject with you all today. It's such an important subject, and we have a phenomenal group of panelists who are all leaders and authors and have so much direct experience. So this is quite a powerhouse panel, and I'm very, very honored to be on the stage with all of you. And the backdrop, just to share and to set the stage, is that we know that women and girls are predominantly affected by online violence, and most online violence is directed at women and girls. And we'll also hear about how women and girls are leading solutions to the issue. And I've come to this issue. I spent 20 years working on the issue of combating human trafficking and building the country's national human trafficking hotline. And then we began seeing how trafficking survivors are also experiencing online violence. And so I pivoted into this space and have been working at an organization called Panorama Global, where we've built this coalition called the Reclaim Coalition that works on image-based abuse and deepfake abuse and that particular aspect of online violence. But this panel is much broader than that. We're going to be looking at different parts of the issue. And I'm very, very pleased to introduce our 5 panelists who came from different parts of the world, from London and Houston and San Francisco and New York. But just starting with Camille. Camille is the Senior Director for Trust and Safety at Niantic and also a professor at Columbia University. So Camille Francois.
Thank you for having me.
And then also the co-founder and CEO, Nina Jancowitz of the American Sunlight Project. Then Seyi Akiwowo, who is the founder and CEO of Glitch, coming in from London. So thanks, Seyi.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Bea, a global HR leader, speaking about AI and HR and other issues. So Bea, welcome. And then lastly, Lucina D'Ameco, Vice President of Room to Read and co-founder of #ShePersisted. So we're going to dive in. We have some questions for each of the panelists, probably 2 or 3 questions each. We'll hear from each of them. We also have questions that they could all speak to. And then I don't think we'll have time for questions from the audience, unfortunately, but hopefully from what we'll cover, you'll hear most of the questions that you'd be interested in as well. And then some chance for the panelists to speak to each other and their experience. For example, Nina and Camille just led a piece of research that you should have a handout on your seat if you'd like to read, and we'll get to that in a second. But first wanted to focus on a particular aspect of digital harms. And Lucina, if it's okay, we start with you. You are a gender policy expert and a women's rights advocate. You've founded #ShePersisted. You're tackling the issue of digital harm specifically against women in politics globally. Can you give us a sense of the problem overall? How does this issue of digital harms uniquely affect women in public life? And then, as we know, so many people are voting in elections around the world this year. When more than half the world votes this year, can you speak to what impact social media might have on women candidates specifically? So, Lucina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be here among so many friends to talk about this important issue. So I've actually interviewed some of the women that are here in the audience for some of my studies. Over the last 7 years, I have talked with over 100 women leaders in more than 30 countries around the world. And what I have witnessed has really been the incredible rise of all kinds of digital threats against women in politics in particular. Threats in the forms of disinformative narratives and gender disinformation, in the forms of online abuse, ever more threats in the form of deep fakes and doctored images used against them to discredit them, to make them less viable as candidates, to try to silence them and bring them out of the public life. Those attacks feel very personal for the women, but we must remember and understand that in fact those attacks are actually very much politically motivated. In reality, the people that attack the women aren't only after those individual women, they are after women's rights and the issues that they stand for, human rights and democracy. So truly, we must see those attacks beyond the impact and the harm they do to the individual women, including women candidates. We must see them as a major problem for democracy. In fact, digital threats against women in all those forms truly represent an early warning that democracies are at risk, that women's rights are at risk. We see this very clearly because the women that are mostly impacted are truly the ones that are at the forefront of the most important battles of our times. The battle for democracy, the battle for human rights, the battle for sexual and reproductive rights of women. And those are the women, in fact, that anti-rights movement are trying to silence. I think that something that's also very important for us all to understand is that this isn't happening by chance. This is happening by design because of social media platforms that aren't exclusively replicating the hate that already exists in society. They are creating a lot of new hate through recommender systems and algorithmic preferences that truly bring hate at the forefront, that bring fake information and disinformation, horrifying images at the forefront of everyone's dashboard, and represent a modifying behavior for people, as Maria Ressa puts it. So this is something very, very important to understand. I also think something important to understand is that there is plenty that can be done about it. And I know that we'll get into solutions later, but I don't want anyone to leave this room with the idea that this is a battle that we have lost. This is a battle that we are just beginning to fight and that we're gonna win.
Do any of you all want to jump in on that? Or is there anything that came to mind? Shay, I know you've been in office as a candidate and as a local city councilwoman. Does that resonate with your experience? I just wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, for my sins, I still call myself a recovering politician because it is a lot. But I think that it is a huge threat that we are trying to engage and inspire the next generation of women, and actually women who are in their older age, to get into politics, to get into democracy. And then the biggest threat now to their livelihood, to their wellness, to their well-being, to their kids is not being addressed. It felt like we're setting up women to fail. It felt like a cliff edge. And I'm concerned that we are not learning the lessons from all the elections that we've had since I was elected in 2014. And I'm concerned that we've got the busiest year of democracy. We just got our election called in the UK on the 4th of July, which is, I know, a holiday here as well. And I'm really, really concerned that we're not understanding how harassment takes place, how violence takes place. And now you've got things like nudified apps where I can take a photo of you right now and I can upload it onto one of many websites that exist or apps that exist thanks to Google and nudify you and put that out there. I'm really concerned about deep fake technology and synthetic technology that will cause women candidates to be even more vulnerable. And I'm really, really concerned that political parties are not playing their role. So I completely champion everything that you've said, but I don't want people to leave this room thinking that we don't have options, that we don't have opportunities. We really, really, really do. It's designed that way to make us feel powerful, but there are so many great civil society groups that I've seen grow over the years, and Vital Voices providing this convening power is what keeps us sustained.
Nina, do you want to jump in? You know what it's like to be targeted for countering disinformation and defending the truth. You have that lived experience. And for those who don't know, can you tell us about that experience to the extent you're comfortable? I know that's a sensitive subject and a sensitive question. And then how it's shaped the approach to what you're doing. And then the research handout that everyone has, you and Camille just teamed up on this amazing research. Can you also speak to that as well in terms of the landscape of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, key findings, things we should take away, things that are kind of the main headlines that you want us to know? So, Nina, over to you.
Absolutely. Well, it's really nice to be here. I had the honor of being at the first Vital Voices Festival 2 years ago. And it was a really interesting moment in my life. My second book had just come out, How to Be a Woman Online. I was supposed to be here doing a book talk. And a couple days before, my life had blown up. I had been appointed to a role in the Biden administration focused on countering disinformation. And when that was announced, folks on the fringes of the political spectrum started to attack me, attack the work that we were doing, all based on lies. They said that I wanted to censor people. That's not very interesting. But what was shocking about the whole thing were a couple of instances. One, almost immediately, my family and I started to get death threats. I was about 34 weeks pregnant when the news broke that I was going to be leading this new body in the administration. And by the time I came to the Vital Voices Festival, I think I was like 36 weeks pregnant. I remember huffing it up the stairs, getting to the lovely room on the top floor where I was doing my book talk. And I remember sitting in this beautiful kind of like sunroom you all have up there, almost in tears, because there was a room of incredibly engaged young women out there waiting to hear me talk about my book and how to stand up to bullies online, and I felt like I was about to crumple. I had just been on the phone with a journalist who had said some horrible things about me, and I said, "You do realize I'm getting death threats right now?" And he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry," which is, it doesn't cut it, right? People don't realize that their words have consequences. So it's been 2 years since that. My kid's turning 2 on Monday. We're all fine, but it has been a difficult 2 years. And in addition to the death threats, I've had deepfake porn made of me. Again, I still get threats regularly. I've had to engage 5 different legal teams to help me through various challenges that have come my way. And the idea is to keep women out of public life, right? I ended up resigning that role in part because the Biden administration didn't back me up, which was the second shocking thing, that they just were not prepared for this sort of attack. And my message to all the governments that I have interacted with since, and frankly, I say this to my friends in the administration still, when you have a woman or a person of color coming into a role that has any sort of public-facing element to it, you need to start to expect this, and you need to be prepared for it. So Brad, you asked how it affects my work. You mentioned my organization, the American Sunlight Project, which is a brand new advocacy organization here working on countering disinformation and bringing transparency to some of these discussions we're having around countering disinformation, because there's a lot of falsehoods and untransparent behavior being flung around. And one of the things that I provide for all of my staff, and we're small right now, so it's a little easier for us to do this, but I make sure they all have anti-doxing services so that their private information can't be leaked. We have a very forward and proactive looking security policy where we're monitoring for their names or any security threats to the organization. And again, we thought of that at the first instance rather than having a reactive policy. I know we've got an HR superstar here, so I'm interested to hear Bea's thoughts about this as well. But that has been something that's been really important to me. And you'll see on your handout, number 5, governments and law enforcement aren't giving targets of tech-facilitated gender-based violence the support that they need. If you run an organization, whether it's a newsroom, an advocacy organization, a think tank, whatever, you need to be thinking about this as well, because it can and probably will come for you if you're touching anything remotely close to politics. The second way that it's affected my work is that I kind of bear, I would say, a little bit of a burden in terms of educating. So 2 weeks ago, I was at a conference where I was sitting at a lunch table with people who had very different life experiences than me. Most of them were men. And I talked about what had happened to me, and one of the older, white, middle-aged guys at the table listened to my personal experience and the way my family had to navigate death threats and that we still got them. And he said, but Twitter's great. I talk about AI and basketball on Twitter all the time. Nobody hates you on Twitter. Twitter's a great place. And I turned to him and I said, with all due respect, I think we have very, very different experiences online. And it is exhausting to constantly have to bare my soul to educate folks, but I think that it is important work because it is a reality of today's lived experience. So that's part of what I try to do in my advocacy as well. This piece of work is ongoing. This is a little prelude to what will be coming out later this summer. Camille has been a huge help with it, and my co-author on it is Isabella O'Keefe, who's a researcher at Oxford. We just tried to identify here some facts about TFGBV. The first fact, I think, is that a lot of people don't know what it is, right? So we need to do some key education work. Events like this are so important for that. In addition to that, I think one of the biggest problems that we face around the world is that in our review of legislation dealing with tech-facilitated gender-based violence, we often are dealing with laws that aren't fit for purpose. We are trying to put a square peg into a round hole. So as from my personal experience, I have a cyber stalker. When I took him to court to get a protective order against him, I had to use domestic violence laws to do that. We need laws that are fit for the digital age so that when we go to the police, when we go to lawyers, we're met with understanding instead of confusion. And I think that's one thing that comes out from the research, certainly. And I'll leave it to Camille to talk about some of the tech specific interventions that we need to see happen to really mitigate this problem.
And what jumps out at me, so many things of what you're sharing. One is how your lived experience impacted the way that you lead an organization now about putting in place all those safeguards, and that so many organizations may not realize they need to put in place those safeguards. And the fact that you're leading on that now of like, here's the anti-doxing, here's this forward-leaning policy, I think that's something that so many organizations can take a page from that lesson. But also it just strikes me that if you talk about people made deepfake pornography of you, but the laws aren't fit for purpose, there isn't yet a federal law that addresses the creation of non-consensual deepfake pornography. So those people who are making that, which is entirely against your consent, against your will, they're not actually committing a crime. So that the fact that that hasn't yet made it to the level of priority in state legislatures, federal legislation.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up too, because that's another area where the laws aren't fit for purpose. Not only do we not have laws against NCII, non-consensual intimate image sharing, whether deepfake or not. Generally speaking, there's a revenge porn law at the federal level, but for deepfakes, the picture's murky. The thing that a lot of deepfake victims use to get the deepfakes of them taken down is copyright law.
Yeah.
And in my case, they used my DHS portrait to train the image, so I did not own the copyright to it.
That's not your copyright.
Nope. So again, I mean, it's just there's loophole after loophole, and I think we need to think proactively, not only in the policies we make as organizations, but in the laws that we make as well, and think of women when we're making those laws.
And Shay, you led the effort in many ways on the UK online harms bill, which is a country that has created a major bill. But just to say, over the last 8 years, you've mainstreamed the conversation of gender digital rights. You have your book, How to Stay Safe Online, in addition to Nina's book, that similar titles almost, like How to Be a Woman Online, How to Be a Safe Online. And then you founded Glitch, and then you campaigned for the UK regulatory legislation. So just if you can speak to, in a post-tech regulated world, living in the UK, what are the remaining glitches? What are the things that still haven't been fixed? What are the areas where the laws aren't fit for purpose? But even just summarize kind of the UK online harms bill as one of the countries that has created a major comprehensive law, thanks in large part to your work and many others. But I think the UK has been a leader in this space, and just can you speak to that? And then after that, we'll come to Bea and then to Camille.
Yeah, thank you. I think that question is really important because those that are able to have regulation, I think it's now our responsibility to keep pushing against the mess, against the yuckiness, and keep imagining a different reality, a different way in which we can use tech. So I've been in this game for 8 years. I know I don't look it. And it has been a whirlwind. I've seen through monarchs and prime ministers and different tech ministers over the years to try and get a regulatory framework. And in 2022, I just come back from sabbatical. I remember everyone saying to me, oh my gosh, are you really going to leave the online safety bill, the online safety bill? I was like, it's still going to be there when I'm back. And it was. I mean, I've had staff have a whole human and still have to work on the online safety bill. That's how long it's been. And I remember it being 2022, and finally we were one step away from it becoming an act. And there were 252 pages regulating tech companies for the first time properly in the UK. Children were mentioned 153 times in the bill. Women were mentioned 0. We were going to have the world-leading legislation on tech companies, and it was going to miss out on 50% of the population. When we know that women are 27 times more likely to be abused online than men, when we know that black women are 84% more likely to be abused online than white women, we know these stats. We've had these big campaigns, Me Too, R. Kelly. We talk about it in the media, but yet we don't have any legislation that says, women, you are human, offline and online, and we're going to protect you. As you can see, that activated me a lot. And so we galvanized and worked with in a coalition. Like, yes, I can say that we were kind of spearheading this, but we could not have gotten to that finish line if it wasn't working cross-party, cross-sector, with people, yes, that may be fighting on certain elements of the bill, but our greatest thing that we had in common was that we wanted a risk assessment to say that any new tech product, any new tech company had to go through a systemic risk assessment of how this would impact or cause or amplify violence against women and girls. Very, very simple. We finally got there. We have this bill. And this is why I think it's really important for us to know that these things do exist and it's possible. But what is next? Now we can start having a conversation about tech policy, education with a framework. I've been saying for the last year that I think we need to start having a tech policy based on joy. I think tech safety or online safety is the minimum. In the words of Lauryn Hill, baby girl, respect is just the minimum. We need to be asking for more. We need to be in the rooms where tech is being created. I mean, the fact there is some bloke out there that thought, yes, post-pandemic, do you know what the world needs? More naked women. We don't need any more tech bros being able to experiment with tech. We don't need any more algorithms that make it even easier to harass and start these coordinated harassment campaigns that we've seen way too many women face. We need to be able to see tech for good, safety by design, tech that is about protecting our young girls to be able to dance freely online without being scared that there's some pedophile watching them with a fake account. Parents not feeling the pressure to have to now learn how to use Snapchat, TikTok, then the next Xbox game and FIFA and all of that. No. How do we now empower our next generation through taxation of tech companies? Because why should they be the only industry that is not taxed? Ring fence that in a tech tax policy and put that into digital citizenship education. So we all feel empowered to have rights online, dance, follow Idris Elba, listen to music, as well as our responsibility to ourselves, each other. We've got an election coming up for many countries around the world. What's all of our responsibilities to make sure candidates feel safe? That we're role modeling behaviors that we want to be seeing. And I think this is the next conversation to be having. Yes, we've got the safety, but what about joy?
I want to live in that world. Are you sure you don't want to run for office again?
Move here, Shay.
Yeah. But what's astounding to me that I've learned from your work and from so many others is just the new Nudify apps that you described. 100 of those new apps were launched in 2023. Like there was a few in 2017, a few in 2018, a few in 2019. They just exploded last year, right? Deepfake pornography that you talked about, Nina. There's a group called My Image, My Choice, which I think partners with Glitch. They did some research and they found that more deepfake pornography videos were created and posted online in 2023 than all the previous years combined.
And 80% of deepfake pornography is centered around women. It's disproportionately impacting women. It is created, designed to, they've now tried and like wish-wash around the law and say, okay, yeah, you can change the eyes of people and you can like change the color of things. But that is just a mask to this being designed to keep women feeling dehumanized and not being able to take their full place in society, offline and online.
Yeah, and something happened in the last 12 months where those technologies hit a breakthrough and hit like a hockey stick moment. Like they were kind of limping along for a few years and you had to have like 8 computers and you had to have all these zoom-ins of the person's face and you had to have like a computer science degree to make this stuff. Something happened in the last 12 months where those technologies just exploded in how easy they are. Camille, I'm gonna jump to Camille and then to you last, Bea. You've worked in trust and safety. You've worked at multiple tech companies. You're leading trust and safety efforts in various places. This is your specialty. As you hear Shay speaking, kind of what's coming to mind for you and what changes are you pushing for now? What can the tech industry do about this problem from kind of the perches where you've sat? And also, what do you think tech leaders in particular should be doing to stem the tide of disinformation?
That's a lot of questions.
That is a lot. We've got 4 for you.
That moment where somebody turns to me on the panel saying, Camille, you work on everything that's absolutely horrible from the internet. Tell us how we got there. And because this is indeed the work that I do, that's the weird job that is mine, which is online safety, caring for how do we see, how do we understand, how do we mitigate, how do we measure those online harms. What you said about joy really resonates. And it's interesting because when you look at my field, people who work on online safety, a lot of people who end up in that field didn't want to be Dr. Disaster of Silicon Valley. And are tech optimists. A lot of my colleagues got into Silicon Valley, got into working on tech because we saw that tech could be fun, because we think that dancing online can be fun, and that some technology can provide this element of magic, and that there are tech for good projects that are worth exploring. That being said, to your question of like, what can we do? I will say, today we stand at a particular moment of tech companies' ability to handle online harms. And one of the ways to think about this moment is to think about one of the sort of specific crises. We touched upon it a bit. Nina, thank you again so much for sharing your story. I will say that's a detour, but sometimes when we hear Nina's story, we can think that this is abnormal. It's not. The only thing that's abnormal is the immense courage that you're displaying and have displayed throughout this entire experience in talking about it. And your dedication into both showing the solutions and shining a light on the underlying mechanisms. But that's unfortunately a set of experiences that so many people are going through. And we talked about doxing being weird words, and it's frankly less and less. And when we think about 2024, I think about all the campuses and students and professors who suddenly had to wake up to, okay, what the hell's doxing? Why is this on my desk? And what do we do about it? And that, unfortunately, is happening in a specific moment of Silicon Valley where we see a lot of those online safety efforts going backwards, not going forward. One of the ways I said where we can think about it is, for instance, taking disinformation. Disinformation was a particular moment of crisis for tech companies. A lot of that happened around 2016, right? There was a sort of big blind spot shaped like a Russian troll farm, where a lot of tech companies were like, oh, okay, yes, online disinformation campaigns are a thing. We didn't see this one coming. We're going to have a lot of problems. We need to address this stat. There's a series of congressional hearings. And that was sort of a moment of reckoning. 2017, you have sort of a moment of immense creativity. We need to tackle this problem. We need new people, new teams, new tools, new policies. And that doesn't give us a picture of what perfect looks like, far from that. But it gives us a sense of what an effort looks like. And in 2017, I have participated, I was blessed enough to help shape what Silicon Valley and online platforms willing to tackle a harm looked like, what meaningful resources could do, and how, frankly, an entire field could structure itself to say, okay, what if we took this seriously for a minute and a half? Now, of course, the problem is that it did last, you know, in the grand scheme of things, a minute and a half, because it continued towards 2018, towards 2020, and since 2020, we have seen the dismantling of these efforts. Concretely, that means some policies that says we're no longer going to accept that on our platforms have been rolled back. Some of the teams that had been hired to work on these issues full-time have been fired. Some of the tools that people were using, including researchers, to document and to research these harms, have been dismantled. And we stand in this specific moment where we're like, okay, well, we knew what effort looked like. We see those issues becoming more and more important, more and more prevalent, and yet it's very clear that the ball has dropped, and then, you know, this type of effort is no longer happening. So where are the levers, you know, that we can seize to actually reignite those efforts? We talked about legislation. That's absolutely a big piece of it. I'm very excited about, I know this is sounding like not a lot of excitement given what I just said, but I actually think that my field stands at a very important moment, the field of online safety. And notably because, as to your point, there are a lot of things that are happening in tech right now where we have new entrants, new players. This is no longer a world where social media is essentially like Twitter or Facebook. We have a lot of new platforms. AI brings a lot of harms, but also brings a lot of potential solutions. And we have new players who are able to actually have a meaningful impact on these issues if we tackle them in the right way. So in the report that Nina and Isabella are working on, there's a lot of focus, for instance, on what app stores can do. Turns out all those Nudify apps are against the App Store terms. And Apple and Google could just say, okay, we're going to remove that now. Frankly, they do. But mostly they do after investigative journalists spend a lot of time writing complex exposés. Like the 404 media team, for instance, came to Columbia University, shared some of this work, and they said every time we write something, the app stores take stuff down, but also we're not going to do this forever. Like this is kind of tech platforms' job to do. So that there are definitely levers. I'll say the other thing that's important here is the building of a field. And it's the right moment for us to structure the methods, the principles, to bring this accountability and transparency. That's a lot of the work that we're doing at Columbia. Now that we know a little bit about online safety, it's time for this to leave the backstage of secret drawers of Silicon Valley. It's time for us to publish, hey, risk assessment, what a great idea. This is how we do it. This is what we've learned from how cybersecurity does it. This is how we do it on online safety. This is something that looks like a good idea on paper, but this is what we learned, that this was a terrible idea in practice. So many of these in Silicon Valley. And to do this work of creating the field and of recruiting the next generation, which is, again, why what you said on George really resonates, because we're not going to be able to recruit the next generation of online safety leaders by saying, hey, terrible, terrible stuff happens on the internet. We feel like there's very little we can do about it. Do you want this for a job? You know, like not very inspiring. However, there is a lot of things we can do about it. It is fascinating. There's an entirely new future we can invent. And there's absolutely a whole new generation of leaders who are coming to this field of online safety with the intent of making the internet better and a more joyful place. So, well said.
Thank you for that. Really well said. Bea, coming to you. So Camille, you talked about some of the harms of AI, some of the promise of AI. I think, Bea, you're immersed in that as it applies to HR. And you've been looking at the negative effects that artificial intelligence can have on diversity and inclusion efforts. What trends are you seeing at the intersection of AI, women, and the workplace? And then also, when you talk about algorithmic bias, and then how does that look in practice? What ways are you seeing certain algorithms are blocking women's access to opportunities? So, over to you.
Thank you so much. I need to make a parenthesis before answering your question. And this is because Mexican elections are happening next Sunday. I am Bea Gasca, and I was persecuted for supporting searching moms and women survivors of violence by the current candidate of Morena Party, Claudia Sheinbaum. As you, all my personal information was leaked. I was doxxed by her, And I decided after this attack to exiliate myself to United States 2 years ago. I don't want to miss the opportunity of raise my voice in this space, that it's safe, that it's international. And I just want that the world knows that Claudia Sheinbaum persecutes feminists. And I hope the best for my country in a couple of days. So with that being said, let's move to more joyful things. So artificial intelligence. I want to share with you first some facts that I've been discovering, because this is so new and that really we cannot find, like literacy about it yet, that it's already proof or analyzed. But facts are that we have a systemic discrimination as women with artificial intelligence. And let me give you some actually simple, maybe silly examples about it. But if you put into ChatGPT to show you a person, just put it, show me a person, there's very, very likely that it will show you a man, right? And then if you put engineer, there's also more likely to be a man too. The other day we were playing a little bit with the ChatGPT, because this has a lot to do with our opportunities and how we are being discriminated from them. And we asked this artificial intelligence to put a football fan, just like that. Guess what it popped up, like a man, a white man actually, with a European football t-shirt on it. And good news are that you can program AI. So I answer the computer and I put, not all football fans are men or Europeans. And then in the next image, it shows up women from Brazil. So it was not bad. Actually, my ChatGPT, my personal account, it's a radical feminist. Yesterday, I swear, I was waiting for my plane to come flying from Houston to DC. And when I open it, it says, because she knows, well, I think my chat is a woman, obviously. So she said, good and feminist morning, we won't go back. That's how it starts. So, I mean, you can train your artificial intelligence too. How to overcome this algorithm, because it's so natural, because it was programmed mainly by men again, So we need to invest in women training for sure. It's a fact too that AI training has a lack of representation. It's also important, and this is a personal suggestion, to regularly monitor AI results, to audit the results. As a headhunter, it's normal that when I try to search a specific profile, normally it threw me a lot of men profiles. But if I audit this constantly, I request and I demand my team to present at least one woman per position, and then I force the algorithm to work in our favor instead that against us. Involve human oversight. It's always important. AI, it's very useful, but we are still humans. And the other day also with a friend, he told me Bea, I don't know what's happening with AI, but every night I said good night to my ChatGPT just in case they will conquer us. That they will say, at least he's a really nice human being. Operators of algorithms, if you know any, please, they need to train themselves on develop a bias impact statement as well. There's another term that I want to share with you, and it's algorithmic hygiene. Who we are leaving out when using AI. If you immediately feedback the AI about this mistake, it will reproduce a new answer that might not have this bias. Last but not least, nearshoring. Nearshoring, it's been a great tool that might also support AI. How does it work? Basically, is that you can hire a woman in need that is based, for example, in Mexico, but that she's very professional, bilingual, etc. And with all this technology, she might be able to work remotely, and that is going to provide them with more opportunities, but also to take care of their children, having better job opportunities, etc., etc. And AI is related with this because you can supervise your teams through all these really nice and excellent programming that AI facilitates. So it's challenging to put AI into our lives, but if we do not sit at the table with AI, then someone else is going to be there.
Mm. Those are some really, really fantastic insights and really practical. We're almost out of time, so we're just going to do a quick rapid fire at the end, maybe 30 seconds each, of what's something that you want people in this room to take away, actions that people can take, concrete steps that's kind of top of mind that you'd like for everyone to take from this. Maybe kind of, Latina, start with you, and then we could all jump in and go from there, but just what's top of mind to kind of really give people something concrete to take from this?
Thank you. Yes, I think it's important to understand that in the same way that things are the way they are by design, they can be designed and should be designed in a different way. And with great power comes great responsibility. So we've been talking about the apps and some of the horrible apps, including, some of the small ones, and we should go after them. We should also really go after the big platforms that advertise those apps, because you can go on Google right now and Google the best deep fake porn, apps, and you will find a list of recommendations, and you will find really easy access. Same for Facebook. I have found so much trash against women political leaders in even open Facebook group, let alone the trash that's happening and that's being seen, and the horrifying images that violate their own terms of service in closed groups. So I think we must understand that platforms can do better. They already are being requested to do better, and in some contexts we see some advancements. The e-safety commissioner in Australia helps people remove harmful content against them, that is bullying against them, that is abusive. So there is legislation and there are institutions that can help. The Digital Services Act in Europe asks platforms to do systemic risk analysis, to really make sure that they know about the risks posed by their products, the products that they sell us, that we are consumers of, that they know about those risks and act, because guess what? They have known about those risks for a long time. Whistleblower after whistleblower, so many of them women, have told us. Meta knew that Instagram harmed young girls, and they didn't care. They decided to go ahead with it anyhow. So I think it's important for us all, as consumers, to demand better from platforms, from us all, as citizens, to demand better from lawmakers that prioritize our own safety, our own joy, our own lives online and offline, as opposed to the profit from platforms that right now are monetizing out of misogyny, hate, and the worst things, that are harming society.
Nina, over to you.
Just very quickly, the title of the forthcoming paper, unless it changes, which I don't think it will, is It's Everyone's Problem. We often talk about tech-facilitated gender-based violence and online abuse in women's spaces, but my challenge to everyone here is to bring that challenge to the other spaces that you're in, whether those are your democratic advocacy spaces, your civic tech spaces, the men and boys in your lives. This is not just something that is a special interest, right? It affects 51% of the population at a rising rate. And we all need to band together, not just in these little insular communities, to address it. And that's why I'm so grateful for the convening power that Vital Voices has to bring these groups together. A lot of us have met before, and I'm sure we will meet again as we are joining together to address this, but we all need you to take that out to your communities as well.
Thank you. Camille.
I'll bid on that. It's true that they are vital voices, both in the literal and in the metaphorical sense, who are doing this work in research, in tech, at regulators. And we need to lift them up and to be in community with them. Because as you've heard from this panel, it's not always easy work. And that practice of, again, lifting them up and being in community, I think plays a huge role. The second thing I'll say is when we think about all of this, sometimes there's a temptation to just be like, unplug the machine. Just cut it off, smash the screen. And I get that. But I will say, if you can find it in you, I highly encourage you to go and tinker with these systems. Go and play with AI, and then connect with others on what is it that they're doing with it. Because as we do this, we see the harms, we contextualize them, we get a sense that, in fact, I don't think the machines are going to take over the world tomorrow, although saying goodnight is lovely.
Just in case, just in case.
And we get a sense of how it's used. For instance, I've asked my students this semester to be very detailed in disclosing how and when they're using AI in their papers. At first, they were like, nobody's using AI in their papers. I was like, come on, guys. It's OK. And then it became super fascinating. They would just like add a footnote saying like, hey, I'm English as a second language, and I used AI to smooth out the sentence. And I don't think it's getting grammar right, so I gave up. Or other footnotes. I tried using AI for this. ChatGPT gave me terrible results. I moved to Anthropic. And sort of that moment of probing and trying and being hands-on with the technology, I think is really something that we can and should continue to do. And again, that will help us sort of contextualize both the promise, to your point about like, let's get people building the tech future we want, and some of the real harms and limits of these harms, right? Like be more informed too about what's out of all the hype cycle on what AI will and won't do, which ones are immediate, and which ones are sometimes distraction.
Bea, do you want to build off that?
Sure. Doxing, it's violence. I urge every leader to create policies that can regulate doxing or at least influence on the creation of these policies. When I was doxed in this terrible episode of my life, I was pregnant. No, sorry, I was not pregnant like you. My son was 8 months old. I was feeding him. And I just remember how stressed I was that day. It was in September 2020, the 28th. It was the last day I could feed him because of the stress. Wow. And if you're a woman, how difficult it is to get there. So it's not only about injustice, it's about how it affects women and girls to do not have this kind of protection.
God, I'm asked this question all the time of what's the one thing, and I wish there really was a magic bullet. So I'm going to be a politician and summarize it in one and call it digital citizenship education. That is what we need. We're having women on the front lines in politics, in leadership positions, who are facing online abuse every single day. They need to be equipped with digital self-care and self-defense so that we're not I feel like that meme that goes viral where the man's sweeping the sea, right? It's like that. We're saying, yeah, let's get more women into leadership, and then they leave because it's this sieve because we're not keeping them safe. So we need to make sure that women are feeling empowered to be online while also doing tech accountability. I would urge every single one of you in this room to volunteer yourself to be a digital ally this year. That can be to be a young person in your life, and I call that a social media godparent, right? Be that responsible adult. If you're somewhat on the youngish side, right? But be that person's older friend, auntie, rich auntie online, right? Be that person's confidant, because young people are really, really struggling, and parents can't do this on their own. And you can be a digital ally in supporting candidates, and I would also say supporting Black women who are standing, right? DEI is coming to an end. We've seen the Black Square Summer post George Floyd, and people no longer caring about Black lives, right? So it's about us saying that no, centering Black women's voices in democracy is important, and that you can help by reporting online abuse. You can help by all of us having page policies in our digital citizenship education programs that we deliver to women in politics. We say, you can have a page policy which says this is the kind of content and interaction I'm going to be okay with. And if you are being hypercritical, you're now being offensive, you're now committing these kinds of acts, you will be removed. And if you want support as your candidate or as your representative, you go through the offline formal route. And I think it's about these skills and these tools to help women feel like they've got agency online, but they can't do it on their own. And that's why I'm encouraging all of us to think about how can we be in community with each other intentionally and responsibly as digital citizens.
Awesome. Please join me in welcome and thanking this amazing panel. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And we're handing it back over to Carla.
keeps getting better and better. And for the next session, you're about to receive a very special gift from Vital Voices Chief Operation Officer and Wellness Coach, Faida Fuller. Thank you very much.
Greetings. It's such a pleasure to be here and share space with you. I'm Faida Fuller, Chief Operating Officer. I'm a meditation instructor, an Ayurvedic health instructor, and a wellness coach. So today I'm offering you the gift of self-care. So let's get settled. Get comfortable in your seat. Get your feet firmly on the floor. And begin to lower your gaze or close your eyes if you're comfortable. And bring your awareness inward. Feel your presence in this room. The temperature against your skin, the scents in the room, the sounds in the room. Feel the seat beneath you. Feel Mother Earth drawing you to her. Deepen your awareness to the vibrations in the room. The vibrant, divine, feminine energy in you and all around you. No matter your identity, your gender, we all possess divine, feminine energy. Let's collectively tap in. Feel your body, your entire body, all of the processes and functions your body does for you with no effort on your part. Invite gratitude for your body. Your awareness to the breath, the life-giving force, the inflows and the outflows of your breath. The quality of the breath, the coolness as you inhale, and the warmth as you exhale. Feel your breath expand your body and release. Find those areas of your body with constriction and tightness and allow the breath to release those areas. Perhaps it's in your jaws, your neck and shoulders, your back, your belly, your hips. Allow the breath to release any restriction in your body right now. Rest in the breath. As thoughts or sensations come into your awareness, gently acknowledge them and smile, then let them go. Returning to the breath. Rest in the breath. Begin to take the deepest breath you've taken all day and let it go. Again, the deepest breath and let it go. One more time, deep breath and let it go. Keeping your eyes closed, silently repeat these affirmations for wholeness. Joyful, energetic body. Loving, compassionate heart. Alert, reflective, liberated mind. And lightness of being. Begin to welcome movement in your fingers and your toes. Gently moving your body with ease. And as you're ready, you can lift your gaze or open your eyes. And as we begin to come back into activity, I'm with gratitude for sharing this space with you, this mindful moment. Namaste.
Wow, that was really beautiful. Thank you so much, Faida. And for our next panel, Rising Again, Stories of Transformation After Trauma. You know, we all know that we shouldn't have, a favorite children or a favorite sister, but you're going to be so lucky that the person that is moderating the next panel is one of my favorite persons in the whole world. One of the best human beings that I've been so lucky to cross in my path. She is the SVP Leadership and Social Impact at Vital Voices, my dear friend, Zoe Dinsmith. And she will be joined by Jessica Minas, founder and CEO, I'll Go First. Rosanna Shack, Executive Director, Touching Humanity in Need of Kindness, Think. Ariela Suster, founder and creative director of Sequence. And Soraya Chemaly, author, activist, and feminist. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Carla, for that beautiful introduction, and thank you to Faida for that incredible meditation. How are you all feeling? Good. Okay. Open hearts for this next session. So this is going to be about transforming trauma into transformation, transforming life. And in Vital Voices, in our work, so many of the women that we've worked with do the work. Their activism, it brings a lot of trauma, and they do transform as a result of that. A lot of their leadership transforms because of that trauma that they've been through. And I'm so excited to introduce and have a conversation with 4 remarkable and very, very different women who have such different experiences in this work. I'd like to start with Ariela. So Ariela, you're driven by turning crisis into triumph. You're a serial entrepreneur, and you describe your business as being fueled by an extraordinary sequence of events. So can you tell us a little bit about that story and what led you to starting your organization Sequence?
Yes. So like you said, I think for me, I started my business as a personal mission that I turned it into a business. I grew up in El Salvador during the Civil War, and my family experienced violence firsthand, you know, from shootings in our home to car bombs to my brother being kidnapped and held for ransom for a year, blindfolded and handcuffed. And, you know, for that whole time, there was a lot of things that happened, and a lot of trauma and a lot of really dark experiences. I left El Salvador and went to college, and it took me a while to figure out what I was going to do and how I was going to turn that into something that was positive. So I started Sequence, my company of handcrafted jewelry and accessories. And we employ mostly young men in El Salvador who are at risk of joining gangs, who live in very violent communities. But when I first started my business, you know, I had worked in fashion for many years, and I thought, you know, maybe I'll start this business and women will come because it's all fashion and it's accessories. And very quickly I found out that it was mostly men, and a lot of men were coming to work at our workshop. And we had set up our workshop in what was gang territory. And, you know, for a very long time, for the first years, I sort of was processing my own trauma. And through my work, I was finding that healing. And I think 3 years ago, and as I was telling you yesterday, it sort of switched. It took me a while to like really understand why I was doing this work. 3 of the young men at my workshop got arrested. I think the only people who knew were Vital Voices, because I called them right away. And they found proof that they were involved with the gangs. They were doing extortions. They were selling drugs at my workshop. And then we had the police raid the workshop, and they arrested 2 more. And so it came to me, what had I done wrong? You know, and I remember thinking, like taking so much responsibility and then understanding more about what background do they come from, and understanding their stories and their stories of trauma. And it wasn't just about me. Now it needed to switch, and it's about them. You know, and I think I shared with you yesterday, after that, I completely changed the business model. I completely changed the strategy with Sequence. We had to close and reopen. We still had to produce all these orders, and these guys were working from home. But now, you know, I sit down with each one of them and learn about their needs, their challenges, and it's so rough, you know. Now I don't question why was it my responsibility? It's more understanding, you know, there's a reason why they make these choices. And, you know, now I understand a lot. I think it's still a journey for them to live in an environment that there's so much pressure being a young man with our current situation in El Salvador, where a lot of these young men are incarcerated, even if they're not part of a gang. So I think, like I shared with you yesterday, it has turned into a work that healed me in a very deep way. And now I'm so thankful to be able to, you know, sit down with these young men and have something that we can connect. And hopefully they'll sit here one day, they'll be invited to speak here one day and say that they've gone through, you know, worked at Sequence and healed, or, you know, gotten more opportunities.
Thank you. It was such an interesting revelation to hear about how you went from that navigating personal trauma to looking at community-driven trauma and how it impacts on everybody's lives. And it'll be interesting to see how your business model continues to evolve with that in mind. I'd like to go next to you, Soraya. You're a journalist, an author, an activist. Your first book, Rage Becomes Her, looks at how anger can be a tool for social impact and social good. And last week you published a new book, The Resilience Myth, which takes a look at grit and how we can use grit to address trauma as well. Can you share a little bit about why you wanted to write this book and share a bit about that resilience myth?
Yes. So the first book that I wrote, Rage, really came out of my experience as a journalist and a feminist. The panel that was just here before, half of those people I've worked with for about 15 years as an online activist, fighting for freedom of speech for journalists and politicians. And that's relevant because it became very apparent to me in about 2010 that if you were a woman advocating on behalf of girls and women, that the tide, the quality, and the nature of the threats that you received online had a scope and a reach and a resonance that simply couldn't exist before. And so through that process, through sort of 2010 to 2016, when we had our election, what was so evident was the differential treatment of people's rage. Men, generally speaking, the only emotion they can access freely is rage. And that same emotion is denied to women, but it's the signal emotion. It's the emotion of injustice. It's the emotion that tells you that something's wrong. And so when we sever it from the notion of femininity, we sever access to all of that information and action from girls and women. And that was clear in our election in 2016, when the men that were running for office could look unhinged in their rage and leverage populist rage. We see that all over the world. Whereas women candidates can't do that the same way. And what are we expected to do? We're supposed to be resilient. We're just supposed to soldier on. And we're supposed to do it without complaining and without expectation. And what I said in the first book was that you have to self-care when your society does not care for you. And the idea in that book was that we have this negative concept of rage, so let's talk about what's good about rage and why we should understand it. Not so that people are filled with fury, but so that they can be healthy, so they can process emotions, so they can make change, and so that we can push back against stereotypes in the society that affect us politically, professionally, and interpersonally. In this book, I'm taking a notion that's supposed to be good, resilience, and I'm critiquing it to say it's hyper-individualistic. It's overtly violently masculinist. It's rooted in colonial imperial ideologies, the worst of capitalism's aspirations, and we fold that into ourselves. And we're supposed to, in fact, mainly as women, enact this form of resilience, not on our own behalf, but so that we can be resilience resources for others. We can be resilience resources for children, for men, for parents, for the economy, for the political system. We're just infinitely flexible. And so it's a pretty deep critique of Western Enlightenment values.
That's amazing.
That's what that book is about.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to you, Jessica. You created I'll Go First to share stories of healing and to really empower people through storytelling. And you believe that no matter what a person's journey is like, they can rewrite their story for good. So can you tell us a little bit about how you got into this work?
I'm just thinking about, Soraya, what you just said about anger and this part about rewriting the story. I often have people say, well, do you want it to be something different? And I say, you know, owning the good, the bad, everything, owning it, that in itself is an act of rebellion and resistance. So
yes,
thank you for championing the anger, because that is so core to recovering from trauma. I started I'll Go First after working for a long time with human trafficking survivors. I often found if they could not articulate their lived experience, then they were not able to get the services that they so desperately deserved. And no matter how much effort we put in, if we don't have the ability to speak for ourselves, then we are limited in how much support we can receive. And so I've been doing that work for about 10 years, and I found myself in rural Cambodia, and I had been an educator on human trafficking and sexual violence for a long time, in high schools, colleges, and it was easy because I was talking about something that was removed from myself. I was talking about an issue, and I didn't have to be like really, I didn't have to put myself into it. And I was with a really good friend of mine who does activism work as well, Annalyn McCord, and I suddenly got an email. I mean, we were in the middle of a field, and And we were with survivors, and the email asked me to come share my personal story for the first time. And I was like, no. There are plenty of things that I can think about doing outside of sharing my personal story on a stage. And I said this to Anna Lynn, and she was like, well, you're always telling everyone else that they can rewrite their story, that they can own their story, that they can find healing. What are you doing about it? So I sort of had this like rebelliousness come out of me, and I was like, well, fine, I'll go first. And I had no idea what that was getting myself into. I came back to the States, got to the speaking engagement, was so nervous that I didn't even know what to say. The person who introduced me to stage was like, so did you write your speech? And I started crying because I hadn't even put together like, oh, right, I'm about to go be on stage. And so on stage, I ended up talking a lot about my struggle with suicide ideation, which was a form of escapism, flawed for sure, to cope with my trauma. I grew up in a very abusive household filled with addiction. And afterwards, I had what Brene Brown says, a vulnerability hangover. And I mean, friends came, I invited everyone, which I don't know why, looking back, I would invite people to come hear about all my red flags. And, and afterwards, a young man approached me, and he was the last one. He had been waiting to speak to me, and he came up to me, and he was like, oh, can I talk to you? And I wanted to run out of the building, so I was like, sure, sure. And he was like, my name is Watson. I can't believe that this conversation today was about suicide ideation. And I was like, I know. And he was like, no, you don't understand. This morning I woke up and I decided that I was going to kill myself. And as a last-ditch effort, I saw that this speech was happening, and I decided to come. If you can do it, then I can do it too. And I was like, that is the power of going first.
Thank you. Rosanna, you've been very focused on bringing healing to women and girls in Liberia, and you've brought a lot of your nursing experience into the work that you do. Can you share a little bit about the work that you did during the Civil War in Liberia and how that experience has helped you shape the organization that you now run?
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Vital Voices for this opportunity to share my story. I would not have been where I am today if Vital Voices had not come in when they did in 2010 to back my effort. During the Civil War in Liberia, it was something that I just could not grapple. I mean, I was in shock that we were actually killing each other. And being a nurse, we wanted to be able to respond to stories we were hearing about sexual violence, about the trauma of families watching their loved ones killed. Women had to bury their children, their husbands, and all of that. And so we did a documentation of what women and girls went through during the war. And out of that, I said, I cannot sit and have all this information of trauma, severe trauma, and not do anything about it. And so that is how I first started with rehabilitation of child soldiers. When people hear about child soldiers, you think about boys. But we had more than 2,000 girls that were formally disarmed by the United Nations. And I said, no, we have to do something. And when I gave my idea to bigger organizations, they said, oh, no, it's just too expensive. Oh, no, you can't do that. And I said, well, I have to, because I cannot sleep knowing these kids are vulnerable. And if we do not rehabilitate this generation, our country is going to go down the drain. And so it is out of that that we were able to get in, rehabilitate child soldiers, and then we went into the second facet of the work, which was sexual and gender-based violence and human trafficking. I was shocked when this trafficking in persons unit from the United Nations team came to look to see if we had safe homes in Liberia. safe home? No. And when she started to explain how she found some girls in a club, I just could not believe my ears. And so we, networked with church groups, Samaritan Spurs, other groups, a small network, and were able to get the first group of trafficked girls into the safe home. And after that, then we were able, after they were repatriated, to open it up to sexual violence.
Thank you. As you can hear, there is some really phenomenally interesting and challenging traumatic backgrounds that you come from. And one of the things that we think is really important as we think about how we support our network leaders in Vital Voices is to make sure that you are taking care of yourselves so that you can continue to do the work that as the best person that you can be. So the second half of this conversation is going to be about self-care and asking you to share some of your practices in self-care that keep you really well balanced as you do the work. And I'm going to steal a minute, and I'm going to go first with this one. So in the first COVID year, I got breast cancer due to all the anxiety of that year. I'm sure you all remember exactly where you were during that first year. And for me, there were a lot of things going on. And so I have, these are fake because the real ones tried to kill me. What I did to counterbalance that was a number of different things. I moved from Washington, D.C. to Colorado. So I live in a beautiful place where I'm able to walk my dog every time I get a little bit stressed. Occasionally I take some anxiety meds, but it's really about making sure that everything is well balanced. And the other important thing is that I'm much more courageous in speaking my truth and not holding things close to my chest, which is why I had to get rid of what was on my chest at the time. So I'd love to come to each of you to share how you manage your self-care. Ariella, I'm going to start with you again. Sure. We had a very interesting conversation about this last night.
I don't know if we'll go there, but... okay, no. Thank you. I think, for so long when I was doing this work, I struggled with anxiety. And I sort of was like, it was there, and I was able to cope and show up, do speaking engagements, continue my work, go to El Salvador, fly back to New York. And then, but it wasn't getting better. And I think that my wake-up call was one day going to a yoga class, and I remember walking out of the yoga class where we had meditated, we had done all this, and walking out and standing outside of my apartment and had a horrible panic attack. And so it shocked me. I didn't understand, I'm doing everything, I'm meditating, but it's getting worse, and it progressively got worse. And I was so ashamed. I didn't want to take medication, and also I didn't want to talk about it. It sort of started to put me more into like social anxiety. And I finally told a friend, and I said, look, like I'm really struggling. Like I don't want to go like that route of. And she said, there's alternative therapies. There's something very different. And I opened myself up to something that was very different, and it started to work. And it was something that probably I wouldn't have thought about. And it was something that I think, looking back at how my life was going and how bad it had gotten, that it like saved my life. Like I think that now when I think of how I take care of myself and think about if somebody's struggling like this with anxiety, to know that there's different routes and that there's different treatments, and that there's no shame in talking about it, and there's no shame in looking for help, and not the ways that we think. So I think that you told me like what would be your call to action, and I think it's tell a friend. I think that just having the courage to tell the truth and to not hide it and continue to like push it down, I think it was my first step to taking action. So.
Thank you. Soraya, you have a very different approach to this topic.
It's not really that different, actually. And listening to both of you, what's really striking to me is that all of our world is built around dualistic ideals. And resilience, for example, our type of ideals of mainstream resilience are mind-based: mental toughness, grit, perseverance, optimism. And that's really dangerous and harmful because, in fact, it is rooted in this idea that the body is base, bad, weak, fragile. It's a profound ableism at the core of that dualism. And in the framework of that dualism, you also end up with black and white, persons, non-persons, strong, weak, et cetera, et cetera. But what we've lost in the process as an entire culture globally that is working largely under this paradigm through power is the ability to have integrated selves, to experience resonance with the world, to understand the ways in which our regulation of self is a regulation of time, which is also really important to concepts of trauma and healing. And so, for example, when you talk about breast cancer and stress, a lot of medical scientists who already have a problem accepting that women exist as subjects, they would dismiss that as saying, well, your emotions certainly can't affect your breasts and the growth of tumors, which is bullshit. Yeah. Right? And so we now have a better understanding of that. Or when you talk about wanting, for example, I'm going to put words in your mouth, to be strong and not take medication. I have that experience, right? I shouldn't need medication. I should be able to be mentally tough enough to do this. That's another form of adhering to this concept of personal strength. And so I feel that I had to myself learn, and I don't have backgrounds like you. I have various forms of trauma, but I would honestly say that the trauma I experienced was really the trauma of being a girl in a very violent, colonial, patriarchal world. It was the trauma of saying rape is terroristic and being laughed at, but knowing that I didn't have freedom and didn't have safety and didn't have respect. And so if you sort of fast forward to this idea that how can we self-care as a woman, it wasn't until I was in my mid-50s that I thought, I need to be able to ask for help. I literally need to be able to trust that other people can care for me, because my role in life, and I think most women can recognize this, is to care for other people. And that's fine if you too are being cared for. And I've had the great good fortune in my life to be surrounded by people who love me. Really wonderful parents, wonderful siblings, wonderful spouse, delightful children. And still, I am depleted and exhausted in my personal life and in my work life by norms, just by life. And so when I took on the work of documenting, analyzing, reporting on, and advocating around violence against women, that meant vicarious trauma, insidious trauma, all of these other things, including, frankly, the trauma of waking up in the morning and starting work and getting, you know, rape memes sent at me for saying things like, maybe we should let boys wear pink socks, you know? And so I just think it's important that in that concept of self-care that we cultivate in girls and women the understanding that we have the right to be cared for with reciprocity, and that we have the right to rest, and we have the right to unapologetically say no. And the meditation is wonderful, I meditate, but it will never be sufficient because we really can't self-help ourselves out of these political situations.
Thank you. That's a common theme with all of you when I chatted with you earlier, was the power of saying no. Rosanna, I'd like to come to you for your thoughts on self-care.
Yes, thank you, Zoe. Self-care for me was something like, it's a dream, you know? How can I sit back and not do something? I just have to be doing. No, I do not have to keep doing. You know, you have to say no. And so the second part of my life, after the war, I decided to join the political race to get more women into politics. And that was more draining than any other thing in my life. And so I had to set boundaries. I have office issues, I have district issues, my home issues, and then myself. So after 9 o'clock, I close my door and nobody humbugs me until tomorrow. Because if I don't do that, I'll go crazy. So that's what I do.
Thank you. Jessica.
I'm just going to we had a very funny conversation yesterday, so if we're all making eyes at each other, we'll tell you afterwards. Just come talk to us then. I have 3 suggestions. My therapist one time, to what you just said, Rosanna, said to me, I was like, I'm hearing from survivors, I need to go do this, do that. And she was like, there are other people saving the world, right? And I think we, as activists, everyone in here is doing incredible, tremendous work. We have to remember that the person sitting next to you, the person sitting across from you, they're also saving the world. So you can close your door at 9 p.m. and sleep, get a full 8 hours of sleep. My second suggestion is we always tell anyone that comes to work for I'll Go First to write their story from front to back. As if it were a movie. That means all of it, good, bad, otherwise. And I think this speaks to what Soraya has said on this panel, which is your story can be a weapon. We see that with media restrictions in certain countries. They're restricting our stories. Owning our story is an act of resistance and an act of rebellion. It is important that you know your story front to back. It doesn't mean that you share it with other people, but it means that you know it and you know your truth. And finally, I am recently pivoting a little bit to go into medicine as a youthful 41-year-old. I'm currently with 18-year-olds learning about chemistry because I would like to go into psychiatry and show that there are medicines and modalities and interventions on the horizon that are doing incredible work for PTSD and will really revolutionize mental health care. For me, psychedelic medicine changed my life with my PTSD symptoms. Again, you can talk to me afterwards if you want, because this is being live streamed. But take the anxiety medication, take the antidepressant medication. It's there for a purpose.
And on that fascinating note, I'd like to invite you to join me in thanking our fabulous panel. Thank you so much. All right, over to you, Carla.
Is it working? Now it's working. Okay. As I've told you this morning, I've been part of the Vital Voices Network for more than 10 years now. And for me, it is really so interesting to see all the topics because the world has presented all these problems and challenges since the beginning. And Vital Voices has always addressed and find women that are trying to solve all of them. But it is so refreshing and so nice to see how all the different conversations, the different panels, and just talking about self-care and well-being, it is so important. So thank you, Vital Voices, for all the work that you're doing for us. And now, for a very special performance of Oasis, written and performed by Salome Akbaroji. I hope I pronounced well the last name. She's the National Youth Poet Laureate of the United States. So please, a round of applause to welcome Salome.
Have you heard of that place over the horizon that no one has seen, but everyone wants to go? That place they call Oasis, where the water runs clear, glittering bodies of endless blue, trickling tributaries and springs, sustaining life above and below it, where the hawksbill turtles wade and the bluefin tuna swim without plastic nets around their necks. Have you heard of the oasis, where oaks and timbers grow green and lush from fertile black beating soil, branches extending beyond imagination, bearing full ripe fruit as far as the eyes can see, where the macaws chirp and the orangutans swing and armor leopards prowl? The oasis, powered by its greens, streams, and sunbeams. And at the end of day, you see a million stars in the obsidian sky, ozone unobstructed by carbon clouds, nothing but crisp air inhalation and inexplicable peace. Haven't you seen the kids beaming and full-bellied, basking in equal opportunity and health, plucking fruit from the foliage and laughing for its sweetness and abundance and innocence? Haven't you seen the people satisfied and sustained, harvesting all of what is needed but never anymore? Solidarity is the only language they speak. And in that language, there is no word for war, pillage, and steal. Only thank you, togetherness, and peace. If you heard of this place, wouldn't you want to go? Even if the road was paved with uncertainty and tribulations, bottle caps and mishaps. And if I told you you were just halfway there, would you fall to your knees amongst the deserted battleground, the wilting wilderness, the incinerated pages and piles of plastics, the deafeningly hot, weathered rock, etching extinction in your waving white flag? No, we must go for every tree that must grow, for every child that needs books, for every species that's endangered, for every woman with a voice, and for every star that wants to dance. Come with me and make it to the end zone so we can see that beautiful place that no one has seen, but everyone wants to go. In our lives, on our earth, that place we call Oasis.
That was so beautiful. So we're going to continue the afternoon with the next panel that is Racing to the Challenge, exploring solutions to the climate crisis. This panel is going to be moderated by Gayle Tzemach Lemmon, three-time New York best-selling author, Manira Alba, Senior Advisor for the UN SDGs at Vital Voices, Alexia Leclerc, co-founder at Colorado River Conservatory and Start Empowerment. Azat Aviola Costello, President, Women in Africa Initiative and co-founder of the Project Dandelion. And Zainab Salbi, co-founder of Daughters of Earth. Please welcome. A round of applause to our beautiful panel, please.
Thank you, and what a delight to be here, because I really could not have a more exciting panel. Sometimes people hear climate and they think, oh, doom and gloom. What kind of bad news are they going to share with me today? But we actually are bringing solutions and change makers. So I hope we give you a dose of energy and enthusiasm and optimism to go out for the rest of the day, because all of these women, I mean, what a joy to spend time with them, first of all. And secondly, how much do we all have to learn from one another? Because they're all doing truly incredible things. So we will take time to spend a little bit of time and talk to them about their work. And then maybe, you know, we'll all leave with some more things we can do to make the world a little better and the planet last a little longer. Thanks to all of the wisdom here on this stage. So I'm going to start with some things that feel a little bit grim, but I promise it will get brighter. And Manira asked me, do you know you have a pen in your ear? I said, yes, I do. So I promise. I've kept my promise. I did know that. You know, I think the reality is that the power transition requires a power transition. And if we think about what is coming in terms of the decarbonization and the urgency of decarbonization of the world, we have to think about the systems of which we're part and how we've gotten to this moment. So truly, we need a power transition to think through the next generation of power. I'm going to start with things that are a little bit grim, and then we're going to turn to the bright spots on this stage, the beacons of light on this stage. Women account for 80% of those displaced by climate change. The European Investment Bank has noted that women represent 43% of the agricultural workforce in the developing countries, but receive about 7% of sector investment. Investing in female farmers, this is a Food Agriculture Organization, FAO, investing in female farmers could increase agricultural yields by 30%, which would almost meet the decline in agricultural output due to climate change. So if I came to anybody and said, I have this incredible asset to invest in that's going to decarbonize the world, that's going to lower emissions, that's going to increase yields, that's going to create more food security, everybody would say, sign me up. And then you'd say it's women, and they'd say, oh, well, not so fast. So everybody on this stage is really working every single day to change that. So you've heard about how amazing my panel is, but I'm going to dive right in, because I'm looking at our clock and I'll keep us very much on time. No, you're great. But we'll dive right in, because most of these folks need absolutely no introduction, and you've heard what they do anyway, and we'll talk about it. So Zainab, I want to start with you, because we've talked in so many different generations of friendship and work about all the work you've done in, around, for, within, without women's rights, right? And I want to talk about how we're seeing both the intersection of climate and conflict, and also the really incredible grassroots work you're doing in Daughters for Earth, which really is taking most of your time and attention now. So talk about the connectivity between those two ideas and why climate for you now.
Thank you so much, Gayle, and thank you, Vital Voices and Elise. And I'm a very proud board member of Vital Voices, and it's always a pleasure to see this collective, amazing group of women and men coming together. So as you know, I founded Women for Women International, which is working on women survivors of wars. And honestly, I had nothing to do with climate change until someone's like, raise to awareness like what's happening to women. And that's when I started looking into the issue. And what I came to realize, no different what some of the data that you mentioned, that women are indeed impacted severely by climate change. As you said, 80% of climate refugees are women. It's impacting food insecurities, water insecurities. Just water alone, about 800,000 women and girls die a year because of water insecurity. You know, this is like, our lives is indispensable. It's like, oh, one more moment, you know. But then what is not mentioned, and here comes a good story, the amazing story, is women are on the front lines of protecting and restoring our earth. And we talk a lot about climate change, and I don't know how familiar everyone is. I surely had to learn the #1 solution to the climate change is actually protecting and restoring our earth. 50% of our, leave her alone. You know, it's like when you're sick, the doctor tells you go and rest, and apparently earth needs the same thing. The second most important solution is to shift to regenerative agriculture, which, as you said, women are 30 to 40% to 60% in some countries of small-scale farmers. That's the most important elements to shift to this new practice. And the third solution is technology and renewable energy. What do we hear all about in the media? Only technology and innovation, all of that, which is accurate, but not exclusive. And the fastest one is the nature-based solutions, which then women are leading. I just came from a month in Kenya and Tanzania. Women are not only leading, they're leading it with love. They are fiercely protecting rivers and lands and the Amazon and wildlife, and amazing. And they are bringing the whole community along with them and creating long-lasting behavior change. How much money they get? Now here comes, I used to be in the humanitarian sector for 20 years of my life. In the humanitarian world, in the worst crisis, women get 10 cents out of every humanitarian dollar. In the climate world, which is the most existential crisis facing our humanity, women get 2 cents out of every dollar, right? So they're impacted severely. They're doing fierce, important work that has the fastest response. If we invest in nature, the response is immediate, basically. Indigenous people get 1% of all environmental justice funding. 1%, you know, it's nothing. Like the most impact, which they control, they have, not control, I'm sorry, 80% of biodiversity that needs to be protected. And so, you know, so it's not, the distribution of funds is not being equal. And this where came the creation of Daughters for Earth. We need to change that story. We need to put more money into the hands of women. We need to put more attention to the fact that women are leading the most important climate actions. And we cannot address this existential crisis facing humanity without the full inclusion of women. And here's the thing. I've been doing Daughters for Earth for 2 years now. It's a fund and a movement that mobilizes funds for women-led climate actions, celebrates them, and mobilize all other women to join them in the efforts. What I came to learn, and this is the positive news, one is, when it comes to protecting our Mother Earth, women are in their full power. We do not need to be empowered. What we need is for their power, for women's power, to be financed, supported, celebrated, and included at the decision-making table. This we can do. We can all change that indicator. How do we do these things? How do we do these things? And this has come some collaborations that we have done with Vital Voices and with Project Dandelion. We need data. Not that data will change the world, but a lot of, you know, the leaders, the male leaders saying we need data. So let's get data. We so far commissioned 2 datas with a point of data and research with Foreign Policy magazine to show indicators. If you invest in women, exactly, and we'll present a cup. If you invest in women climate actions, this is what you do. If you invest in women water security, this is what you get. If you invest in women nature-based solutions, this is what you get. Trying to measure it, quantify it, all of it to arm us with the data. But not only that, there are some of the research that shows, and this comes to Vital Voices, if women increase, like their data shows that if you increase women's participation in the political force by 1%, it leads to the increase of 0.22% in the total funds that goes to climate solutions and to women. Like small interventions lead to very measurable impacts on women. So here's the thing. We need, I call it, we have to make this century the feminine century. otherwise our humanity at stake. And the issue is, yes, we are going to get data and we're going to collaborate more and more and more. We're going to work on unleashing more money for women, climate actions, and we're going to do it more and more and more. We're going to do movements together and alone and separate, doesn't matter, but we're going to do that more and more and more. But here's the issue, we have to do it with love and with unity, and ultimately we have to sing the Earth song. The Earth song, because she is so beautiful, and we have to hear her song and sing it along for her and with her.
I think that's music that everybody can sing to and agree with and align on, and yet we know that women and girls bear a disproportionate burden of climate. We wrote a paper in 2014 that approximately 0 people read at the time, called Fragile States, Fragile Lives, about the connection among climate and natural disaster, fragile states, and child marriage. Girls are the canary in the coal mine. So when we talk about who bears the brunt of this, Manira, you have done so much work about not just documenting this, but trying to change that equation, the same way Zainab is trying to change the amount of dollars and cents that are going to women leaders on the ground fighting for nature-based solutions. You've been advocating for people to see the solutionaries, right? And to see people as agents of change, not victims of despair. And what is the reaction you get when you deliver that message? And then what do you do if it's a brick wall?
Got it. So I think one of the biggest shifts that also came in Vital Voices is that for the longest time we said we invest in women leaders, right? So we changed that a little bit and said we also work with and invest in women solutionary leaders. Because over time we have been seeing that the longer the time girls and women are denied access to power, that when they come into that kind of zone, they think differently. They think out of the box. Their solutions are incredible, yet they don't get the funding, as Zainab said. But I know there's a lot of data that we have discussed. I think one of the solutions is also visualizing that data. Mm-hmm. We keep hearing girls and women are disproportionately affected. Yeah. Yes, over and over again. How are they disproportionately affected? We know that, for example, in Pakistan, when we had the incredible flood, 100%. Women lost lives because of what they were wearing, right? And it made a difference on how they could get out of that flood. We have seen that when drought comes and the men leave and go in search of work, the women and the livestock are the last things left behind and struggling. And then we see things like trafficking and things like that start to happen. So I believe the data is already out there, a lot of it, yes, but unfortunately we're in a place where we have to keep making the case that it's common sense for more money to go into the hands of these girls and women solutionary leaders. It's something we're seeing over and over again, but I am definitely hopeful because our mission is to have girls and women leaders at every level of decision making. So whether it is at COP, whether it is women climate ministers, whether it is when a national action plan is being created, our girls and women being consulted, that is what we are hoping to really have and to change the narrative through the lived experiences of these girls and women who are disproportionately affected. But yes, when you hear how they're disproportionately affected, what is each one's experience as they go through each of these various climate crises we are seeing. We know that, you know, with the heat waves and stuff like that, the health impacts. We know that pregnancies are going bad because of how the forces that they are kind of exposed to, right? So it's happening in so many different intersections now that I don't think we can see climate siloed, you know. I know you talked about it as a security issue, but I feel it has to be part of WPS because just like women negotiators, peace negotiators, there's data that says they're the last to leave the negotiating table. Similarly, women are the last to leave their land, their home, and whatever is going on there, right? So how do we take these stories and how do we get them into the spaces where they can be heard by funders along with the data to kind of start getting them to shift focus. That's what I would say is one of the solutions we are working through at this point.
And you talk about Pakistan floods. Think of how many girls will never be back in school.
Yes.
Right, and all the losses, and we think that could be the next Maya Angelou, the next, right, the next Hafsat, the next Steve Jobs, right? I mean, all this talent lost. Right? And I think we just have to get people to think about the talent and the economic argument. Did you, just one last question on that, is there ever a moment where you think, oh, that broke through, right? That you have a conversation with somebody and you say, oh, that connected to them?
Oh my God, all the time. With the Girls and Women of the Vital Voices Network, there are so many, right? I was with Renata just the other day, who joined us as a girl leader. She's now in the World Bank working on climate finance, and just hearing her speak and telling us about the work she's doing there, it's like boom. We know the right people are getting into the right places. But yes, phenomenal number of solutions. We have a fellow from the northeast part of India who was at COP Dubai, right? Who was a human rights lawyer and then goes back to her little town and says, why does my little village, not have electricity 70 years after independence? And then starts thinking about it, starts going into bamboo and starts creating alternate energy from bamboo waste. I mean, there are solutions everywhere, but can a solution be scaled? Yes. What does she need to do that? She needs finance, right? So I think the solutions are there. It's just about maybe some technology input and money, and you're going to see it just ripple effect through.
And that's the thing. It's like this journey from invisible to investable.
Investable,
right? I mean, it's not that they're invisible people. It's that when you think about the capital and why it's not flowing there, and we do have to shift the narrative, and we actually have to really make the case that there's no case to be made that doesn't include women and girls. And so that brings me to Alexia Lecoq, who is both a joy and a real activist and fighter for education and for climate. And you have already talked about the connection and the connectivity between education and climate, and you've developed curriculum. You've really trying to get people to learn and then think through the choices that they make. Tell us about how you see the connectivity and why education first.
Yeah, so a little bit background. I didn't really have access to climate education like most people growing up, and when we briefly talked about it, it was mostly polar bears and recycling, and I love polar bears like as much as the next person, but we really weren't talking about the social, political conditions that was causing the crisis, right? Like, we have colonized land and created these systems of oppression that have allowed, people to make billions of dollars off the petrochemical industry, while communities of color back home in Texas are literally dying of like cancers and respiratory diseases because of the pollution that they're experiencing every day. But we weren't talking about that in the classroom. And I think that education is inherently political, and it's not something we should shy away from. Like, whose stories we tell, whose histories we tell, whose interests influence school board decisions matter. And we are doing a disservice to young people and future generations if we're not talking about the climate crisis, about racism, about inequality, about all these issues that we need to tackle. And so what I really sought out to do with Start Empowerment, which is my education nonprofit, was work with those on the front lines to write curriculum that is buy-in for our communities, because it's women of color, it's indigenous leaders, it's young people that are there doing the work, and they hold so much knowledge, and that's often disconnected from climate education sector, to be honest. And so we write this curriculum and really incorporate traditional ecological knowledge and STEM and combine it, because I grew up with the belief that, we're connected to Mother Earth, we're connected to each other. Like, I remember as a kid, my mom would tell stories about tree spirits and traditional plant medicine and all of that. And it really wasn't until I got older that I realized that those are our solutions. Like, that is how we are going to get out of the climate crisis, and that wisdom, that culture that is, present across so many communities is really critical and needs to be a part of climate education. And so by bringing those two together and really centering action as well, and working with schools and with teachers to implement that curriculum, and we've seen some really amazing results, because, young people, especially youth of color and women of color that are impacted by these issues, they see it every day, they experience it, they know it. They they deserve access to the tools, the skills, the empowerment, the money to be able to take action. And from the young people we've worked with, we've seen people build out mutual aid networks, direct action to stop the Enbridge oil terminal, and they were successful in doing so. We've seen people work on perennial agriculture solutions and things like that. And I really want people to understand that education can be a way for people to kind of connect their lived experiences with like the vocabulary necessary to navigate these systems that we live in and really, create the solution, and that we need to invest in that type of education that is by those on the front lines and center traditional cultures.
Bravo. Yes, I'm going to ask a question. Zainab's asked a question, then you can answer both of us. So, what do you see with the reaction from kids? And I know Zainab, what's
No, I want to add, because, this is the hope, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's youth mobilizing and changing laws and cultures and traditions. And this is, for me, this is the source of hope. The second thing, which is so important about you mentioned, because I talked about data, we both talked about, this is not data oriented, and we cannot put all our bets on data. We need the data for those who are data driven. This is heartfelt oriented. It is about the ultimate connection to this beautiful earth. And it's maybe not linear intervention. It's circular intervention. It is a holistic, and we have to value and resource these interventions just as much as the data to prove, And they're all, we have to attack it from different ways, but this is what you just said, for me, is the hope lies here in your efforts.
Yeah. Now I'm going to make you tell me, when you work with kids who've maybe never seen this kind of information in a written form, what is the reaction that you see from young people? Younger people, you're very young.
Yeah. No, it's definitely like a light bulb moment, and I feel like I had that too. Like I worked with Susana Almanza, who's an incredible indigenous leader in Texas, and she's kind of one of my mentors, and she was able to help me kind of make the connection from like what I had seen around me with like understanding that this is the climate crisis. This exacerbates social, environmental, political issues. And I really see like young people kind of make that connection of like, oh, I already understand this. I'm already living this. But now I understand how our economic system, political system, like how all of it is connected. And then also see that organizing and building people power works. Like I think sometimes, especially folks in frontline communities, when you're just dealing with so much and you're in this survival mode, sometimes you don't think about climate. You don't realize that it exacerbates everything and is connected with everything. But once you make that connection, then I feel like it's very easy to start organizing, and young people have so many amazing, creative, beautiful ideas.
Beautiful. Thank you. Now I want to go to Hafsat Abiola Costello, who is really someone who's dedicated her entire life to advocating for equality, for racial justice, for fighting injustice. And I wonder, you've now really become focused on climate with Project Dandelion and have said that every issue is a climate issue. And I wonder how, when you think about your work, you think about the first, second, and third kind of priorities you have every single day, and how did Project Dandelion come to shape your everyday?
So this is my first time in this building, but I would say it's been about 25 years of a journey with Vital Voices. I've been part of Vital Voices since my early 20s, when it was in the State Department, run there by Alice and a team. And to see where you've gotten to now is very moving, Alice. And I just want to say how proud I am to be part of this beautiful network. I'm going to be 50 in another 3 months. So really, it's more like 27 years. 27 years. And this is the hope. This is the hope that we have, that what we women, when we come together, what we will do. I think it's all happening at this time for a reason, because the world is crying, Mother Earth is crying. In Africa, because, African people, we're 1.4 billion of us, have contributed the least to the climate crisis. About 4% of the carbon emissions are attributed to African activities. And yet we're already being impacted. There are crops we can't grow, lakes that are drying up, weather patterns are changing so that farmers don't know what to farm, when to farm. In Kenya, they're dealing with floods. In Somalia, with drought. It's affecting women. Women have to walk farther to fetch wood, farther to fetch water. And Mama Mary Robinson, the former president of Ireland, is in this network that I'm part of called Connected Women Leaders that was set up by a friend of yours, Gayle, who I call Mama Pat Mitchell. She set up TED Women. You know, she was the first woman to be president of the PBS. She was the head of CNN's documentary division, a powerhouse. And she and Wanda Carnegie, who also set up TED Women, wanted to set up a network of women to elevate women's leadership in the world called Connected Women Leaders. And they asked me to co-lead it with them. And Mama Mary came to one of our meetings in Bellagio, and she said, you know, we wanted to work on agriculture, health access, feminist leadership, climate. And she said, climate will trump all of it. And she's right, because food has already been affected because of climate. Health, you already talked, Zainab, about in India, or it was you, Manira, in India, the heat waves is killing hundreds of people. They have temperatures in the 40s in places where they've never had those kinds of temperatures.
52. Yes,
52
New Delhi.
in New Delhi.
Centigrade.
People can't work, so it's going to impact their ability to earn a living. So the crisis is so monumental. And you know, when we talk about development, sustainable development, everybody always says now that the face of sustainable development is the face of a woman. But when you talk about climate, what people talk about is technology. They don't think about women. They don't talk about women. And women are in the forefront. The women in the Vital Voices Network have been pioneering solutions in Guatemala, in India, all over the world. They've been pioneering solutions. But who pays attention? You know, Alexia, you're representing indigenous communities. Indigenous communities have the most biodiversity because of the way in which they conserve the land of the planet. 80% or so of the world's biodiversity they've been able to protect in the lands that they manage. And $1.7 billion has been allocated in a fund for indigenous communities, of which only 1% of that money gets to indigenous communities. So Mama Mary said to us, prioritize climate. Why? Because this climate crisis is impacting women and girls. And when they come up with solutions, you're not going to see women and girls centered in the solutions. We'll be marginal to the solutions. And even the solutions they come up with will continue to perpetuate the kind of world that we're in right now, which is extremely exclusive, abusive, exploitative. And yet, within the whole climate crisis, there's the opportunity for us to change the whole world. Mm-hmm. But we would only be able to do that if we engage. So that was why, you know, we started working together because we realized not just is this issue trumping all other issues, but we all have to come together. We all have to work together. That was why right away Zainab came to us at Project Dandelion, because Zainab is always, our muscles for integrating and working and weaving with other women is very strong. And she'd already done a project with Vital Voices, and she said, could we, Project Dandelion, now join hands with her and Vital Voices and Daughters for Earth to work with foreign policy to look at how water impacts women. So just to give you 2 data points on that, at this point, if you measure the amount of time African women are using to gather water, it's the same amount of all the labor force of France is the amount of time they're just using to gather water instead of earning an income. So when you wonder why these women are trapped in poverty, trapped in very difficult situations, it's because they're trapped in incredibly unjust systems and to change. And then if you also look in India, 5% of India's GDP is accounted for by the time women are spending to gather water in India. 5% of India's GDP. So women, if we want to change that, we need to engage, and we need to engage in a way that is different from the ways in which we've engaged before. You know, at this point, we're gathering water, we're doing all the good things, we're doing the good women, and there's nothing wrong in this. But now it's time for us to be the revolutionary women and to effect the change that the world needs. And for that, I want to give you the example. When we had a meeting, we had an event with Mama Mary talking to Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber in the lead up to COP28. And she was interviewing him, and she said, will we be phasing out fossil fuels in the COP28 Accords in a few weeks? And he started talking about how the science is not clear on this. But sisters, I hope you know that if there's anything in which the science is clear, it is this, that we need to phase out fossil fuels. This is one thing. It accounts for the the carbon emissions and the climate crisis. So she kept going at him, and he started getting angry and started getting, you know, saying, madam, madam, you know, trying to tell her to shut up. But she didn't, because she's a grandmother. She's thinking of the future of her grandchildren. And that clip was watched over 1 billion times before COP. This interview that she did was watched over 1 billion times. With the B Corp, with other organizations, it created momentum leading into COP, so that for the first time in the 30-year history of COP, they came out with language that said that they would phase down fossil fuels, not phase out, but phase down. And sisters, this is already progress, but we're not going to stop there. So essentially, the point I want to make for us today is that they said, there's a great quote, and from an American, I think. It says, well-behaved women seldom make history. I need us now to get ready to behave badly and make history, so that even Alexia and the children that are coming will have the possibility of a life. And that means disrupting everything, everywhere, every level of leadership, disruptions. We need that money going to Alexia's community and indigenous communities. We need women in every governance council. We need women represented, not 3%, not 10, 50%, because we're half. You know, and all of these things we need to be agitating, and we need to put everything on the line. We can do this. Project Vital Voices is already what? You're already 50,000 strong, 20,000 strong all over the world. If 20,000 women of Vital Voices join with the Daughters for the Earth, join with Alexia's communities, join with Project Dandelion, where we have Sewa, which has like 20 million in India, and all kinds of communities all over the world, we will start a movement that the system cannot stop. And that's the movement that will save the world.
Bravo.
So I know that we've all taken hope and some heart from hearing you, but I want to go down the line in our last moments together, starting with Zainab. What gives you hope, and how do you break through noise? Because it's like a sledgehammer going through noise, each one of you every day. So I want to know, what gives you hope, and how do you break through noise?
I'm going to quote the late Wangari Maathai, the Nobel Peace Laureate from Kenya, who was a pioneer in actually leading us to pay attention to what's happening to Mother Earth. And she tells the story of the hummingbird. And it's an African fable that there was once upon a time a forest fire, and all the animals panicked that they're going to lose their homes and the trees and the hummingbird. I don't know if you guys, ladies, know that the hummingbird is so tiny and so gorgeous and all of that. And it rushed to the local river, took a drop of water, and rushed to the fire and dropped it on top of the fire and kept on going back and forth, back and forth. And all the other animals made fun of her. It's like, what are you, tiny hummingbird, small, tiny fire, drop of water, you will never be able to turn off the fire. And she looked at all of them and said, but I am doing everything I can. Why don't you join me? And with that, they all joined her and did the hummingbird and then turned off the fire and lived happily ever after. That is a moment for us. That is a moment that there is no small act. You know, Hafsa talked about our unity and disruptiveness, all of that. There's also, I would add, and do the small things in your life. And it's beyond recycling and composting. Look at the nature in your own communities. What is happening to wildlife in your own communities? What is happening to your local councils? Like every small act, we need to be disruptive at every simple aspect of our life. And we can do that. And one of the things that we're doing at Daughters for Earth to keep hope, this is for me the hope, is the women we're finding and funding. We turn them into graphic novels where you can learn about what women are doing. Amazing warriors. I love them. I just love them. The science behind why protecting the mangroves is part of climate change, why protecting the pangolins is part of climate. These are things I had to learn because they don't tell us. They only tell us if you buy an electric car. And it's not the solution. He says it can help. But I mean, believe me, nature is fastest. So we need to be part of the solution, and we need to learn how to shift our own attitude and our own daily behavior. And that we can.
We can all be hummingbirds.
We can all be hummingbirds, yes.
And now I'm going to go to Alexia, because you have been, I think, giving a lot of people inspiration, but what gives you hope and inspiration?
Yeah, I really like the quote from Mariam Kaba, which is that hope is a discipline, and it's something that needs to be practiced. And through organizing, through activism, that is how we practice and build hope. And even though we are fighting all these, terrible things that are happening, we're not just doing that, we're building something new. We're reclaiming our culture, our wisdom, our communities, when we're building the world that we want to live in. And so I really, hold on to that.
I can't help but have hope. I think any movement that sees an intergenerational group coming together, and I'm super excited that we're getting out of everything that we were taught to believe in and going back to the wisdom of the indigenous and the people living in close connection with the land, which was kind of debunked for the longest time. Yeah. It's like coming full circle back and starting from scratch again. And I think that is where the solutions will come from. So I am extremely hopeful.
And I'm hopeful because, we've done this before. I mean, my 20s working with Alice and others, we fought for democracy in my country. I lost both my parents in that struggle. But my country is democratic today and has been democratic for over 25 years. And I've seen that when we come together to fight, if we are consistent, if we're resilient, we win. The truth is the fossil fuel industry is spending $4 billion a year to confuse all of us and make us feel that we're powerless, that we can't make a difference. But they wouldn't spend that money if we were powerless. They wouldn't bother. They spend it because they know how powerful we are. And there are 2 billion people, according to a study that was done by Yale, who are alarmed at the climate crisis, but don't know what to do. The stories from Vital Voices Network, the stories from Daughters for the Earth, your story, Alexia, Munira, all our stories. Through Project Dandelion, we formed an alliance with a communications agency run by women. They call themselves an agency for a public relations agency for the planet. They're the ones behind the One campaign, the Red campaign, and they're now working with Project Dandelion. We can tell those stories to those 2 billion people, and we can mobilize 2 billion people. And if we can mobilize them together, we become unstoppable. The new world is already on its way. On a quiet day, we're told that we can hear her breathing. All we have to do is make room for her to arrive. And we can do that if we believe and we work together consistently, patiently, resolutely. We have to be defiant in the face of all the destruction, that there is another way. We're not Nigerian, we're not Indian, we're not American, we're not Iraqi, we're not Afghani, we're not British, we're Earthlings. We speak the language of Mother Earth, and we're here to defend it.
And with that, I want to thank you for being part of this afternoon and this conversation. I hope you feel energized and a little bit more inspired than when you walked in. And I also hope you will go to foreignpolicy.com and read the work that Daughters for Earth and the Dandelion Project and Vital Voices have done together. And I hope that you will visit Alexia's work and really see where it is, because our daughters, our wealth, our planet, our moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello again, everybody. It's been such an amazing day. We've been hearing from incredible leaders who are taking up some of the greatest challenges in the world. And as we know, the secret to really achieving impact and scaling change is collaboration. So, for the rest of the afternoon, we want to focus on the power of collaboration and how it can take bold ideas and strategies forward. So many of us in this room, we are part of the Vital Voices network. So we have seen what becomes possible when women work together. Amazing projects and partnerships have come out of this Vital Voices family. And tomorrow night, we'll be awarding the first ever Network Choice Collective Impact Award. Earlier this year, Vital Voices put out a call for nominations of the most inspiring and impactful network-led collaborations. Ideas poured in, network members voted, and we are going to hear from two of our finalists, including the winner collaborators. I want to start with Vital Voices Cono Sur, a chapter that emerged out of Vital Voices Argentina, which will celebrate its 15th year anniversary next year. So, listen to this. Connoisseur has engaged more than 30,000 women across Argentina, Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Chile. This year alone, their mentorship walks included 3,200 participants in more than 30 cities. The regional chapter supports women leaders through capacity building for women in STEM, entrepreneurship trainings, and so much more. Please give an applause to El Connoisseur chapter. And let's learn a bit more about their work in this short film.
Una mujer líder puede tener un fuerte impacto en su comunidad, pero juntas podemos cambiar el mundo. Por eso hace 15 años abrimos un nuevo capítulo de Vital Voices Global Partnership en Argentina y hoy estamos en más de 29 ciudades a lo largo del Cono Sur, en Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay y Uruguay.
Con Clarice Seiz y Laura Busnelli participamos de un programa de mentoring de la revista Fortune, el Departamento de Estado, junto a Vital Voices.
Y en el 2009 decidimos expandir nuestra red y compartir nuestra experiencia con las mujeres líderes creando Voces Vitales Argentinas.
Estábamos convencidas que teníamos que ser el semillero del liderazgo femenino en Cono Sur, con nuestro modelo basado en 5 pilares: fuerza interior, raíces en la comunidad, conectar más allá de las líneas que dividen, ideas y acciones audaces, reinvertir en otras mujeres. Llegamos a más de 40.000 mujeres, impulsamos más de 15 caminatas de mentoreo, más de 5.000 horas de capacitación en la región, más de 55.000 mujeres en nuestras redes sociales, más de 1.500 mentores en el Cono Sur, más de 60 programas de liderazgo y logramos consolidar una red de más de 50.000 mujeres latinas líderes. Nuestras actividades tienen un efecto multiplicador.
Porque creemos en el poder de hacer red para crear un mundo mejor. Trabajamos en todos los ámbitos de manera transversal: público, privado, tercer sector y emprendedurismo, con el objetivo de identificar y potenciar el liderazgo de cientos de mujeres. Porque estamos convencidas que necesitamos más mujeres líderes. En Voces Vitales Cono Sur identificamos, capacitamos y empoderamos a líderes emergentes que buscan generar un impacto en sus vidas y en su comunidad. Trabajamos comprometidas en la Agenda 2030 para alcanzar los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, con foco en la igualdad de género y la reducción de las desigualdades. Porque estamos comprometidas en ser agentes de cambio para generar un efecto multiplicador.
Porque en Voces Vitales sabemos que invertir en mujeres es transformar el mundo. Sé parte de este movimiento. Seguinos en nuestras redes sociales, Instagram, Facebook y LinkedIn, @Voces Vitales Cono Sur, y en nuestro sitio web www.vocesvitales.org.ar.
Please, a little applause for this beautiful work that they're doing. And as you've seen in the video, Maria Laura Faria, she is the president of the Vital Voices Cono Sur, and we have her with us today, Maria Laura, sorry. So, Maria Laura, why do you think the Vital Voices model and this movement has spread? And why do women want to be part of this?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Alice, for supporting us always. And you know, because we ensure that if we invest in women, we improve the world, you know? Women need a place to be heard, needs a place to be, to share her experiences, her problems, her ideas. Definitely, I think that women needs a place where she can be, no? So when a woman participates in a program of Vital Voices, she experiences a transforming process when she gets out of the program. I think that she had different points of view. She has different lens in order to see the reality, and she experienced the sense of getting back, paying forward this. So I think that when they go back to their communities, they want to share this empowerment, this inspiration, and that's the way they pay it forward. So that's why I think.
And how can we collectively tap this network you've built with other parts of the world to make positive change on key issues?
Yeah, you know, this year, 2024, sorry, we make 29 mentoring walks. That's a lot, yeah? That's a lot, really a lot. Imagine in South Cone, it was incredible. That was an amazing experience. And you can imagine, and I think that maybe all of you say, how we do it. Do we have a very big organization? What do you think? Maybe, and the answer is no. We don't have a big organization. We have 3 staff members, 4, sorry, we have just one more, 4 staff members, and I have 8 members in the board. But you know what? We have an incredible network of 50,000 women that are helping me in order to do this. So that's an amazing thing. So that's what the collective action. So I'm not here, I'm not alone. I'm on behalf of those that 5,000 women, 50,000 women that are with me, and that's an amazing experience. And I have the opportunity to have the voice, but I'm on behalf of all of them.
Thank you, Maria Laura. And you were saying that you're not alone, and I know that here, on this same space, we have other women, amazing women from El Cono Sur chapter. So can you please stand up? Our Argentinian friends, we have here more people. So can you please share with us, what does it mean to be part of such a successful chapter and that you are impacting the lives of so many other women?
Well, we are very proud to be part of this movement. We are convinced that our commitment will help a lot of women to be part of Vital Voices, and well, we think that this effort helps to have a better world, to be part of this important action.
Thank you very much. And Lorena, I know that you're a key member of the Cono Sur chapter, but I see you traveling all around the world and always getting in contact and in touch with other Vital Voices network. What can you tell us about that?
Okay, what has been amazing is how Vital Voices always work for us to be very close friends. Because when we are very close friends, we feel that we can change the world. Because if I want to do something in India, I know who to call. If I want to do something in, I know it's a friend for everywhere. But Mexico, when you feel that the world is so small, it's much, much better and much easier to make all the changes we've been hearing. But there's another one there.
Sorry, please, Argentina, stand up. You know, we want to show everybody that Vital Voices is more than just an organization. It is a sisterhood, and the things that we can do when we work together are just so powerful. So what can you say about it?
Well, thank you very much. Well, very proud, okay, to be here and to everything that we have done, okay, just is past, okay, and we are already thinking, okay, what's the next, okay, so that is, this week is an inspiration for what the next. So that's my commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is just a little example of the magic of Vital Voices that I'm always trying to explain that is much more than just an organization. It is really a family, a huge family of almost 18,000 women around the world. I think it's even more, 20,000 women. Yeah, imagine. But now, yes, that is not even counting all the women in the chapters. It is just unbelievable. So you know that every single one of you, you can take all this magic that is happening here back home and impacting more women. So now I want to turn to Safe City, a global collaboration and our first Collective Action Award honoree. So Elsa Marie de Silva, the founder of Safe City, is here with us. Elsa, what can you tell us about Safe City and this collaboration? When did you first realize that you could utilize the Vital Voices network to expand the reach of your app, Safe City? And where did the idea came from?
Well, thank you. And I'm really honored to be here and in the midst of this wonderful sisterhood. So the idea for the app was, it was an incident that took place in India where a young woman lost her life because of a gang rape. And it was a catalytic moment for me in my life to launch the platform Safe City to document anonymous stories of sexual and gender-based violence, because I personally had experienced it myself but had never spoken about it. And so also my friends who started to open up after that incident. And I realized that if none of us had actually spoken up, where's the data, right? And so the idea was I was in the corporate sector, I had launched this, but I didn't really know what to do next. But somehow I stumbled into Vital Voices, and I ended up going for a regional gathering with only 9 fellows. I was one of the 9, so there were 8 others. And Jane was one of them. And honestly, I was very nervous to even do a presentation on what I was doing. And I was like, these are women who are already established with their organizations, have so many years of working on gender-based violence. I'm just starting out. I really don't know if I can explain what I'm doing clearly. But immediately after the presentation, most of them came to me and said, oh, how can we help? How can we collaborate? And I was like, oh, really? You want to use my platform? In fact, Jane said, how can I use it in Kenya? And I like to tell this story because even before I registered my nonprofit, we were already international because Jane used it in Kenya. And Samjhana used it in Nepal. Samjhana, after the earthquake in Nepal, has kind of disconnected a bit. But, it's okay because this is a network where if you have the energy, you're there, and then when you want to take a break, you can take a break and nobody judges you, right? But these were my 2 international partnerships, and we actually started collecting a lot more data from outside of India than from India itself. And then, of course, my Indian colleagues also were very supportive. There's Sonal Kapoor, Sarika Bajaj, Preeti Patkar, who's here, and we have done 8 editions of the Global Mentoring Walk in India. And it's my favorite activity in India every year. But to be very honest, I think if we are talking about collective impact, through the Vital Voices network, I think we've been able to show how, in the previous panel, they said you need technology because, it's the buzzword of today. You need data. But the data can only come from communities. And communities that we lead, we've already built trust. So you get the data. These are personal stories. What we lack is the financing to scale it. But every single one of my partners, from Jane, from Nicole, from Lydia, from Guatemala, Maya from Philippines, have incredible stories of how they have used the platform, I'd like to call it the platform, which is the data, the community engagement, the technology, with different kinds of stakeholders. And I think that's very powerful. So I invite you to, check the app out. It's available in 13 languages. And we are adding 2 more this month. We are launching Kuwait next week. But it's in Spanish. And it was in Spanish because of the Argentinian chapter. Yeah, so it's nice that I was in their video, even though I'm from India. But yeah. So, but it's in many languages. Please check it out. I think the power of stories is absolutely critical because most women have experienced some form of sexual violence and yet have no safe space to talk about it or document it. And once we have this data set of stories, we can do so much with it. And maybe you can ask my partners how they've used it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, and congratulations. And yes, I would really like to ask Maria Lidia from Guatemala, because I understand that something that is very powerful about Safe City is that you have allowed every one of the women collaborating with you to understand what are their needs, and it's been different in every country. So what has been your experience implementing Safe City in Guatemala?
So thank you. This is Lydia from Guatemala, from Maya. And as Elsa mentioned, I want to highlight that one of the reasons that we also say yes is like there was a relationship and a trusting relationship. So the idea of like just the access to the platform and how the data was going to be taken care of give us like a really way of saying like, yeah, we can do this. And then the other thing that I think has been very interesting is also like the open source. Like Elsa has been, like the team has been very open and very empathetic and very supportive of how we can also like grow and learn and use the app. And the third is like they are also willing to use a contextualized approach. Like it's not like you have to do it in certain ways, and also like you can give feedback. And so that's a couple of things that we appreciate. And I think the experience is also like we learn more about the topic, but also realize that how much need of awareness, like just to start with awareness, and also how you collect the data, because a lot of the approach to our students is different to the team and to the parents. So like taking that into account is very important. And also how we don't want to be victims and how we can give that data. And as I said, like really knowing that we trust Elsa's team, and that was a really important piece, that like that information is safe and it's going to be used especially to prevent the gender-based violence, particularly in the area where we're located, Solola, and also it was a learning journey for all of us, and especially like to my team, to the teams that were implementing, like 2 people were working with the students in the team, and that's Petronila and Vicky. Thank you.
So Jane, do you have any anecdotes or success stories about implementing Safe City?
Can I stand? Yeah, I thank you so much. So happy to be here. Thanks to Vital Voices, thanks to Safe City. Yes, I have wonderful success stories. So what happens in every community is that whatever an issue that is there, the community is already doing something about it. So whatever ideas that comes in should just help them better whatever they're already doing. So in our community, we were collecting data using a platform called the Talking Boxes. So the Talking Boxes are locked up boxes that we install in schools, and we encourage kids to write whatever they want to share. And we organize forums for them based on whatever they share. We don't impose programs on them, meaning we address issues that are affecting them directly and coming from them. So when we heard about Talking Boxes, we had all this data just responding to a bit of issues. So when we heard about the Safe City, then we were like, hey, meaning we are going to have something. And we can have something that is helping the kids, but we are also able to prove to other development partners that, hey, this is what is happening in the communities. So that is why we adapted it very fast. We had schoolgirls from these particular schools from Kibera slums, you can look it up, who were reporting about, who reported about this group of boys who would sit in some space, and anytime they were passing, they would try to touch them, comment on their, their bodies, and sadly pretend to be like peeing and just to show them their stuff. And this is something that you can never hear. When we are talking about sexual violence, then we are just thinking about defilement and rape. We are never thinking about these other pointers. So when we introduced this, the girls were able to report about this. And what we did is that we got our local radio station, we call it Pamoja FM, to talk about this particular location. So we got a radio, and we got the station talking about it, and it was next to some mosque.
So they were actually, the person who went with the radio got the boys to be listening. So they were just listening in to this live program at Pamoja FM. And they were talking about what they were doing to the girls, the way they were touching them, the comments, the exact comments. We got the girls to tell us the exact comments. You know, you're pretending that you're young and you look old, you know, you're like my size, all this negative stuff. And they felt so, you know, so stupid, sorry to use that word. So it was the radio talking about them. So we got the sheikh of the mosque also to come in and just listen more about what was happening next to the mosque. At the end of the day, we got these boys just, you know, converted just to be able to support the girls. And the girls started using that route. The girls started using this route because they had opted to take a longer route back home because this route was dangerous. So the app, the collaboration has made us do whatever we're already doing better. We are now digitalized, we have reports, and you know, we have data. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And what is Amara Castro? Here you are. Please tell us your experience in Brazil.
I forgive my English, please, because it's a terrible difficulty, and we have this problem because Brazil just speak Portuguese. We don't speak Spanish, we don't speak English, so it's difficult, but let's go. And my friends who speak Portuguese help me. Well, I'm a more recently partner to Safety City project, and I'm part for the government, and I know government, this is scary because we don't trust government. They are not very welcome to women. And I know this is a challenge because we can escalate and increase a lot of our initiatives. We can do that as a woman, but it's impossible to do some things without public policies. And I think the Safety City help us to do public policy with data. And this is very, very important. And we can do that with governments to be open to do that. And in governments, maybe they are not open to do that, we can force them with data. Because this is the way we have to argue the need of the women. The need of the women to be supported, to have access to the health, to the supporting this violence case. So I think we try to do an experience in Brazil, and this is very important because we try to maintain this relation and increase our initiatives. And right now, Brazil leader the G20, and we are leader the COP30, and we try to build some connections between gender-based violence and climate change. And this connection, they are very important because shows that the women are more impacted when we have a crisis. And in Brazil right now, we live a crisis. We have a flood in the south of the country, and our women are raped in the shelters. And this shows what we need to do. We need to, separate shelters. But it's so simple solution, but it's so important to understand the level of the impact in this in us when we are victims of the climate change and of the violence. So we are trying to do that. I hope this work, and this is an example for other countries. Thank you.
And we have another example for the Philippines with Maya Tamayo.
Thank you, Carla. Magandang hapon. That's good afternoon from the Philippines. I will stand up because, we Asians we have a challenging height. So I thought it was serendipity when I met Elsa in the VV Engage we are the pandemic batch. So we only met online. And that I'm Maya. I'm working with the elected women officials and aspirants in the Philippines. So we do a similar thing with Vital Voices. We capacitate them in transformative feminist leadership. So we have graduates of our programs, and then we're hoping that they replicate it with the young ones to have a grassroots movement in their own subnational, local level. So when I met ALSA, many of our fellows have already very much they knew what was the problem. We have good policies, although uneven implementation at the ground, and then but then everyone was doing individual responses. Counseling, medical, etc. Filing of cases, but no one has been looking into how do we actually prevent it, and we don't have that data. The data that we have are only the data that we have filed in court, reported in the police. So when Elsa spoke about the Safe City app, I thought it was perfect, and this was an express need from our fellows. So we did one pilot in Quezon City. The mayor of Quezon City is a brilliant feminist who's also a mentor of our program. And she immediately, this is Mayor Joy Belmonte, she immediately endorsed the program. But we did one at the smallest political unit, which is the village, barangay for the Philippines. And we work with a woman barangay captain who's fabulous, retired, but she has the lens, and she has a very strong organizing team on the ground. So women on the ground didn't know about the app. They didn't even know how to use the app, download the app, etc. So we introduce it. So it's more than an app, because we have to introduce it as it's a violation. What is violence against women? What is gender-based violence? So the things that I thought was but the woman, the barangay captain, the village chief, did not win election recently. So I was so nervous because, it's top down, but she has a very strong organizing team. But now they're doing the work even if they're not in power. So I think one of the things that also gave us a lesson there was that if you do organizing and replicate it on the ground, and then even if you're not in power at the moment, you'd be able to do things, change things, and transform spaces. At the same time, this app also opened ways to young men, allies, because it's an app, and it was easy for them to understand. I'm sorry, this is stereotyping, but they have the interest. They're very interested in it because they were conditioned and raised, of course. But then our pool of speakers are young men, led by Carl, and many of the wives, the mothers who had no idea in the first place what the app was, how to use it, are now going to Purok and Barangay and telling and explaining how the Safe City app should be used, and how violence against women and gender-based violence are affecting them. So, and the one thing that also is, maybe one of the lessons that we had also was that because of the data that we got from the Safe City app, the policymakers were able to develop strategic solutions. Like, this place has different problem, so they have to have different solution. So it's not one template for all, like, okay, let's do GST, let's do orientation. Thank you.
I just want to add one point. I think what I learned in the last few days listening to her and Samara is that it's important to have women or feminist women in leadership positions, because then it's not about big data. They understand the data, they understand the pain because they have lived experiences as well. And so they are very interested in responding very quickly. And imagine our systems require survivors to go to a police station, report, such a lengthy process. But what if they don't want to report? How can we still help them? And that's really what we are trying to do.
That is so powerful. We also have Xiomara Diaz. She's from Nicaragua. I don't think she's here. But something that we would love to do is to have all our Safe City members, girls, the Vital Voices Network, if you can all come here, please, because we would like to take a picture. So Elsa, Maria Lydia, can you please all stand up and come, because we all want to give you a round of applause. And of course, the Cono Sur chapter, if you can as well, please come and join us here. Yes, please, please, please. Everybody from Say City and Cono Sur, if you can just join us. You know, for us, it was very significant and conceptual to have you in between the audience, because at the end of the day, every single one of you are part of the Vital Voices Network, no? And all of you, you can be part of these different projects, these different proposals, and also you can have other women from the Vital Voices Network helping in your own projects, because I know that all of us, we are fighting and we are engaging in different ways. So please give a round of applause to these amazing women that are showing us how to collaborate, to expand, and to really achieve impact. Thank you very much. We know that this is a network of networks. And I think what brings us together is that we're all committed to leading the rise we've been hearing about today. A rise that's about humanity and compassion and spreading hope and inspiration. Thank you very much. Well, and now, to take this spirit forward, we have a special final session planned for you today. We'll hear about just 2 examples of how network members have worked to multiply their impact. And now, we want to take that problem-solving energy into our last activity of the day, a series of collective action breakout sessions. As we've heard today during the discussions, 2 of the most urgent challenges that leaders in the Vital Voices Network and women leaders around the world are battling with are the climate crisis and online violence. In today's final session, we want to explore creative ideas for how we can leverage the network to tackle these urgent issues. So we're going to break out into 2 sessions. Please join whichever you would like to. So leading our group on collective action for women-led climate solutions, where, you'll be looking at how to scale and share a new toolkit on climate action. So you can join Maria Pisklakova Parker, Vital Voices, Vice President and Gender-Based Advocacy, on the 3rd floor. And leading our group on collective action to combat tech-enabled gender-based violence, you can join Manira Alba, Vital Voices, Senior Advisor for UN SDG, Tara King Hughes, Vital Voices Vice President for Technology and Data, and Rachel Kupfer, Vital Voices Manager of Technology and Data. They will be on the 2nd floor. At the end of these sessions, at 6 p.m., please join us upstairs on the 7th floor on the rooftop terrace for a cocktail reception to end the day. And for tomorrow, please be sure to look at the app for the latest information about morning sessions, and be sure to take part in whichever activities you would like. So the plenary program will begin tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. with a conversation led by Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, Nobel laureate Maria Ressa, and many more incredible guests and speakers. So thank you so much for joining us today. Enjoy collaborating and brainstorming in your breakout sessions, and we'll see you at 6 p.m. at the rooftop. Thank you very much.